Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto Reincarnation of Demon King Piccolo? Hope you loved first part. This is part 2, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this Shinobi going strong. Yo, it's the fresh Prince of Konoha. How y'all been? I haven't updated in a while on account of laziness. Anyway, I have to say that I've been listening to the first 2 albums of Linkin Park more and more these past few months. And I finally see why a lot of people say that their third album sucks in comparison to the first 2. The first 2 albums had some good songs on it that I haven't heard until lately. The third album has good songs on it too, but they don't hold up to the first 2. Also, they have out a new single called New Divide. It's for the new Transformers film that's coming out on June 24th, 2009 or June 19th, 2009 if you're from the UK. If you like Linkin Park but haven't heard it yet, listen to it. If you like the Transformers movie, listen to it. Okay, enough advertising Linkin Park. I think that Kishimoto is taking a bunch of cliches and putting them in the storyline. Like how Nagato's parents and best friend died, so he turned to a life like that. Like that hasn't been used 100 million times? Anyway, here's the next chapter. Naruto and Lee were in the GR training. They'd been working really hard the past 3 weeks. Lee had been working at becoming a Super Saiyan. He could feel the power that Super Saiyan held, and he knew that he was getting closer and closer every single day. But it seemed like the more he worked, the more he realized that he still had a farther way to go. Naruto was learning how to better manage his ki by Vegeta. Since he had learned how to manipulate his ki, he'd been using it like a trigger-happy kid with a gun. Naruto often found himself very tired after fights, and he went to Vegeta to ask him about managing his ki since Vegeta had decades of experience on him. Vegeta said that Naruto should really cut down on his ki consumption. When talking to Naruto, Vegeta said, "I admit, ki is very powerful and it's deadly. But it's not only deadly to the target, but the user also. If you become too dependent on it, your other skills will start slacking. Take your ancestor Goku for example. When he learned how to use ki, he went crazy with it. And as a result, his fighting skills suffered greatly. Yes, he was a good fighter, but his fighting skills were nowhere near as good as they could have been if he'd worked on that just as much as his ki. While Goku's fighting technique suffered, his friend Yamcha didn't have even 1/100th as much ki as Goku had. So he had to figure out a way to make ends meet. And since he knew that he could never level up to a Saiyan in ki, he trained like crazy in martial arts. He got so good that if Kakarot and him had the same level of strength, he could beat him in a fight with his hands tied behind his back. You see, everything about fighting is a give-and-take system. Where one thing is increased, another is decreased. What you have to do is figure out your strengths and how to make up for your weaknesses. It's not easy, but nothing good ever comes easy. Take me for example. I have barely any jutsu. But the jutsu I do have are powerful. Like my Apollo's Fury jutsu. It's a fire jutsu that summons a column of fire wherever I want it to. I only have about 10 jutsus, but they're all powerful, so where I lack in numbers, I make up in power. Naruto took those words to heart, and had ever since been working on where his strong points are and his weak points. But he had to put that aside to help Lee attain Super Saiyan. Ever since they've been forced to fight the robot army every day, they came to the conclusion that it would be easier to win if Lee were a Super Saiyan. So he's been helping him ever since. Ever since the beginning, Naruto's been giving Lee words of encouragement. Come on Lee, you're so close. You have to push your power harder. You can't give in right now. Come on. Lee had been in a power gathering stance for hours now. His lavender hair was blowing up towards the skies and his muscles were in a weird pattern of expansion and contraction. He was feeling a lot of pain and he could feel the power surging through every fiber in his body. With a yell, Lee pushed his power up another notch. He kept raising it more and more, pushing his body above and beyond its limit. He felt his power rising, until he literally felt something stop his power flow. He felt it forcing his power back down. With another yell, Lee pushed against the barrier. But he just couldn't get past it. With a grunt of fatigue, Lee fell down on his knees, gasping for air. Naruto walked up to Lee. He wasn't that concerned, as he felt that exact same way every time he powered down from Super Saiyan. He said, "I felt your power." "You hit the barrier, didn't you?" Lee said, "Yeah, how do you know?" Naruto said, "Experience. I did that exact same thing when I first transformed. The first time, I pushed through it because of my rage. But every time I went Super Saiyan, I felt that barrier trying to stop me. It stopped me when we fought Teost, and I did something else weird. Anyway, when your power gets strong enough, you'll push through it. By the time Naruto got done talking, Lee was okay. He stood up and said, but why can't I? You said that you were at a power level of 125,000 when you pushed through it. I was stronger than that when I first met you. I should be able to push through it. Why can't I? Naruto closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He then opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. He said it must have been your transformation to a half-scion. Maybe it's because your scion instincts are stronger now. And your scion instincts are forcing you to get stronger before you can reach that power. Lee said, damn, why didn't I wait until I became a super scion to become a half-scion? Naruto said, don't worry, you'll get to super scion soon enough. For now, let's take a little break. That bitch destroyed another one. I really need to kill that slut. Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger and said Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He created 3 shadow clones and said go and take the position of the one that was just destroyed. Without a word, the clones immediately took off. Lee looked at Naruto with a puzzled look on his face. He said, what was that for? Naruto said, since my dumbass teacher doesn't teach me anything and all we do is go on D-rank missions, I send a shadow clone in my place. The only problem is that bitch Sakura keeps destroying them. It's getting on my fucking nerves. Lee said she really needs to take some anger management classes. Naruto said, damn straight. From what I learned from the clone, we just completed another mission and my clone insulted her. Lee looked at Naruto with a confused expression on his face and said, maybe your clone shouldn't have insulted her. Naruto was about to say something, but he felt information rush into his head. A clone of his was destroyed and he got the information from his team. Apparently Sasuke destroyed the clone after saying we're needed at the Hokage's tower. After getting through the small headache of the clone's memories, Naruto took off toward the Hokage's tower. Since it was daytime, and Konoha was very lively at this time, he phased there. When he got there, he said, what do you need me for, Aji-san? The Hokage said, hold up a minute, Naruto. There are more people coming, so we'll just wait for them. I don't want to explain this a bunch of times. A few minutes later, Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 walked through the door. Naruto turned to the Hokage and said, alright old man, what's up? The Hokage said, hold up a minute, Naruto. The rest aren't here. After a few more minutes, Lee's team came walking through the door. The Hokage said, okay, now that everyone is here, I can begin. You're all being assigned on an A-rank mission to help our ally Sunigakure no Sato. They're having trouble with a group called the Golden Dragons. Team 7, I'm sure that you're familiar with them? Although the Hokage was talking to the entire team, Naruto answered for them. He said they're a multinational organization who operates mostly in slave trafficking. They're mainly made up of punks who are trying to make a name for themselves, bandits, and missing nin. The Golden Dragons are one of the biggest names in Kusa no Kiri grass country when it comes to weapons smuggling, slave trafficking, forced prostitution, and drug trafficking. They've recently expanded their operations to Wind Country, Rain Country, Bird Country, and as we found out a few weeks ago, Fire Country. When Naruto finished his explanation of the crime syndicate, everyone was looking at him in amazement. Even the Hokage didn't know the things he was saying. The Hokage said yes, well, moving on. Sarutobi looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, do you remember when you told me you helped stop the Golden Dragon's operation in Wind Country? Naruto looked at the Hokage strangely and said, yeah, what about it? The Hokage said, apparently, the Golden Dragons are trying to gain another foothold in Wind Country. Since you and the Kazekage's children stopped them before, they lost their only base in Kaze no Kiri, and they needed to gain another foothold or else they could kiss their operations their goodbye. Sunigakure Intel has discovered some illegal human trafficking at Kaze no Kuni's border with Bird Country hats run by someone. Rumor is that he's part of the Golden Dragons. They're sending the children of the Kazekage to investigate and destroy the operation. The Hokage continued, apparently, they're short-handed right now. The Jounin are busy doing a lot of B to A ranked missions that are coming in for the village. They can only spare the Suna siblings. The Suna siblings and Sunigakure originally requested Naruto only, but since I can't send a genin alone on a mission, let alone another country, I've decided to send Team 7 and Team Guy to help. Team Guy has a year more experience than Team 7, so I decided to send both of you. Niji spoke up, saying that's okay and all, but are you sure that Suna can cover the charges? I mean, they already had to pay the A-rank mission rate for the Suna siblings and their sensei. They only requested Naruto, but they now have to take 8 people. The Hokage said I've been sending them messages by Messenger Hawk since last week, when they requested Naruto's help. All this was previously discussed, and they agreed to pay for 2 teams. But no more than that. I suggest that your teams get rested. It's a long way to the Bird Country Wind Country border, so I'd pack for a mission that's a month long, at least. You leave in 3 hours at the West Gate. Be on time, Kakashi, or else I will demote you to genin and have you doing D ranks for 3 full years without pay. Good luck. When they were dismissed by the Hokage, Naruto went to the lab to work in the GR. After training in 3x for a little while, he started working on his jutsu. He took the Kyuubi's advice and was trying to learn to do all of his jutsu without hand seals. But it was hard. It was like being blind and trying to memorize all the notes of a song on Guitar Hero with the difficulty set to expert. Calling it hard would be the understatement of the century. But Naruto wasn't one to quit when the going got tough. He kept trying to manipulate his chakra without the use of hand seals, but it was getting hard. After an hour, Naruto got pissed off and ordered the main computer of the GR to create a few robots. He needed to kill something. Naruto manipulated the skills to be a perfect match for him. Well, not a perfect match for him. Since Naruto was mad, he accidentally put the robots on the level he and Lee used for their beat-em-up training. Speed, level 30. Strength, level 25. Endurance, level 29. Stamina, level 29. Ki Blasts, level 25. Fighting, level 25. Intelligence, level 25. Song, Linkin Park figure. 09. Naruto waited and the room made the robots for him to fight. When the 10 robots came, they immediately started charging him. Naruto was about to charge them too, but one of them shot him in the face with a charged Ki Blast. Naruto flew back from the shot. He didn't have his guard up and was blasted to the window. When he landed, he found that the others were blasting him also. The robots didn't let up and didn't give him enough time to counter. When Naruto got his second wind and got over the attack, he started standing up. The attacks kept coming, so Naruto made a Ki shield to block the attacks. The yellow shield came up and blocked all the Ki blasts. The shield wouldn't hold for that long though. But it held long enough for Naruto to stand up and get out of the attack range. Naruto ran around the robots to come behind them. He ran at the farthest one on the left, and led with a punch. Unfortunately, because of the stronger robots, they sensed him. As Naruto was about to punch that one's lights out, he was met with the sole of a foot across his jaw. He fell to his left from the attack and had to roll to get back up before the robots pressed their advantage. Naruto got back up and started to attack the robots again. He shot a Ki Blast at the robot on the far right, only for another in the middle to shoot one at him. Naruto had to deflect the blast with his other hand and fire another one off. Naruto charged another robot, and created 9 shadow clones to do battle with the other robots. The clones charged the robots, leaving one for Naruto to fight. Naruto ducked under the punch that the robot threw at him. He leaned to the left and right to dodge more and more attacks, but one punch got through. It hit him in the chest, pushing him back. He crouched down in pain, but when he looked up, the robot had closed the gap in between them and was in the air with a flying kick aimed at his head. Naruto could do nothing but take the hit as he was kicked. Regularly, he could have dodged the attack, but he was in 3x gravity as he was fighting, so he wasn't as fast as he usually was. Naruto rocketed back from the kick, skidding on the floor. He got back up and started doing hand seals. When he finished, he called out water style, water bullets jutsu. Naruto took a deep breath and shot out a huge amount of water bullets. They sailed forward and hit the robot he was originally fighting. The robot was able to put up a Ki shield though. It blocked most of the attack, but it started failing. When it failed, some of the water bullets still came through and hit it. It stumbled back and was off balance. Naruto took the chance and ran forward. He charged chakra into his left fist, ready to destroy the monster. But Naruto made a mistake in not watching the fights between the robots and his Kage Bunshin. If he did, he would have seen that one of his Kage Bunshin was destroyed by a robot, and now that robot was watching his battle. With its sensors, it saw Naruto charge energy into his fist. The robot charged energy into its hands and shot a Ki Blast at Naruto. Naruto felt the attack hit him right in his side. The second robot came over to join the first one in battle. Naruto saw that and started charging energy into his palm. That energy grew into it became a ball floating off of his palm. He then yelled out Spirit Ball Attack and threw the ball at his foes. The attack sailed forward. The robots threw up Ki shields to block the attack, but Naruto predicted they would. He pointed his index and middle fingers at the spirit ball and commanded it to move around the robots. The robots' Ki shield didn't extend around their backs, so Naruto had the attack go around them and explode. The robots were blasted forward from the force of the attack. Naruto charged up energy into his palm again. This time, the energy took on a dark blue hue. He let the attack go forward, yelling Power Blitz. The mini attack went forward, growing in size as it traveled and collided with one robot and blasting through the armor plating. The force of the blast was so powerful, the robot exploded. Naruto charged the other robot and came with a kick. The robot rolled out of the way and threw a punch at him. Naruto blocked it and countered with a right hook. The robot ducked under it and punched Naruto in his gut. Naruto backed up from the pain and was hit with an uppercut from the robot. The uppercut sent him sailing through the air. Naruto came back down to the ground and landed in a small crater. When he got up, he started seeing how the battle was going for him. It wasn't good as all of his Kage Bunshin were destroyed. He saw that the 9 robots were now closing in on him. Naruto stood up and cupped his hands behind his body. He started charging up energy in between them. The energy coming forward started increasing. The energy took on a bluish hue. The ball of energy started increasing in size. The ball grew as big as it could. He let the Kamehameha wave soar forward, blasting the attacking robots. The robots saw the energy build up with their sensors, and were able to throw up key shields. The key shields protected them from the attack. Naruto kept feeding energy into the attack, trying to destroy the robots. As the attack kept blasting forward, the energy shields of the robots all gave away, causing each of them to get blasted. The 4 closest to the blast were immediately destroyed. The outward 5 survived, although Naruto didn't know that. When he let the attack go, he couldn't see as there was a lot of smoke. Naruto didn't see the one of the last 5 surviving robots blast him through the smoke. The attack sailed forward and Naruto barely dodged it. He then flew up, taking to the skies. He charged more energy into his left hand. The robots sensed the energy build up and all blasted Naruto. Naruto used his right hand to deflect the energy attacks from the robots. The energy in Naruto's left hand glowed bright blue as Naruto let it go, yelling Riot Javelin. The attack hit one of the robots and destroyed it. The last 4 kept shooting at him, not giving Naruto any time to attack. Naruto manipulated his ki to surround him in a skin-tight bubble. He then shot forward at the last robots. The ki attack started bouncing off the shield, but soon his shield started to fail. When he reached one of the robots, he let his chakra-enhanced fist connect with its chin, tearing its head off. Naruto didn't have any time to rest though, as the other robots started blasting him. Naruto's shield gave out, and he is blasted by all of their attacks. Naruto was able to fight back the pain from the blast enough to take to the skies. He flew around the GR, the attacks trailing him. As the attacks were trailing him, Naruto did his favorite jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto made 10 other clones and had those all fan out. The robots started blasting each clone, but the clones did the afterimage technique, leaving the ki blasts to just go through air. While 8 of the clones were playing with the robots, Naruto and the other 2 clones were on the ground, moving too fast for the robot's sensors to track them. Naruto started charging energy into each palm. As he was doing that, the clones were doing hand seals. When they both were ready, they stopped. The 2 clones stopped by 2 of the robots. Naruto stopped by 2. The clones let their attack out. One yelled out Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, and breathed out a gigantic ball of fire. The other clone yelled out Wine Style, Great Breakthrough, blasting the Grand Fireball, increasing its size and destructive power. The attack sailed forward, blasting the robots, burning them to scrap. The original Naruto let his attacks go, yelling out Double Riot Javelin. The attack blew completely through the 2 robots, leaving them as scrap for the cleaning robot to pick up. Naruto looked around to see that he had finally defeated the last of the robots. He let out a huge sigh, letting the adrenaline from the fight finally wear off. He reabsorbed the power from the Kage Bunshin, the chakra making him feel a little better. He walked outside of the GR and went to a special room in the lab. It was where they held their regeneration tanks. Naruto walked to the computer by Regen Tank 1. Naruto looked at the time to see that he had to leave with his team in 2 hours. He set the GR for an hour and a half. He could have used the Senzu Bean to heal himself, but the Senzu Beans didn't feel as good as the Regen tanks. In the Regen tanks he could get a good nap in since the green fluid that filled it also had a mild sleeping drug so the person inside it would sleep. He also felt his body heal which felt good to him. Naruto lay down in Regen Tank 1, put on the black oxygen mask and let the tank do its job. After Naruto's rest in the Regen tank, he got out and went to his apartment. He grabbed his kunai, his shuriken, and all the other things he needed. He then ran back to the lab to collect some Senzu Beans. He thought to himself, I get the feeling that we're gonna need a lot of these. Naruto ran to the west gate, getting there as the team was about to leave. Before they left though, Kakashi laid out a schedule. By the first night, they had to make it at least halfway to the border of rain and fire. They were traveling in a straight line to the border. By the second day they had to be there, at the least. The third day they would move diagonally and cut through AIM and get to its border with Sand Country. On the final day, they would make a loop and go to the border between Bird and Wind. When no one voiced their objections, he told them to move out. While they were on the road, Neji said, Naruto, you seem to have more information on the Golden Dragons than anyone else. I think it would be best if you told us what you know, so we know what we're getting into. Naruto said the Golden Dragons are a bunch of bandits. They're made up of a bunch of missing nin, who usually controls the group. They're multinational, so it'll be hard to destroy the entire group. They completely control the black market in Kusa no Kuni. They plan on taking a hidden village, then another until they control them all. I infiltrated their base in Kaze when I was there, and I heard that they would try to take Kusagakure first since it's the closest. I also heard rumors that they were doing experiments on some people there. Sasuke heard their conversation and tuned in to listen, like most of the people on the mission. They were all intrigued to find out how Naruto knew the things he did. Sasuke cut into the conversation at that time, saying, well, we know that it wasn't a rumor now. When we went on that Kiano mission 2 months back, the people had weird powers. One guy could manipulate chakra to do just about everything he wanted it to. He could push something or someone who was nowhere close to him. He could pull them, and make a chakra shield around himself. I threw kunai and shuriken at him, and he stopped them in midair. Then he turned them on me and they almost sliced me to ribbons, and that was just what I saw when I fought him. Naruto said the guy I fought was almost twice as strong as me. And he moved faster than I've ever seen anyone else move. The only way I beat him was because I was faster than him. He said that their division was called Hydra. He also said that the guy that Lee's dad was fighting could heal from any injury without a scratch. If they can make an entire army like that, I don't think it would be possible to defeat them. Niji said, but you two beat them and you're just genin. Naruto said, Niji, here's a little advice. Don't make assumptions based on rank. When the Yandame was a Chunin, he had more power than the old man did in his prime. The Yandame took on an entire army by himself, won, and lived to tell about it. Trust me, ranking doesn't mean shit. Niji was about to object, but then he thought about it. Naruto had only been a genin for 2 months. Niji had been one for over a year. When they fought, Niji lost. It would seem that Niji would win since he had more experience, but Naruto wasn't an ordinary genin. When he thought about it, nobody on his or Naruto's team was normal. Niji said, you are right, ranking doesn't mean everything. But still, how did you defeat them? Naruto smirked a little and said, I do push-ups and sit-ups and drink lots of juice. I love that line from when Vegeta said it to Cell when they fought. I also trained my ass off until I passed out every. Niji was about to ask more questions, but he saw that Naruto didn't want to answer them. He let the topic drop, realizing that he wouldn't get anywhere with it. They traveled in silence, trying to get to the border as quick as possible. That night, they made it halfway to the Aimfire border. That night, Naruto, Lee, and Sasuke left their campsite to train. Before they started, Lee tried to go Super Saiyan again. He started summoning his energy again. He summoned it more and more, trying to become a Super Saiyan like his father, but as hard as he tried, he couldn't break through. But just as he was about to give up, he felt something. He didn't know what it was, but he went with it. He tried to call on it, but when he couldn't, he forced the power to come. Naruto and Sasuke were looking at Lee, trying to help him. They both felt that weird power, but Naruto knew what it was immediately. Naruto said, Lee, force out that power. Use everything you've got. That's it. Lee grabbed hold of the power and broke through the barrier keeping him from attaining Super Saiyan. He felt power flood his system and knew that this was the power. He looked at Naruto and jumped in the air. He yelled, I finally did it. I achieved Super Saiyan. Naruto and Sasuke were looking on at the spectacle in confusion. Sasuke said, Naruto, I thought you had pupils when you went Super Saiyan. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, you're right. Sasuke said, I know that your hair is supposed to change to blonde. Naruto said it should. I think I know what's going on. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on Lee's power level. He saw that it jumped incredibly. But it wasn't enough for Super Saiyan. Also, Lee's appearance was wrong. Lee's hair was still lavender, and was just blowing in the wind created by the aura. Also, his eyes didn't have pupils or irises. His body also had a yellowish glow to it. Naruto interrupted Lee's parade and said, Lee, hold up. Lee looked at Naruto and said, what? Naruto said, you didn't unlock Super Saiyan. Lee looked at Naruto with a puzzled face. He said, what are you talking about? I can feel the power, it's amazing. You guys said that I'd feel more powerful than I ever had before, and I do. There's no way that this isn't Super Saiyan. Naruto said, the transformation you're in isn't Super Saiyan. You partially unlocked it. You're in a false Super Saiyan transformation. Your power has been multiplied by 5. In a real Super Saiyan transformation, it's 50 times. What you unlocked was a small fraction of Super Saiyan power. You're on the right track, but just not there yet. After hearing out Naruto, Lee's head hung. He had been trying so hard and for so long. And just when he thought he had it, it turned out to blow up in his face. He felt so weak that he subconsciously dropped the transformation to false Super Saiyan. Naruto said, come on, Lee. Reaching this is a good achievement. You can use false Super Saiyan until you unlock the real one. Besides, you've unlocked 5x your normal power. That's something to be extremely proud of. Barely any Saiyans could unlock even 1/10 of the power we have right now. Before it was destroyed, the strongest Saiyan on planet Vegeta was your ancestor, King Vegeta, and his power level was just 50,000. You now have a power well over 1 million, and you're feeling bad? Do you know that most Saiyans would chop off their arms for the power you have now? You should feel damn proud of yourself. After hearing that, Lee's head rose up again. He sighed and said, alright then. Maybe I can access that mode again. Lee bent his legs again and started gathering energy. He felt the barrier that was holding him back, and tried to break through it again. He found that he was successful, but the power was fading quickly. Naruto felt the energy released by the false Super Saiyan form, and also felt it leaving him. Naruto said, Lee, keep a hold on the energy. You have to keep it in yourself before it leaves. Lee concentrated, and eventually, he was able to keep the energy in his body. It was 5x, just like last time. Naruto said, good Lee. Now let's see you put that energy to use. After speaking, Naruto charged Lee. He came forward with a punch, but with the added power from FSSJ, Lee was able to lean to the right and dodge it. Naruto came up with a left knee to his face, impacting with Lee's nose. Lee's head shot up in pain, but it didn't do much damage. Lee looked at Naruto and said, is that the best you got? Naruto came with a kick to Lee's midsection. Lee was able to block the hit, and then he blocked the punch that Naruto threw. Lee pushed Naruto out of his space, and then jumped forward. He turned in midair and came out with his left foot, yelling out Leaf Whirlwind. The foot impacted with the left side of Naruto's face. Naruto was knocked to his right from the attack, spinning in midair. Naruto went spinning in the air, but caught himself and levitated where he was, 1 foot from impacting with the ground. Naruto moved into the upright position and started shooting ki blasts at Lee. Lee was easily able to block and deflect each attack. Naruto thought to himself, damn, false Super Saiyan has really made Lee a better fighter. I can't land a single hit on him. Lee shot off towards Naruto, ready to attack him. He came at Naruto and did a Leaf Whirlwind. Luckily for Naruto, he was suspecting that and created an afterimage to leave there. Naruto reappeared behind Lee and shot a charged ki blast off at Lee. Lee saw the attack come for him, and he tried to deflect it. The attack exploded and he was hit. Naruto charged Lee again, going in for a strictly taijutsu battle. He punched Lee in his face, then in his chest, and then he kicked him in his face. Lee didn't attempt to block or dodge any of those. He took the attacks like they were taps. He punched Naruto in his face, making Naruto fall backwards. Naruto sat up and said, damn, that was strong. If you can learn to access that level of strength without the negative effects of Super Saiyan, you could really do some damage. You could probably do this mission by yourself. But come on, we gotta get some rest. After they made it to their campsite, they went into their tents and went to sleep. They were in for a world of trouble tomorrow, and they had to be prepared. Next day dawn, as soon as the first rays of the sun shined over the horizon, it was time to go. With a yell of youthfulness from Guy, the genin were up. They were out of their tents in 1 minute. Within 5 minutes the genin were all packed and ready to go. Well, all of them except Sakura. She still wasn't awake. After waiting for her to get up, they sent Tenten in there to wake her up. Tenten couldn't wake her up. Tenten came out saying, I can't seem to get her awake. Guy looked to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, doesn't she get enough sleep? Kakashi said, beats me. Guy turned away from Kakashi, looking off in the distance and thought. She's a genin now. She shouldn't be this heavy a sleeper. She should be able to wake up easily. Didn't Kakashi tell her that she would need to be able to do that? Guy gave a sideways glance at Kakashi, saying why didn't he? After Tenten tried again to wake Sakura up, Naruto said, move out of the way, Tenten. There's nothing like the heat and smoke of a fire to wake someone up in the morning. Naruto did familiar hand seals, then yelled out fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He let loose a huge fireball out of his mouth and Sakura's tent caught fire. He said, just wait. She'll come out soon. Or get burnt in the fire. Both options are winning for us. Before a minute passed, Sakura shot out of the tent screaming. When she looked back, she saw that everything she brought on this trip was burning. She was only able to get her rations before everything burned. She looked on in horror as her tent was burned. She then turned immediately to Naruto and tried her best to kill him. Naruto was dodging all her attacks, while laughing at her. He said, why are you attacking me, Sakura? I'm not the only one here who knows a fire jutsu. Sakura said, I know you did it because you did it the last time too. As she tried to hit him with a right hook, Naruto closed his eyes and dodged another hit, saying, yeah, I did do it then. And now. And I did it those other 5 times. Tenten looked on in disbelief. She then turned to Sasuke and said he set her tent on fire 7 times? Sasuke smiled and said yeah. All because she never woke up on time. You'd think that she'd either learn to get up on time, or buy flame retardant tents. Tenten narrowed her eyes in confusion and said, is that right? Sasuke said no, it isn't right for Naruto to burn her stuff like that. But he's trying to teach her that she can't stay asleep through a wake-up call like that. All he's doing is burning her tents. If there was a real fight, she'd be getting raped right now, and killed afterward. So while it isn't right to burn her stuff, he's doing it to teach her a lesson. Tenten sarcastically said yeah. Sasuke said it's either that, or Naruto takes pleasure in burning all her stuff. I think it's the second choice. Neji scoffs and said sure as hell seems like it. After her tent was done burning, Kakashi said come on guys, we're burning daylight and we gotta be there in 3 days and I don't wanna be late. The group moved out immediately, moving at full ninja speed, taking the trees. No one paid attention to Sakura's whining about her tent except Neji, Tenten and Guy. Guy looked over to Kakashi and said Kakashi, Naruto just burned Sakura's things. Are you sure you should allow them this much leeway? Kakashi huffed and said listen Guy, how you teach your team is different from how I teach mine. If Sakura doesn't get up at the right time and it was an enemy attack, she could die. I tried to tell her to wake up, but she didn't. Eventually, Naruto set her tent on fire. Guy said but Kakashi, burning her stuff. Doesn't that seem a little extreme? Kakashi said in a hardened voice. I would reprimand Naruto, but if it takes Sakura's stuff burning for her to realize that she has to get up when I say to, then that's what will happen. No questions asked? Guy closed his eyes and thought for a moment, somehow still able to hop on the trees. He said I understand why you're letting it happen, but I still think you're being a bit too hard. They're genin. Kakashi looked to Guy and said Guy, death doesn't spare people because of rank. Guy was about to say something else, but let the idea drop, not wanting to bicker with Kakashi anymore. Neji also had similar ideas, but he saw where Kakashi was coming from. She needed to learn not to act like a kid anymore, and she needed to grow up. Tenten was silent, though she was reprimanding Sakura in her mind. Kunoichi were degraded and thought of as weaker than shinobi because of women like Sakura. She concentrated on her looks and making herself look good. Tenten didn't have a problem with that, but Sakura's ninja skills suffered. She cared more about her looks than her duty to her village. Kunoichi like her were giving Kunoichi everywhere a bad rep and Tenten was tired of being thought of as weaker because she was a girl. That night, the boys tried more to help Lee. Lee was quickly getting used to the strain from his body, and having 5x his regular power surging through his body damaged it. But thanks to the natural scion ability of advanced healing, he was able to not only repair the damage, but strengthen himself little by little with the healing. Lee had been constantly activating and deactivating his mode to get better at accessing it. Naruto suspected that if Lee kept going at the pace he was now, in 2 weeks he could activate the powerful transformation with just a thought. Lee turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, how about a little spar? Naruto looked at Lee and said, didn't we spar last night? Lee smirked and said, not at Super Saiyan. Come on, I want to see where I stand against you. Naruto said, you sure, Lee? You could get hurt. Lee said, don't worry. Anything you can dish out I can take. Naruto said, you're gonna regret those words. Sasuke, who was there the entire time, said, good luck. Don't kill each other. I don't want to explain to the senseis about how you two dumbasses died. Song, Linkin Park, Points of Authority. Naruto concentrated, and reached out for the powerful and familiar power of Super Saiyan. He forced the power out, all in a span of 5 seconds. As soon as he transformed, Lee did also. In 5 seconds he also transformed. Without a warning, Naruto and Lee ran at each other. Naruto sent a punch at Lee's head, but apparently Lee had the same idea. Lee sent his left fist out, while Naruto sent his right fist. Their fists met in the air, with them pushing the other's fist in a bout of power. Naruto and Lee's legs were spread and bent, trying to make it easier to put their weight in the punches. Naruto was gaining the upper edge, so Lee decided something needed to be done. He brought his foot up and connected it with Naruto's temple. Backing up from the pain, Naruto accidentally dropped his guard. Lee immediately shot forward and hit Naruto with a leaf hurricane. Naruto was knocked away from the hit. Before he hit the ground, Naruto righted himself up and levitated off the ground. He phased out and reappeared by Lee and punched him in the chest. Following up, he delivered another punch and a kick to Lee's face. Lee was able to quickly recover and block a punch aimed at his chest. He then blocked another kick and ducked under another. He twisted around on the ground, yelling "Leaf Violent Wind," and swept Naruto's feet out from under him. Naruto fell forwards into Lee's foot. Lee yelled "Leaf Rising Wind," and kicked Naruto in his chin, sending him 20 feet in the air. Lee jumped up to Naruto's position, sending punch after punch after punch into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto was feeling so much pain from his chest that he couldn't counter when Lee went behind him. Lee then sent a roundhouse to Naruto's right side, then left side. He flew around to the front of Naruto, and then kicked him in his chest, sending him rocketing down toward the ground. Lee started flying toward Naruto, matching Naruto's speed of descent. He focused his energy into his right hand. His hand started glowing yellow. Lee was right on top of Naruto, and as Naruto hit the ground, he yelled Konoha Raiken, and buried his fist in Naruto's chest. His fist buried Naruto 10 feet deeper. Lee flew 10 feet in the air and started shooting ki blasts into the ditch. Sasuke saw this and whistled. He thought to himself, Lee ain't playing today. He's looking for blood, and Naruto's his target. The ki blasts Lee was firing at Naruto were uncountable. Each blast hit his point, further hurting Naruto. Lee then charged up a super ki blast and let it fly, hitting Naruto. The blast had an unforeseen side effect though. The blast exploded, rupturing the rock around Naruto. That blast set them loose, making them fall in and surround Naruto. Sasuke looked at what happened in shock. He looked at Lee and said, Lee, what the hell did you do? Lee said, the hell if I know? That was an accident. They both were worrying for their friend's safety, when they heard the ground start to shake. They then heard a primal yell. They looked at Naruto's makeshift grave to see yellow light coming out of it. They then heard a big blast as Naruto destroyed all of the rocks, breaking out of the grave. He charged at Lee, sending a punch right at him. The attack hit Lee, knocking him out of the sky. As Lee fell, Naruto charged up a charged ki blast and shot it at him. While falling toward the ground, the half-Saiyan recovered and touched down, just as the ki blast was coming for him. Lee caught the attack in one hand. He charged his own energy into it, and sent it back at Naruto. Naruto, thinking quickly, charged up another and sent it at Lee. The attacks collided in midair, destroying both. Lee charged at Naruto, disappearing and reappearing above him. Lee used a double hand smash and impacted it with the top of Naruto's cranium. Naruto was sent to the ground, impacting and creating a huge crater. Lee charged back down and was at Naruto's side in an instant. He threw 3 punches at Naruto's face. The first 2 were blocked, but the last one got through and connected with Naruto's face. As Lee was about to send another attack in, Naruto jumped backwards and shot off a ki blast at Lee's head. The blast connected, but it didn't do much damage to Lee. Lee shot off his own ki blast, and it almost connected with Naruto's face. Naruto leaned backwards and caught it with his right hand. Naruto focused ki into the blast, and threw it back at Lee. The ki blast moved faster, and the impact it made with Lee's chest was stronger. Lee was blasted backwards by the ball of ki, but he was able to stop himself. Lee charged up energy into his right hand and left index finger. His right hand shot off another ki blast. His left index finger was charged in case he needed to use a precise ki beam. Naruto was able to dodge the ki blast, but not the ki beam that immediately followed. It connected with his stomach and blasted him backwards. Naruto got up, but was met with a palm-sized ki beam right in the face. The attack knocked him backwards and scorched his face. Naruto landed and rolled backwards. He got up and phased out. He reappeared in front of Lee and punched him. Lee blocked, expecting a punch. But none came. He looked to see that it was a spectral transparent version of Naruto that punched him. He thought to himself after image. He charged energy into both of his hands, keeping a Gallic gun charged just in case. He started looking around for Naruto, not finding him anywhere. He looked left, right, in front of him, behind him. Lee started thinking about where Naruto would be when it hit him like a ton of bricks. He can fly. Lee looked up, but it was too little, too late. Naruto had fully charged up a Kamehameha wave and set it loose on Lee. Lee only had half a second to unleash his Gallic gun, and he did it. The Kamehameha attack rained down and collided with Lee's Gallic gun, too close to Lee for comfort. The shockwave of the 2 attacks hitting caused Lee to lose his footing. He slipped back, but levitated and caught himself. How his back was on the floor, pushing against the Kamehameha. The shockwave knocked Naruto back a little, but it didn't do much. As the attacks were pushing each other, Naruto thought to himself, it's time to end this. With a yell, Naruto summoned up the rest of his energy, forcing it into the Kamehameha. The attack engulfed Lee's attack. The only thing Lee could do was try to push it back more, but it didn't work. After the attack, Naruto was wiped out. He put most of his power behind that attack. That's why he hated using the Kamehameha. It was so damn draining. He touched down on the ground to see that Lee was getting up, severely bruised. Naruto said, "You okay, Lee? You're not hurt, are you?" Lee stood up, saying, "No, I feel fine." "What about you?" Naruto said, "Perfect. But we might need to heal our injuries." Sasuke said, "Maybe you two should fly back to Konoha. Go to the lab and sleep in the Regen tanks for the night. I'll tell everyone that you two just got tired and slept at the training ground. Knowing you two training dummies, they'll believe me. Naruto said, why don't we just use senzu beans? Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, didn't you say we might need them for this mission? It won't be good for them to all be gone because you two got crazy with your training. If you're not back by morning, I'm telling the others to leave you too. Naruto rolled his eyes and said okay then. Naruto and Lee then took off, rejoining the group in the morning. Sasuke did a little of his own training, then went to sleep. 2 days later, they had made it to their target. It was early morning, and when they got there, they met up with the Suna siblings. When the Suna siblings saw Naruto, they all had mixed reactions. Kankuro was a little jealous since he got his ass handed to him in their last fight. But he was happy to see Naruto as they really needed his help and he helped them out last time. Temari was ecstatic to see him again. Since she last saw him, her feelings for him grew and she wanted to be around him more. She was also interested in how strong he'd become. Gaara was also happy to see Naruto. He even let a small smile show. Since Naruto fought Shikaku, Shikaka had been showing something Gaara thought he would never see the Shikaka show. Fear. At their last staff duel, Naruto inflicted major damage to Shikaku. Even though Shikaku could regenerate, the pain got so bad that Shikaku could still feel the attacks and the hits long after they healed. From what Gaara could gather, Shikaku never wanted to go through that again, so he's been letting Gaara sleep, hoping that something like that wouldn't happen. If you're wondering why, Shikaku is an animal, plain and simple. And it's basic animal instinct to avoid something painful. His brain is better developed than other animals, so he knows what he has to do to avoid the pain. Naruto walked up to all the Suna siblings and have each of them a handshake. He then said to Gaara, hey Gaara, is your furry little problem causing you any trouble? Obviously knowing what he meant by that, Gaara responded, no actually. Since you gave me that medicine aka whooping, the problem has really gone down. I can even get some rest. Naruto said you'd still better be careful. The medicine is very special and I can't give it to you if I'm not there in enough time to help. Gaara said don't worry about it. Hopefully I can keep it under control. As Naruto and Gaara were talking, the other Konoha ninja familiarized themselves with the Suna siblings there. When Temari and Kankuro heard Naruto and Gaara talking, they gasped. Gaara was their brother, and never said more than 3 words to them. Yet he was holding a conversation with Naruto, a foreigner. Temari thought to herself, just what are you exactly, Naruto? Mato Guy came up and said even though you four want to get reacquainted, we don't have time right now. We need to know what you know about the enemy. Temari said, well, to be honest, we don't know much. We've been here for a week. We've tried to infiltrate the base, but every effort is stopped. They somehow find out about our spy, and we find his dead body in the streets. What we do know is their leader. His name is Midori. He's a missing nin from Kusa and was the personal bodyguard of Kusa's feudal lord. He wanted more money, so he broke into the feudal lord's vault and stole millions. Then he fled the country, and our info on him dried up. But suddenly he popped back up as one of the stronger faces of the Golden Dragons. We know he carried a sword, but we lost info on him 3 years ago. A lot could have changed. One of our spies was able to inform us that he still had a sword, but that's all he could get. We know they operate mainly in a chain of buildings. One is where they make weapons, another where they make drugs, and a bunch of other buildings for a bunch of other things. That's why we need Naruto. He was our spy on the inside when they were in Wind Country. We're hoping that he can infiltrate them again for us and get more information. And the fact that there's more people here than we expected, we could probably get more people in. Naruto sat on the ground and took a thinking position. He said we probably could do it. Me, Tenten, Lee, and Sasuke if he dyes his hair. Niji has the Byakugan, and with him, always wearing his headband, it might cause suspicion. Tenten, Lee, and me aren't from any clans so we won't be recognized. If Sasuke dyes his hair, they might not suspect he's part of the Uchiha clan. Sakura isn't that good at lying so she's not gonna be able to do it. Temari thought about it, and said that sounds about right. But if you do this, you need to know. This isn't as small as the one back in Wind Country. These guys completely beat the other ones not only in numbers but in skill too. You have to be able to keep your cover, all of you. If you slip for even a second, you could be killed. At Naruto's, Sasuke's, Lee's, and Tenten's nods, Temari sighed and said, well, if you're so adamant on it, we need their security schedules, their defenses, the weapons they use, and how many of them there are. They all nodded once again. Temari looked in their eyes and saw a determination to finish this mission. She said, okay then, they have a base a few miles from here. Naruto said, why don't we just walk in and destroy their base? That would seem like an easier thing to do, Sasuke said, because unlike you and Lee, all of us aren't one-man armies. We need to figure out how to cause as little deaths as possible. Naruto fake pouted and said okay. We'll get the information you want. But it might not be easy. Temari said, come on, I'll show you where the base is. Temari walked out of their base, with Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, and Tenten following them. When they were outside, Naruto picked up Temari in the bridal carry and took to the skies. Lee did the same to Tenten, taking to the air. Sasuke followed them into the air, taking directions from Temari. The 5 people touched down 300 yards from the stronghold of the Golden Dragons. It was very far away from the nearest town, and was isolated, so they didn't have to worry about anybody snooping on them. Seeing it, Naruto whistled and said, damn, that's a big place. They have like 50 buildings linked together. How can we possibly bring them down? Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, I'm seriously reconsidering your idea of blowing it all to hell. How are we gonna infiltrate them? Temari said, whoever comes into the group is put through an initiation test. You guys are gonna go through that. After that they'll let you in. But you have to go to the nearest town first. You have to find their undercover recruiters and fight someone from the town. Then they'll approach you with the offer of joining their group. Except, then you will go through the initiation test. Tenten said, I guess we'll have to leave our headbands with our senseis. If we take them, we'll be figured out faster. Naruto grabbed Temari and flew towards their base, with Lee, Tenten, and Sasuke going after him. When they got there, they dropped Temari off with their headbands. She told them the directions to the nearest town, and they headed there on foot. Before they got there though, Naruto stopped Sasuke and pulled out a spray can from his back pocket. Naruto took off the bandana on his forehead and told Sasuke to cover his eyes with it. When Sasuke's eyes were completely closed, he sprayed his hair with the spray can. When his hair was all blue, he took a washcloth out and started wiping away the part of the spray can that got on Sasuke's skin. After Naruto made it look like it was real, he took his bandana back and they kept going. When they got there, Tenten said, guys, do you know how we're supposed to draw attention exactly? Sasuke said, we could vandalize some stuff and fight the cops. That'll get around town quickly. It'll most likely get to their recruiters quickly. Lee said, that sounds good. I've been wanting to blow some shit up. Tenten said, we can't use jutsu though. If we do, it'll cause too much suspicion. Naruto said, and ninja weapons like kunai and shuriken are left everywhere. If we use those, no one will get suspicious. Lee said, but what about our key attacks? Tenten said they might be related to jutsu. You 3 can't use them. Naruto said, that sucks. At least I can raise my spirits by kicking some ass. Lee said, so do we steal money from the shops or just go in and break stuff? Sasuke said, we might as well make a little money off of this. After we get the cops' attention, we run to the center of town and fight them off. That'll draw a lot of attention. Lee said, let's do it then. The foursome walked toward the nearest store and entered it. The guy at the front of the store said, hello? How may I help you? Naruto came forward and pulled out a kunai. He held it to the man's throat and said, yeah, you can empty the cash register. With the kunai at his throat, the man couldn't do much but follow what they said. He opened the cash register, and Tenten grabbed it all. She stuffed it into an unmarked storage scroll and left. The other followed her. Before they left, one of the people in the store who saw what happened grabbed a broom and tried to hit Naruto in his back. Naruto sensed that the man coming, but he didn't do anything. He let the attack hit him in his back, the broom shattering. Naruto wasn't fazed by it in any way. He turned around and stared at the man. He mentally said to the Kyuubi, send a little chakra to my eyes. The Kyuubi did just that, making Naruto's eyes become blood red with a black slit for the pupil. The transformation was seen by the man as he was looking into Naruto's eyes. The man freaked out and stumbled and fell backwards. Naruto let loose an evil chuckle and followed his friends out. They did the same routine at each store and soon had over $20,000. After about 20 stores or so, the cops finally found them. They had just robbed another store and were walking out when the cops came out. They told the 4 to put their hands where they could see them. Naruto said, let's go. And they left, completely ignoring the police. They ran down an alley and found a ladder to the top of a building. They went up the ladder, the police hot on their tails. One of the policemen pulled a shuriken out and threw it, but Tenten pulled out a kunai and easily deflected it. She kept on moving, the others behind her. They traveled across the rooftops, hopping from one to another, making it look like they were amateurs at it. They kept undershooting their target, having to grab the ledge and pull themselves up. When they did make it, they fell or rolled over on purpose, making it look like they didn't know what they were doing. As they were moving, they were drawing major attention. They had everyone in the city looking at them. They also had the cops following them. When they made it to the center of town, they found themselves surrounded by 5-0. The pig said, you got 2 choices? The easy way or the hard way. And I'm hoping to God you choose the hard way. Naruto smirked and said, well then, your prayers have been answered. Attack. At Naruto's command, the foursome pulled out kunai and went to town on the cops. Naruto ran and jumped in the air. He had 2 kunai in his hands, which he threw at the arms of 2 cops. The cops grabbed their arm in pain as Naruto came down and kicked both of them in their heads, knocking them out. He grabbed the kunai out of their arms and looked at the next targets. The next cops both pulled out kunais. One came at Naruto in a downward strike aimed for his head, while the other went to stab Naruto in his chest. Naruto jumped backward, dodging the attacks. He then jumped forward and kicked a cop in their chest. Next, he ducked under the horizontal slash aimed for his neck, then punched the cop in his nuts. When the cop fell to his knees in excruciating pain, Naruto grabbed his head and drove his knee into it. The cop slipped into unconsciousness and didn't get back up. Lee dodged the attacks from the cops, but he let the faster ones hit him on purpose to keep the illusion of not being a ninja. Lee eventually got tired of fighting the cops and dodged their next attack. When he did, he grabbed the guy's arm to keep him in place. Lee then moved to the guy's head and smashed it into the ground. He stood up, only to dodge the next attack from the cops. He stepped on the guy's foot, then pulled one of the guy's legs up, forcing him to hit his head on the ground. Lee then kicked the guy in his head, knocking him out. Sasuke smirked and countered an attack from a cop. He dodged another attack, then grabbed the kick that a cop tried to hit him with. He pulled the guy in a circle, then let him go, making him fall to the ground. Sasuke then jumped on him, grabbing his foot. He held the end of the foot in his left hand, while the heel was in his right. If you've ever heard of Kurt Angle, you know what's coming up soon. Sasuke closed his eyes and twisted the guy's foot. He felt the bone snap in his hand. He heard the guy scream out in pain. Sasuke got back up and went back to fighting. He dodged a punch, then grabbed the arm. He forced the arm straight. He then put his palm on the outside of the elbow. Sasuke brought his hand back, then forced it forward, breaking the man's elbow. Seeing his arm bend at an impossible angle, the man screamed, then passed out from the pain. Tenten was using her kunai from a distance. She grabbed a kunai, then threw it at a cop. The kunai got lodged in the man's arm, causing him to scream in pain. Tenten then ran forward, jumped, and kicked the guy in his face. She clipped a man behind her, then stuck a kunai in his foot. She kept following this pattern. After they took out the majority of the cops, Naruto started looking around. He saw that more and more cops were coming. He realized that they wouldn't be able to keep their disguise if they fought all of them. Naruto looked over at the group and yelled retreat. Naruto and the others all got out of there. As they were running, Naruto grabbed a few smoke bombs out of his pouch and threw them down. The plume of smoke that came up easily gave him and the others a great cover to disappear. When Naruto and the others were out of deep water, they rested a little bit. They were in a dark alley, so no one could see them. While they were recovering, they were visited by someone. He had on regular-looking clothes, but the look in his eyes told them that he was anything but an average Joe. He said, "I saw what you four did to those stupid cops." Lee narrowed his eyes and said, "What about it?" The guy said, "Oh, I don't want trouble. It's just that my boss saw what you did, and he's interested in letting you join." Tenten came up and said, "Join what?" The guy smiled and said, "One of the biggest crime syndicates in the world. You'll easily make double what you're making now. And you'll be able to do a lot more damage." Sasuke smirked and said, "Tell your leader we'll join." The recruiter smiled and said, "Good, now come with me." The four followed the recruiter. He took them to the far side of town. He took them inside a rundown old warehouse. They looked in there to see a bunch of octagonal stages resting 10 feet off the ground on steel poles. The octagonal stages were caged off, leaving no exit except the 2 doors that were locked. The octagonal rings were completely white all around. Naruto looked around and said, "What the hell is this?" The recruiter laughed and said, "Well, not everyone can join. We only accept those who can pass this test. Basically, you're caged off in there with 15 other people in a free-for-all. The last one standing joins. Whoever isn't, well, let's just say that they better be able to swim." Naruto thought, "It's a fight to the death. We can't go through with it." The Kyuubi said to Naruto, "It is. But just hope that you guys get different cages. There's 10 different cages. Just hope that you guys don't get the same one." The man said, "Listen." Crazy hair pointing at Naruto, "You're fighting in cage 1. Naruto let loose a sigh of relief. He thought, good. We can still go ahead with the plan. Naruto started walking away, going to the cage he was assigned to fight in. The recruiter then continued. Girly pointing at Tenten, "You're in cage 5. Tenten left the boys, going to the cage with a big 5 on it. The recruiter then assigned Lee a cage. Purple hair pointing at Lee, "You're in cage 7. Lee then left, telling Sasuke good luck. Duck ass pointing at Sasuke, "You're in cage 4. Sasuke grumbled and said, "Piss off," and walked toward the 4th cage. When they all got to their cages, they saw that there were other people there too. Others started pouring in more and more. There were 2 others dressed in a white and black vertically striped shirt and black pants. When the clock hit a certain time, They opened the doors and the people were allowed into the octagonal rings. When the recruiters gave the signal, the referees closed the doors and locked them. Song D12, My Words Are Weapons. The fighting immediately began. Each person faced another person. Naruto saw each of those people start throwing punches at one another. Naruto also saw one of the people coming after him. Now, Naruto could have stayed with that guy and fought him. But Naruto wanted to have a little fun. When the guy got close to Naruto, Naruto blocked the punch he threw at him, then Naruto kicked him in the chest. When the guy fell down, Naruto hopped on top of him and let a little bit of his real strength show. He started punching the guy in his head. He hit him with a left punch, then a right, then another left, and kept alternating. Soon, the guy was bleeding where Naruto was punching him. Naruto then stopped and turned to other people. He ran forward and jumped in the air. The two guys who were fighting were running at each other and were about to hit each other. Naruto timed it perfectly and let both of his feet out in a butterfly kick, nailing the two men in their chins. Naruto landed perfectly in between the two guys, with both of those men looking at him in anger. Naruto smirked and put his hands out with the palms down. He then turned his hand to his palm facing up and made a come here signal. The two guys narrowed their eyes and charged Naruto. When the men were 2 feet away, Naruto extended his left fist into that guy's face, and extended his right leg at the same time into the other guy's stomach. Naruto turned to the guy on his left and connected his fist with the guy's mouth. Naruto then whirled around and extended his left foot, connecting with the temple of the guy who tried to hit him. Both guys hit the ground. Naruto walked away from those two and started looking for another fight. If he looked back, he would have saw the guy that was on his left get back up. The guy's mouth was hurting like a motherfucker, but he was able to absorb the pain. He crawled toward the center of the cage, where weapons started falling down. The guy grabbed the 5-foot staff that fell down in the middle of the ring and stood up. He then charged Naruto. While Naruto was looking for a fight to interfere in, he felt a small tap. He turned around to see one of the guys that he beat. The guy was holding a broken staff in his hands. Naruto narrowed his eyes and punched the guy in his gut, using a small percentage of his strength. The guy backed up in surprise and hit the ground in sheer pain. Naruto then saw that one fight had escalated and joined 2 other fights. There were now 6 guys fighting off. Naruto smirked and went towards that fight. He tapped one of the guys on their shoulder. The guy turned around, sending a punch to Naruto. Naruto caught it easily. He then kicked the guy, making him fall in the middle of the ring. Naruto then went to the next guy and punched him in his back. The guy fell forward on one knee in pain. Naruto walked around the guy until he was in his face. Naruto drew his foot back and extended it into the guy's face. The fighter flew back like a rocket. 2 other guys saw what Naruto did and they went for him. The 2 came to a silent agreement. 2 would fare better against Naruto than they would alone. They both started attacking Naruto. Naruto dodged a punch from one guy, but the other person came and kicked Naruto in his chest. Fortunately for Naruto, his skin was very hard, so he barely felt the hit. The person who kicked him felt a sharp pain from his foot. Naruto kicked the guy in his chest, bending the man over. Naruto grasped the guy's head and planted his fist into it. Naruto sighed. These guys were just too weak for him to have fun fighting them. They were just regular thugs or punks. They didn't have enough power to actually give him a fair fight. The guy just broke his foot on Naruto's chest. Naruto ran forward and punched that guy in the chest. The guy then blacked out. Naruto then turned to the guy with the broken foot. Naruto jumped and twisted 360 degrees in the air, bringing his right foot up. He then sent it crashing into the guy's head, sending him toward the other side of the ring. Naruto turned from his fight to see all the other competitors looking at him. The guy screaming in pain must have drew their attention. They must have saw him take those other 2 out with a single hit. Each of them turned on Naruto. Naruto thought to the Kyuubi, I guess my little fun is over now. The Kyuubi said, end this already? Just show 10% of your true power, and these guys are history. Naruto did as the Kyuubi said and let 10% of his power show. He saw the guys moving in and was easily able to defeat them. The other 10 fighters all attacked him at once. One of them tried to tackle him, but Naruto put his fist out and the guy cracked his skull on it. Another guy came up and punched Naruto in his face. The guy's fist caved in irregularly, and he started howling in pain. Naruto jumped up and kicked him in his chest. He then punched one of the guys in their chest, then another. Soon, everyone was defeated, with Tenten. When the referees locked the cages, Tenten looked around. Each of the guys started looking at her lecherously. She scowled and thought to herself, useless fuckers. Always thinking with their hormones. Well, they'll find out that this cat has claws. Lame as hell I know, don't bug me about it. Tenten watched as each of the guys started coming after her. Tenten jumped over all of their heads and landed on the other side of the cage. She opened a pouch and pulled out a kunai. She then threw it at the necks of one of the guys. The guy grabbed his neck in surprise and pulled the kunai out. Big mistake. When the kunai hit, it punctured his jugular vein. But the kunai was stopping the bleeding. When he pulled it out, he caused the blood to come out. One down, thought Tenten. He passed out in a second, everyone knowing his fate. Tenten pulled out 2 more kunai and let them fly, both hitting their target. 3 down. The men who saw her all started getting mad. One of the guys said, "What the fuck are you doing, you bitch?" Tenten said, "It's a survival match, dumbass." "What do you think?" One of the guys smirked and said, "She sure does have a mouth, doesn't she?" Another guy said, "Anybody got something to plug that up?" At that, all the guys said, "I do." The guy then said, "Well then, let's do it." The guys moved toward her more. Tenten started backing up a little. There was no way that she could take 12 fully grown guys at once. She pulled out another kunai and sent it flying. It went flying into the crowd of men, slicing one guy's wrist. The gash went down to the bone, severing his artery and vein there. The guy howled in pain, grabbing his wrist. 4 down. Tenten started scooting around the cage more and more. The guys all got closer, scaring Tenten more and more. Tenten considered using one of the summoning scrolls she had and getting a weapon. "Don't think like that," thought Tenten to herself. "If you bring out a weapon, it might give away the fact that you're a ninja, but I'm too limited to win this. What can I do?" That's it. Tenten jumped backwards, putting a lot of distance in between her and the potential rapists. She bent down and felt her pants leg. Eventually, she found a little slit. She thought to herself, "There it is." Tenten pulled a black sheath with a handle out of the slit in her pants. Tenten thought, "Good thing I strapped that to my shin in case of something like this." Tenten pulled the handle of the blade out of the sheath. It turned out to be a sleek 10-inch dagger. I bet 200 of the people reading this expected me to say dildo or something. Tenten turned to the guys to see that they were looking a little scared. Tenten pulled out a kunai, smirked, and charged the guys. She jumped in the air, throwing the kunai at one of the men. It hit its mark, sticking in his neck. Tenten slashed the dagger out, catching one guy across his neck. She bent under a kick and pulled another kunai out. Another guy tried to punch her. Tenten leaned back, avoiding the punch by inches. The weapons master in training brought her dagger and kunai around, slicing the vein and artery of the man's outer forearm. She crouched down and turned around, clipping the man. He fell to his side, his head hitting the octagonal stage, knocking him unconscious. 7 down. Tenten turned to another guy and sliced his throat. She blocked another guy's punch with her left hand. She then brought the kunai around and stabbed it into the man's forearm. The blade reached all the way to the bone. Tenten then forced the kunai onward, cutting more and more flesh until it got to the elbow. She then pulled the blade out. The guy yelled in pain, grabbing his forearm. Tenten jumped and kicked the guy in his head, knocking him out. Tenten then ran toward another guy with her dagger and plunged it in his belly. She then dragged it down, cutting and tearing at his inner systems. She then stopped and pulled out the blade. 9 down. She sensed another guy was coming up from behind her. Tenten turned to her right a little, letting a kunai soar out and stab the guy in his throat. The guy then immediately dropped. Tenten ran at the next guy and pounced on him. The guy fell on his back. Tenten brought her dagger around and plunged it into his heart. She stood up and threw the kunai at another guy. The kunai sailed forward, but the guy moved his head out of the way a little bit. But not entirely. The kunai sliced his neck a little, making him leak blood. Tenten ran after the guy, slicing him through his neck. 12 down. Tenten looked around and saw that there was only 3 guys left. Tenten reached for her kunai pouch, hoping to end this quickly. But then she didn't feel any more kunai. She mentally cursed herself, "Damn, I knew I should have taken more kunai." Tenten ran toward one of the last standing guys and tried to slice him with the blade. The guy leaned his head back, dodging the slice. The guy came forward with a punch, aiming for Tenten's head. Tenten rolled forward and stood back up. She turned around and plunged her kunai into the back of the guy's neck. If the guy lived, he would have been paralyzed for the rest of his life. 13 down. Tenten saw another guy charge at her. She waited until he was right on her, and brought her foot up into his chin. She then stabbed him in the chest with the dagger. She looked around for the last guy, but he was too close for her to do anything. He knocked her down. He smiled and stared at her lecherously. Tenten took her dagger and pointed it at him. The guy thought, "What the hell is she doing?" Unfortunately for him, he didn't know one of the special abilities that Tenten built into the blade. One was making the blade stainless steel, so it can cut through flesh. Second, was make the blade unbalanced so it would be easier to carry. Third, was to make the blade spring-loaded. With a small burst of chakra, she could make the blade rocket out and hit someone, and that's what she did. She shot the blade out, and the blade buried itself in the guy's throat. Tenten got up, wiping the sweat from her brow. She saw that the refs unlocked the cages and she scrambled out, ready to get the fuck out of there. With Lee Song, D12 fight music. When the referees closed the gate, Lee dodged the kick that came his way. Lee blocked another punch that a person sent his way. The next punch, Lee caught the fist in his left hand. The guy tried to pull back, but Lee held on strong. Lee brought his right knee up and buried it in the guy's chest. The man dropped to his knees in pain, his fist still in Lee's hand. Lee switched the grip, holding the man's fist in his right hand. The genin brought his left hand up in a karate chop position and aimed it at the guy's elbow. The guy, realizing what Lee was about to do, tried even harder to pull his fist back. He even tried to use his other hand to punch Lee, hoping to make Lee drop his grip. Lee didn't pay any attention to the hits. He put his hand on the guy's elbow and drew back. He brought it forward quickly, about to break the man's arm. The man screamed in pain, but Lee slowly tapped the man's arm. Lee chuckled to himself. He did it again, psyching out the guy. The third time Lee did it, he brought his chop down with true speed, breaking the man's arm. The guy screamed and howled in pain. Lee just kicked him in his head and sent him to La La Land. Lee looked around and saw that everyone else in the cage was fighting someone else. Lee looked at each fight to see which one he should jump in, and found one. He ran forward, jumped in the air, then drop-kicked a guy whose back was turned. The guy stumbled forward and hit his head on the cage. Lee looked to the other guy and saw that he was about to kick him. Lee grabbed the kick and threw the guy to the cage wall. The guy slid off the wall face down. Lee picked the guy up by his head and proceeded to slam his head to the cage wall. Lee kept doing that until he saw blood start to come out. Lee turned around and saw that other than the three he fought, 2 others were down. Lee saw one of the remaining men pick up a chain. He snuck behind a person who was too immersed in their fight, and he brought the chain around their neck and strangled them. Lee walked to the center of the cage and saw a staff. Lee picked the staff up and went to a random person in the ring that was fighting. Lee brought the staff around and connected it with the back of the guy's head. Lee hit the guy so hard that he busted the staff on his head, knocking him out. Lee walked to the guy he was fighting and punched him in his stomach, sending him to the ground. The former spandex-wearing ninja turned to another fighter and ran at him. Lee jumped in the air and twisted. Only in midair did he realize his mistake. Damn, I'm not supposed to use any ninja techniques. Luckily, Lee caught himself and didn't say the name of the attack like he usually does. He hit the guy with the attack, sending him rocketing 10 feet to Lee's right, knocking himself and 2 other guys into the cage wall. Lee thought to himself, I hope no one saw that. Lee looked around to see that all eyes were on him. He also saw that the guy he dropkicked into the cage wall and the guy he punched in the stomach got back up. He cursed himself out in his mind and muttered, I need to watch what I do. Lee saw that 4 of the remaining guys put up defenses and start to walk towards him. Lee knew that they were gonna try to fight him, so he waited until they were upon him. The 4 guys circled him, about 2 feet from Lee, each waiting for another to make a move. The guy on Lee's left started first. He tried to land a punch on Lee's face. Lee sensed him about to hit him, and Lee easily leaned backwards. The guy threw his entire weight behind the punch, so when Lee dodged, he started stumbling forward. Lee rose his left knee up and connected it with the young man's stomach, making him fall to the ground clutching his abdomen. Lee saw the guy on his right tried to kick him in his head, while the guy in front of him backed up somewhere. Lee ducked and kicked the man's leg out from under him. Unfortunately for the guy, his balancing leg was kicked backwards and his kicking leg was still traveling where Lee's head was at, so the guy fell into the splits, crushing any chance he had to procreate. The guy screamed out in pain, forcing Lee to kick him upside the head, knocking him out and ending his pain. Lee stood back up facing his former right, only to lean back as the guy on his new right tried to take his head off. Lee was about to attack the guy, but the guy who was in front of him came back with a staff. While Lee was still leaning back, the guy brought the staff around and struck Lee in the face. The blow didn't hurt at all, but it had enough force behind it to knock Lee to the ground. The man on Lee's left tried to kick Lee in his face, but Lee saw him and grabbed his foot. Lee then switched his grip until he had the man's heel and toes in his grip. Lee then twisted his hands 180 degrees, crushing the man's ankle bones. Lee rolled backwards onto his knees, then stood up from there. Lee brought his right foot around in a crushing kick, knocking the man's nose out of place and knocking the man out of consciousness. Lee immediately went on the defensive as the last guy came forward and started hitting Lee with a barrage of kicks and punches. Lee could easily block this guy's hits, but looked at the remaining 2 people and saw that they were starting to come after him, both of them carrying a staff and a steel pole. Worse, the guy who he kneed in the stomach a little bit earlier got back up. Lee got into a serious fighting position seeing that there were 4 more people. Worse, they were all armed. Instead of waiting for them to attack, Lee ran at the guy in front of him. He jumped and brought his left hand back. The guy he was currently about to fight had a staff in his left hand. He swung the staff, but Lee brought his right arm up and blocked the staff, leaving he guy wide open for the punch to his face, sending him to sleep. Lee looked behind him to see a guy with a steel pole come up. Lee ducked under the steel pole and hit the unfortunate person with an uppercut right to the chin. Lee then kicked him in his chest, forcing him backwards and making him drop the steel pole. Lee picked up the 3-foot-long pole and connected it with the guy's head. Lee brought the pole up in a guard to block the steel pole that one of the last guys tried to hit him with. Lee pushed the guy's pole back and kicked the guy in his chest. Lee jumped forward and kicked the guy in his chest again, knocking him into the ring. Lee was about to turn around, but he was hit with a staff. Lee turned to the last person and threw the pole at his head. The guy easily went down. Lee walked toward the doors and got out of the cages, leaving 15 grown men wondering how the hell did they get beat by a little kid. Lee walked out of the cage to see that Sasuke and Tenten were already done with Sasuke. Sasuke saw the referees close the doors and knew that it was time to kick some ass. Instead of waiting and letting someone attack him, Sasuke decided to start. He ran at a random person and kicked them in the chest. The person got back up and started to attack him. The man threw a left punch, aimed for Sasuke's head. Sasuke brought his right arm around in a block, knocking the punch off course. Sasuke then brought his right arm back around and backhanded the guy across the face. Sasuke brought his right foot around and connected it with the guy's hip. He then retracted his foot, but snapped it back up and connected it with the guy's head. Sasuke turned around and saw that another person was coming after him. Sasuke blocked the guy's punch. The guy brought his foot around and kicked Sasuke in his face. Sasuke twisted in the air and hit the ground. Sasuke then felt the guy punching him in the face. Sasuke was able to push the guy off of him, but the guy got back up. Sasuke ducked under the guy's punch and swept his feet from under him. Sasuke hopped on top of the guy and focused chakra into his fist. He then punched the guy in the forehead. Sasuke then got up, knowing that the guy wasn't getting back up anytime soon. Sasuke looked to see that 5 other people were knocked out also. The other people in the cage were fighting with weapons. Sasuke took a head count and only counted 15 people. The 5 that were knocked out. The 2 he knocked out. And the others that were still awake, including himself. Sasuke turned around and activated his Sharingan by instinct. He saw a guy with a staff about to smash it into his head. Sasuke jumped to the side, barely avoiding the weapon. He ran forward and kicked the guy right in the face, knocking him into the wall of the cage. Sasuke picked up the staff, getting a feel for it. Sasuke ran forward, ready to attack with the staff. Thanks to the Sharingan being activated, Sasuke could see the guy punch at him in slow motion. Sasuke ducked under the punch, and brought the staff around and hit the guy in his stomach. Sasuke then brought it down on his head. Another person came from behind him and tried to punch him. Sasuke ducked and tripped the guy with the staff. The more people that tried to fight him, the more people were dropped. Eventually, Sasuke defeated them all until he was the only person left. He calmed down and deactivated the Sharingan and left the cage. He got out to see that Tenten was already done with her fight. Naruto got out of his cage, surprised to see that the others were done too. Tenten and Sasuke were sweating a little, but they looked fine. Lee looked like he didn't do anything. There were other people standing there also, who Naruto guessed were the winners of the other cages. A random person working at the warehouse came to them and said, "Good, you all pass. Follow me to the back. There, we'll leave for the base. Don't leave anything here, 'cause you won't get it back." The 10 people followed the recruiter to the back of the warehouse. There, they all snuck out of the city and started the long trek to the base of the Golden Dragons. The 10 people walked to the base, glad that the fighting was over. Unfortunately for them, their entrance had just begun. While they were fighting, they were being watched by random people. And when they left the warehouse, the random people got together and started talking about them. One of the guys said, "What do you guys think of the fighters?" 6 people gave generic comments about the fighters they were supposed to watch. The other 4 were assigned to Naruto, Tenten, Lee, and Sasuke. The guy assigned to Naruto said, "There's something up with that kid. He fought with a style I've never seen before. He knocked all the guys out." The person watching Tenten said, "The girl is a master marksman. She's really good with those throwing knives. She killed a bunch of people with them. She also had a dagger strapped to her shin. She pulled it out and killed the rest with it. There's something about her too. She had a bunch of kunai on her. Why would she?" The person watching Naruto said that girl and 3 other guys were found together. "They might be spies." The guy assigned to Lee said, "I think they are. The way that kid fought resembles the strong fist fighting style. He even used a signature move from it, but didn't call out the name of it. The only master of the strong fist style that's still alive is Mado Guy. So now we know that they're from Konoha. The guy assigned to Sasuke said yeah, and that kid I was assigned to is an Uchiha. The person assigned to Naruto said you're sure. The guy assigned to Sasuke said yes, I'm 100% positive. I fought an Uchiha before and I'll never forget how the Sharingan looked. That boy activated the Sharingan, I'm sure of it. The guy assigned to Tenten said that makes 4 spies from Konohagakure. And one of them is the last Uchiha. This could be fun. After they succeeded in the free-for-all to enter the Golden Dragons, the 4 teens were settling in at the base of the Golden Dragons. While on the way there, Naruto told the others about his experiences at their settlement in Wind Country. He said that the place was run down, and looked like the leaders were dead broke. Unfortunately for them, this was nothing like the Wind Country one. These people didn't play. As soon as the 4 ninja got there, they were put through hard training. They were given a training regimen that they were forced to follow. They were only given 5 hours of sleep. All the food they ate was healthy. This place was trying to get them into the best shape of their lives. They were also being put through something that reminded them of the Konoha Shinobi Academy. The people were being taught how to disable an opponent. The place was teaching how to hold and throw kunai and set explosive notes. They were being taught a basic style of taijutsu. This place was a knockoff of a ninja training facility. The amount of similarities were astounding. When Tenten pointed out the similarities, she started wondering why the place was like that. Sasuke answered gravely, they're preparing for a war. The fact that they were preparing for war needed to be told to Guy and Kakashi. At the end of that first day, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin and told it to go to the Suna siblings' base and tell them what he found out. Leaving the base himself was too dangerous for him to do. The officials at the base randomly checked people's rooms to make sure that they didn't sneak out. It was too much of a risk for Naruto himself to sneak out, so a Kage Bunshin would have to be enough. He gave the shadow clone a lot of chakra, so the clone could use a henge and transform into some random person. That way, if the clone was caught, someone else would be to blame instead of himself. Also, with all that chakra, the clone could use some of his speed to get out. When the clone told Guy and Kakashi about what he found out, Guy and Kakashi were shocked. They just infiltrated an army training facility. If they were caught, they would be killed without mercy. Kakashi said to the clone, the genin can't get caught. If they do, they might as well kiss their asses goodbye. They have to realize the seriousness of the situation. Also, tell Naruto and the others to be quick about getting their information. The clone said, alright Guy-sensei. I'll tell them that. The clone then turned around, ready to go back to the base, when it was stopped by Guy. Guy said, why don't you just dispel? The clone looked at Guy and said, if I do that, then the boss won't know what you guys said. Then they might mess up and get killed. Guy then got a confused look and said, but don't you know that whatever? The guy then turned to Kakashi and said, you didn't tell him? Kakashi inwardly groaned, knowing what Guy was talking about. But he feigned ignorance and said, tell him what? Guy narrowed his eyes, showing how serious he was. He said, you know what I'm talking about. The learning effect of the Kage Bunshin. Naruto has known that jutsu for what, 3 months, and you still haven't told him the learning effect. The clone said, what are you guys fighting about? Guy turned from Kakashi and said, the learning effect of the shadow clones. Whatever the shadow clone reads, sees, or hears is returned to the original person when the clone is dispelled. The clone looked to the ground and muttered that would explain a lot of things. Anyway, thanks for telling me that, Guy-sensei. The clone then dispelled, its remaining chakra and the memory of the conversation returning to the original Naruto. Naruto, realizing what he didn't know about his favorite jutsu, smiled to himself and muttered jackpot. Immediately, Naruto made 16 Kage Bunshin. He gave them all a lot of energy. Then, all but one Kage Bunshin did the transformation jutsu. They turned into small little pebbles. The clone that didn't henge picked them up and then disappeared. 10 minutes later, Naruto got information from the Kage Bunshin. The memories were of the Kage Bunshin dropping the pebble Bunshin on the guards around the base. The clone dropped as many as it had, then dispelled. Naruto did the same thing again, and again until he got all the guards. Naruto chuckled a little to himself. With those Kage Bunshin latched onto the security guards, we can hopefully find out something about the security schedules. Naruto thought no more and fell to sleep. The next day, Naruto started meeting the people of the compound. He saw many faces that he could henge into that night. He then found that they only had 20 minutes to eat. Also, with Naruto's enhanced metabolism, he needed more food than they gave him. But Naruto was forced to make do with what he had. As a matter of fact, he didn't even need to eat the food. On the road there, he ate a senzu bean. They feed a regular person for 10 days, and they would feed a scion for that long also. But the problem was that if he got into a big fight and exerted himself too much, he would become hungry again, but he hadn't got into a fight, so he didn't feel hungry. Hopefully it would last him till the end of this mission, but he had a sneaking suspicion that it wouldn't. All that day, Naruto would walk around to each class. Then he would slip a pebble bunshin on a teacher so he could hear all they said. That night, his pebble bunshin dispelled, giving Naruto their information. Naruto smirked. Thanks to his pebble bunshin, he found out the entire security schedule. When they dispelled, he pulled out his map of the place. He marked the places on the map where the security guards were stationed. Looking at the map again, Naruto saw that some parts of the compound were off limits. He made 2 Kage Bunshin to search them. He made another Kage Bunshin to deliver the map to Guy and Kakashi. The clone with the map was told to check out the top of the building and see if they had any defenses. The clone was to then mark on the map where they were. The 3 Kage Bunshin then took off, doing their jobs. When they dispelled, Naruto got the information of what was at the restricted places. There was an armory there filled to the brim with kunai, shuriken, and swords. There was also armor there. Also, there was another room that was locked. The clone couldn't get in there. Naruto then made another clone. He told this clone to hop on the next person that went into that door. But until then, henge into a pebble. He also got the memory of the kunai and shuriken volleys on the roof. There were only 8 though, so they must have been expensive. The next night, Naruto got the memories of that clone. The clone hopped on a guy. The guy turned out to be someone who moved boxes around. He wheeled the boxes around. The only useful thing Naruto got was a symbol that said Hydra on it. Over the next 2 days, Naruto found out a lot of information. He found out the leader of this part of the Golden Dragon operations. Unfortunately, there were 3 people who led this one. All 3 were jounin before they left their village. Even worse is that each came from the Leaf Village. The leaders were Tanbo Tobitake, Shinobu Mifu, and Hamaki Mimura. Tanbo was the leader of their Wind Country sector. Shinobu was the leader of their Bird Country settlement. Hamaki was the leader of the Rain Country sector. When Naruto told them that, the jounin said that they should be on their toes. If they weren't careful, the mission could be blown to hell in a handbasket. 6 days after being at the compound, Naruto and the gang were in the cafeteria of the fortress. They were sitting on the ground in a circle, talking about the plan for destroying their fortress. While talking, Naruto's eyes suddenly looked glazed over. The others had seen that look a lot of times. It was the look that came over Naruto's face when he learned something from a dispelled Kage Bunshin. They also realized that he wouldn't say anything until his mind processed all the information. 5 seconds later, he came back. He muttered, "That's not good." The others heard him say that, and they turned his way. Tenten asked him, "Naruto, what happened?" Naruto said, "One of my Kage Bunshin dispelled. The information is crazy." Sasuke said, "What did the clone see?" Naruto looked at the ground, sighed, and said, "My shadow clone saw someone I fought against in the octagonal ring." Sasuke got a confused look on his face and said, "What are you talking about?" The guy said they were gonna be killed. "You sure that your clone didn't see someone who looks like him?" Naruto said, "My clone saw him in the medical wing. We'll have to see for ourselves." Tenten said, "The only way to do that is for one of us to get hurt." Naruto turned to Lee and said, "Lee, punch me in the face." Lee got a surprised look on his face and said, "What?" Naruto said, "You have to try and break my jaw. You do that, and we'll have an excuse to go to the hospital. When I'm getting checked out, Lee can get past the doctor and check the medical wing and see for yourself." Lee said okay, and focused ki to his left fist. He then punched Naruto inches from his jaw, breaking the jaw. Sasuke and Tenten then went and picked up Naruto. They then walked toward the medical wing, Lee behind them. The 2 genin went through the door, and the doctor sighed. He said, "What happened to him?" Tenten laughed a little and said, "Sparring accident. Broke his jaw." The doctor then started doing medical jutsu on Naruto's jaw. The jutsu was taking all his concentration, so he didn't see Lee run past him to the rest of the wing. Even if he was watching, he wouldn't have seen Lee. Lee moved around at super speed, checking everywhere. He found a door that was locked. Lee stopped moving at super speed for a second, focusing energy into his index finger and making a thin little blade. Lee used the thin blade to melt the lock. He opened the door and sped into the room. In that room, every opponent they faced in the octagonal ring was resting up. Lee ran out of the room, reappearing for a second to make sure the door was closed. He then ran to the nearest bathroom and stayed in there. 5 minutes later, he felt his friend's key signatures going out of the medical wing. He rejoined them when they walked away from the hospital, Naruto eating a senzu bean and healing his jaw. Naruto said, "What did you see?" Lee said, "Every opponent we faced. The initiation test was a sham." Naruto said, "They probably did it to test our fighting styles. And to see if we would use something that would single us out as spies." Sasuke said, "This isn't good. I used the Sharingan in my fight. I activated it by reflex and I only realized that the Sharingan was on after the fight. Lee said I accidentally did the leaf whirlwind. I didn't call out the name of the attack though, and I hope that they didn't hear me. How bad is this, guys? Naruto said very bad. Naruto then got the glossed over look in his eyes. He then muttered, and it's about to get worse. Sasuke said, what did you see? Naruto answered gravely, I saw those 3 assholes we fought at Kiano. Kenji, Ryu, and Toguro. They're by the restricted section. A couple days ago, I saw a Hydra symbol somewhere in there. Tenten muttered, you're right. It has gotten worse. What do you think it means? Naruto said, I don't know, but I know that I was able to put a beetle Kage Bunshin on the guy who is the head of the R&D department when he came out for lunch. Hopefully I can connect some dots with the information I'll get tonight from that Bunshin. Lee said we have to report this to Guy and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said true, but we'll have to wait until tonight. There's too many people about during daylight. Later that night, Naruto did what he said and made a Kage Bunshin to send to Kakashi. But before he did, the Kage Bunshin he had on the head of the R&D department dispelled. Seeing the problem, Naruto said shit out loud. Kage Bunshin's life. The beetle Kage Bunshin was laying on the head of the leader of the R&D department of this base. The man's name was Albert Weskier, and he was checking up on their newest project. The Kage Bunshin hadn't gotten any good information yet. The most that he heard was about the nutritional value of the food they served and the physical shape of the newest recruits. Most of the stuff was useless, until that afternoon. That afternoon, the clone heard Weskier talking to another person. Weskier said, how are the new additions to the Hydra division coming? The person, who the clone guessed was the head in their development, said they're coming along nicely, Weskier-san. In 2 days they'll be ready to be the new additions to the Hydra division. Weskier narrowed his eyes and said 2 days. Why that long? The head of development said, well, they already have enhancements, but it will take 2 days for them to take full effect. Over the 2 days, their enhancements will steadily grow until, in 48 hours, their enhancements will be completely manifested. Weskier said, good. I suspect that there will be some use for them soon. The clone's eyes widened as far as they could in the beetle henge. New additions to the Hydra division. That is nowhere near good. 5 new people, on top of Kenji, Ryu, Toguro, and the 3 missing Nin. The guys aren't gonna be good at 11 on 11. The clone then dispelled, giving Naruto its memories. They couldn't happen. He sent the Kage Bunshin on its way to Guy and Kakashi and waited for the information. When the Kage Bunshin dispelled, Naruto heard what they said. Guy said, an army in training? 3 Jounin level missing Nin. 3 psychos with special abilities and 5 more on the way. We can't let them fight those guys alone. We have to tell them to abort the mission. Kakashi said, we can't, Guy. The Suna trio are counting on us to help them get rid of this place. Guy started getting pissed and said Naruto and Sasuke are already known by those 3 guys. If they're found out, they could be killed. We can't let them go through with this. Kakashi said, we still have to take that place down though. Guy exploded and said, we'll do it later. Right now, we have to get them out. Kakashi said, yeah, we do? Tell the original Naruto they have to pull out. The clone dispelled, giving Naruto the memories. After reliving the clone's life, Naruto started to move. He made 3 clones and sent them to the other's room. The clones moved at super speed to go to the other's rooms. Luckily, they were all located in the same hall, so the clones didn't have to go far. They woke the genin up and explained the urgency of the situation. They all agreed with him, and decided to leave when Naruto gave the signal. Naruto made another clone and had it check the guards. Luckily, the guards weren't paying that much attention, so the clone was able to knock him out. Since it was 3 hours until the next shift, they had a 3-hour window to get the hell out. Naruto gave the signal, which was flaring his chakra 3 times in quick succession. The others got the message and started to run out of their rooms. When they met up outside Naruto's room, they left together. Naruto said, Lee, pick up Tenten. We have to leave right now. Sasuke, can you keep up? Sasuke said, I'll have to. Naruto then said, then let's go. The 4 ran at super speed for the exit. Twisting and turning through the hallways, the 4 genin barely dodged the watchmen who checked people's rooms. 5 minutes after they left their rooms, an alarm started going off. Naruto cursed, thinking shit. They must have found out we were gone. The QB said, or maybe someone saw you and snitched. Naruto said to the group, we have to move. We were found out. The 4 stepped up their speed, forcing Sasuke to focus chakra to his legs to keep up with the 2 half-scions. When they made it out, they thought they were free, but all of a sudden, they were knocked off of their feet. They went tumbling forward, knocking each other down. Hearing a chuckle, the 4 genin got up, turned around, and assumed fighting stances. There, they saw a short and a taller man wearing black vests with black t-shirts underneath. They had on black ninja pants and black sandals. Their headbands had the head of a dragon on it. The shorter man had a goatee and black hair hanging down to his neck. He also had a scar over his left eye like Kakashi's. The taller man had his hair pulled back into a short ponytail. The taller man also had a single diagonal scar on his cheek. Sasuke saw the two and cursed out loud. He said, "Damn it. I thought we wouldn't run into you guys. Ryu and Kenji. Where's Toguro?" Ryu didn't know how much Naruto and the others knew, so he didn't say anything about the new recruits. He said he's teaching. He sent us here. We should be more than enough to handle you four. Naruto said, "You so sure about that?" Kenji smirked and said, "Yeah." Naruto countered with, "We can flatten you two easily. Me and Sasuke did last time and we've only gotten stronger since then." Kenji said, "And what do you think we've been doing? We've gotten upgrades since the last time we fought. By the way, I gotta thank you for showing how fast you were. Thanks to you, dumbass, they gave me a speed enhancement. I'm faster than you could ever believe." Naruto chuckled and said, "No matter how many upgrades you get, you'll never be as good as us. We wiped the floor with you punks easily. There's no way you can beat us." Ryu snarled at them and said, "Wanna bet?" Naruto said, "I'm taking Kenji. One of you guys get Ryu." Naruto then rushed at Kenji. Kenji saw him coming and took off towards Naruto. Kenji led with his right fist. Naruto brought his left arm up to block. All of a sudden, Kenji's arm seemed to disappear. Naruto then felt a super-powered punch to his stomach. He looked down to see Kenji's left arm in his chest. Naruto could only widen his eyes in shock as Kenji disappeared again for a split second. After Kenji disappeared, Naruto felt like he was kicked in his head. Naruto was knocked back 10 feet from the pain. Before he landed on the ground, Naruto flipped in the air, standing back up. He looked to see that Kenji was standing there smirking. Naruto thought to himself, what the hell is up with that? How the hell was he moving faster than me? Naruto got back up and disappeared. He phased out and ran toward Kenji. Kenji smirked and disappeared again. When he reappeared, his fist was sticking out in midair. Naruto reappeared a second later, his face being punched by Kenji's fist. Kenji then disappeared and reappeared, Naruto being knocked back again. Naruto got back up, still confused. Kenji then disappeared, moving toward Naruto. Naruto blocked the punch that Kenji tried to hit him with. Seeing this as his only advantage, Naruto punched Kenji with his unoccupied hand, then hit his chin with an uppercut. While Kenji was dazed, Naruto twisted and kicked Kenji in the face with his heel, knocking him 10 feet away. Naruto then pushed his advantage as far as he could. He charged up ki in his hands, then started letting off an innumerable amount of ki blasts, each aimed at Kenji. When they impacted, they started exploding, throwing up a smoke screen. Not letting up, Naruto kept firing into the smoke screen, hoping he was hitting Kenji. After shooting into the smokescreen for a few seconds, Naruto cupped his hands together, shooting off a supercharged ki blast. The ki blast sailed forward, letting off a huge explosion. With Sasuke and Lee, after Naruto started fighting Kenji, Sasuke turned to Lee and said, "Which one of us fights him?" Lee said, "You fight him. Whenever this Toguro douche decides to come out, I'll take him." Sasuke shrugged and took off towards Ryu. Ryu immediately sent a wall of chakra his way. Sasuke didn't see the attack coming and got knocked backwards by it. Doing a few backflips to recover, Sasuke landed on the ground and charged again at Ryu, remembering to turn on his Sharingan. He saw Ryu pull another hand back, gathering chakra into it. Sasuke saw the attack coming and threw kunai at Ryu. The kunai stopped 5 feet from Ryu and dropped to the ground. Ryu then started chuckling. He said, "Like that? Now I can use my powers without using my hands." Sasuke cursed as Ryu moved his hand forward, blasting a wall of chakra at Sasuke. The Uchiha jumped in the air over the wall and started doing hand seals. As Sasuke finished the seals, he had landed on the ground. He said, "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." He shot 10 fireballs at the short Hydra member. Ryu heard Sasuke say the name of the jutsu and put up a shield to block the attack. The shield held, deflecting the flaming balls of death. Sasuke cursed, thinking, "I forgot he could do that." Sasuke started running at the chakra dome, dodging Ryu's attempts to knock him back. Sasuke eventually made it to the chakra dome and started to punch it. Ryu started chuckling, saying, "That's your plan. How stupid are you?" Sasuke didn't pay the midget any attention and kept punching the dome. Sasuke saw that this wasn't getting him nowhere, so he focused ki in his fists and started hitting the dome again. After continuous punches, he guessed that something had to give, and he was right. Although Sasuke couldn't tell, each punch he was giving was weakening the dome. Ever since he started punching, Ryu had to apply more chakra to that part of the dome to replenish what Sasuke destroyed. When Sasuke started adding ki into his punches, he was weakening the dome faster than Ryu could strengthen it. Ryu concentrated his chakra and, with a mental command, forced a wall of chakra to push Sasuke back before he destroyed the dome. With Sasuke being knocked back, Ryu started to strengthen the dome. Seeing that as a lost cause, Sasuke ran at Ryu again, shooting ki blasts at his dome. The dome held, completely unfazed by the blasts. Sasuke tried to do it again, but didn't have the opportunity. As Sasuke was about to blast off another volley, Ryu made chakra blades in the shape of swords and sent them to Sasuke. Cursing, Sasuke jumped over the attacks. Sasuke looked at Ryu and said, "Is that the best you got?" Ryu chuckled and said, "No, I got a lot more." Sasuke was confused at what he was about to do, but didn't have any time to ponder, as he felt something stab him in his back. He widened his eyes in pain, then passed out. Ryu had brought the chakra swords back around and stabbed him in his back. Lee ran to Sasuke's aid as soon as he saw Sasuke fall. He grabbed Sasuke and put him on his stomach so the blood wouldn't leak out as much. Lee turned to Ryu and narrowed his eyes in anger. He said, "Now you have to deal with me." Ryu did his signature chuckle and said, "Oh really? How will this fight be different from the one I was just in?" Lee said, because unlike Sasuke, Ryu didn't hear Lee finish since Lee had phased out. Lee reappeared behind Ryu and wrapped his hand around Ryu's neck. He lifted Ryu into the air. He then finished his sentence. He said, "I won't lose any sleep over killing you." Lee then threw Ryu to his left, Ryu skidding on the ground. Ryu stood up, only to see that Lee had phased out again. Not wanting to get choked again, he threw up a chakra dome. Lee appeared in front of the chakra dome, scaring the hell out of Ryu. Lee brought his fist back and punched the chakra dome, damaging it. Lee kept punching the dome, damaging it more and more. Ryu started chuckling, saying, "Didn't your friend already try that?" Lee narrowed his eyes in anger, but then he got an idea. He smirked and said, "So you want to see something new, huh?" Lee jumped back, and then started doing backflips to increase the distance between himself and Ryu. Lee then started to concentrate, calling for the power that he had discovered days ago. With a grunt, Lee forced the transformation, calling on the power of false Super Saiyan. But something was different. For some reason, his aura looked different. It looked more intimidating. The fiery aura of Super Saiyan was more prominent, but not completely there. It was like Lee unlocked more of the power of Super Saiyan, but not all of it. Also, his hair was blowing more, like a stronger force was present. He also felt his muscles bulge more. Lee felt the power rolling off of him, but didn't pay it any attention. Lee looked at Ryu to see him sweating a little. Lee smirked, saying, "What's the matter, Ryu? You did say that you wanted to see something different, didn't you?" Ryu glared at Lee and said, "It doesn't matter what form you take. You'll never defeat me." Lee smirked and said, "Never say never." Lee then disappeared, faster than ever, with Tenten before Lee jumped into Sasuke's fight. Tenten was on the side, watching the fights. She was at first about to jump in, but Lee said to her, "Don't. I'm sorry to say this, Tenten, but you'll only get hurt out there. These guys are too strong for you to take on." Tenten said, "What do you mean too strong for me? You guys are fighting them, I can too." Lee said, "No, Tenten, you can't." Tenten looked at Lee and said, "Why? Because I'm a girl? I am so tired of people thinking I'm weak because I'm not a guy. That's just stupid." Tenten then started looking at the fights, seeing which one she could help in. Lee grabbed her by her shoulders and said, "Listen to me. It's not because you're a girl. It's because you don't know how to do the things the three of us can do. If you don't know them, then you'll only die out there. I'm your friend Tenten, and I care for you. I'm not gonna let you go out there and get yourself killed." Tenten looked Lee in his eyes and was about to tell him to piss off, but she saw something in his eyes. She saw that he was really concerned. He didn't want to see her get hurt, so he was holding her from going into the fights. Lee said, "If you really want to help us, Tenten, stay over here and stay alive." Lee turned to Sasuke's fight to see Sasuke bleeding from his back. Lee ran over there, to the aid of Sasuke. Tenten could only stand there watching Lee fight Ryu, with a small blush on her face. As she was watching Lee's fight with Ryu, it dawned on her that Lee wasn't the same. Ever since he met Naruto, he became a different person. He didn't follow Guy blindly anymore. He didn't act as annoying. He started acting more like a leader than a follower. And although she hated to admit it, she kinda liked it. She watched Lee's battle with Ryu, cheering him on in her mind. When she saw him transform, she gasped. That was like Naruto's transformation in that tournament weeks ago. She saw the aura flare out more. She saw his lavender hair start blowing more. She also saw his muscles bulge out. His chest muscles were threatening to rip his muscle shirt to pieces. He looks so hot in that. Wait, what did I just think? He doesn't look hot in the muscle shirt. He'd look hotter with it off. Wait, what? Tenten was having an internal battle with her emotions watching Lee fight Ryu. With Lee reappeared behind Ryu, scaring him. Lee disappeared again. He reappeared and punched the dome, scaring Ryu again. Ryu fortified his dome, only for Lee to punch it again on the opposite side. Every time Ryu would fortify one part of the dome, Lee would punch another point, scaring Ryu. Ryu was filled up with rage. This wet behind the ears genin is playing with me. I'll show him I'm not one to play with. Ryu then concentrated, and with a yell, pushed his dome out, using it like his push attack in a spherical blast. As Lee was about to hit the dome was pushed out, catching Lee in the blast like Ryu wanted. The force of the push knocked Lee backwards towards Tenten. When he got back up, he ran towards Ryu. Ryu used his hands to aim chakra knives at Lee. Seeing his hand move, Lee phased out of the way of the blades, reappearing at Ryu's right. Ryu used his hand to send a wall at Lee. Lee easily dodged the attack. As Lee was 3 feet from Ryu, he was forced backwards by a push. Lee got back up, thinking where the hell did that come from? Lee didn't have time to ponder that question as he felt himself being stabbed in his left arm by something. Ryu gave his signature chuckle. He said, I realized something. The only way you were able to dodge my attacks was because I was using my hands to do them. Now that I'm using my mind, you can't see them coming. Lee was about to move, but couldn't as he was stabbed in his right leg. Lee felt another blade enter his right arm, shooting pain up his spine. Although Lee didn't see it, another blade was going for his left leg. As Ryu was about to send it, he was interrupted by a yell of Uchiha's duplicity. Ryu looked to his right, seeing Sasuke standing. While Ryu was wondering why Sasuke yelled out Uchiha's duplicity, a small red ball of ki was traveling the distance between the two. Ryu didn't notice the tiny red dot until it was too late. By then, it was 5 feet away from him, putting him in the range of the explosion. The attack detonated, causing a huge explosion and kicking up a lot of dirt. But the attack did its job. It knocked Ryu 20 feet away, burning the front of his body. He was blasted backwards into the side of the building, and was knocked unconscious. Sasuke smirked and said very weakly, payback's a motherfucker, ain't it? Sasuke then passed out, the strain from using that attack along with the pain from his back too much for him. With Naruto. As the smoke was clearing, Naruto felt a small ray of happiness, hoping that Kenji's dead body would be there. That ray was misleading though. When the smoke screen cleared, there stood Kenji, not a scratch on him. Kenji laughed outright, saying, was that supposed to stop me? Naruto's eyes widened in sheer shock. He stammered out, how did you dodge all those attacks? Kenji smirked, saying, how I did it was easy. One of the augmentations I got allows for it. I can force my body to move up to 40x faster for a short period of time, making your attacks move at a snail's pace. And now that I'm faster than you, and stronger, there's no way you can win. Naruto narrowed his eyes, saying, we'll see. Naruto charged Kenji also running toward him. Naruto's eyes couldn't keep up with Kenji moving at super speeds. Kenji closed the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Naruto blocked the kick he threw, and countered with a punch across the jaw. Naruto punched Kenji a second time in the chest. Kenji blocked the punch, disappearing and reappearing with his foot in Naruto's face. Naruto was knocked back, using his power of levitation to regain his bearings. Naruto thought, damn it. He's faster than me now. What the hell am I supposed to do? Power doesn't mean shit if I can't get a hit in. Naruto saw Kenji running at him at super speed. Naruto lifted himself up to the skies, barely missing Kenji's punch. As Kenji passed, Naruto lowered himself. He blocked the punch Kenji sent his way and countered with a knee to the stomach. Kneeling over from pain, Kenji was grabbed around the waist by Naruto. Naruto lifted Kenji into the air, taking Kenji up above the clouds. Naruto repositioned Kenji so Kenji was below him. Naruto then started flying towards the ground as fast as he could. Ignoring Kenji's punches, Naruto kept speeding to the ground. As he was closing in, Naruto closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact. When it came, Kenji took all of the impact. Naruto was going so fast that he flew them 10 feet into the ground. Naruto flew out of the ditch. He spread his legs and cupped his hands by his right hip. Charging the blast full of power, Naruto started chanting Kamehameha. The blast flew down the ditch, illuminating the night sky and the ditch. After expending 20% of his power, Naruto cut off the attack, panting. He was leaking blood from his arm, his face, his stomach. Just about everywhere he was hit, he was bleeding from. He felt that he couldn't take another step, but knew that he couldn't rest now. Looking for the others, he saw Tenten tending to a wounded Lee and Sasuke. Naruto flew down to them, saying, what happened? Tenten said that short guy with the goatee almost killed them. That's what happened. Naruto was about to say something, but felt a small prick on his back. He turned around to see a mini-army of people standing there, ready to fight them. Naruto turned back to Tenten and said, if we stay here, they'll finish what Ryu and Kenji started. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Naruto concentrated, putting up a ki shield to protect the four. The army started running at the shield, surrounding them. They all pulled out kunai and other things from the armory and started hammering at the shield. Naruto muttered, damn, we don't have a lot of time. He raised his voice and said, Lee, can you fly? Lee chuckled weakly and said, Yep. Naruto said, Good. You take Tenten, I'll take Sasuke. We'll heal you too when we get free. Naruto walked over and picked up Sasuke. Naruto said, Let's go. Naruto dropped the shield, taking off to the skies with Lee behind him. They made their getaway, leaving everyone else behind wondering how they did it. 10 minutes later, 10 minutes after making their escape, Naruto and Lee touched down at the spot where they met the Suna trio. After a few minutes of wandering, they found them. Seeing the condition of Sasuke and Lee, everyone started panicking. Naruto said, Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up, except Sakura. She said, Sasuke-kun? Naruto, you monster. You just couldn't accept the fact that Sasuke-kun loved me. You're always in the way of my love. You probably killed him, you demon. Hoping that I would run to you. If Sasuke-kun dies, I promise I'll kill you. Naruto set Sasuke down, ignoring Sakura and taking a pouch off of his belt. Naruto opened the pouch, revealing senzu beans. He popped one in Sasuke's mouth and handed one to Lee. He then ate one himself. Immediately, he felt the power from the senzu bean heal him. Looking at Lee, he saw Lee start standing up more, looking stronger than ever. He also saw Sasuke sit up from his near-death state, taking a huge breath. He heard Sakura yell Sasuke-kun. She ran up to him, only to be tripped by a stray strand of sand that mysteriously rose from the ground. Gaara was whistling innocently with a halo over his head. Neji was able to fight back his shock enough to say, What the hell happened out there? Naruto said, Those 3 bastards from Konoha were there. We only fought 2 of them. The short one, Ryu, got Sasuke in the back with something. He must have gotten Lee with them too, because Lee's wounds looked the same. Temari said, But you said you defeated them before. Naruto said, We did. We didn't kill them though. The bitches ran before we could deliver the final blow. Worse, they got upgrades. Kankuro said, How bad are the upgrades? Naruto said, At first, one of them, Kenji, was stronger than me. The way I defeated him was because I was faster. Now I'm stronger than him. But he has some weird speed thing he does. He said that he forces his body to move at super speeds. He's gotten so fast I can barely tell where he goes. Sasuke said that Ryu guy. Before, he could only use his powers when he used his hands. Now he can do it just with his mind. The only reason I'm not dead is because I can see the attacks with my Sharingan. Lee said these guys aren't anything to take lightly. We didn't see the Toguro guy, but he must have gotten stronger like the others. Also, there's 5 other people with medical enhancements. They're gonna be ready in 2 days. Temari said, Well then, we'll just have to attack before then. Gaara said, I agree. We can't wait. Guy said, We attack tomorrow night. Sasuke, can you get rid of those kunai turrets on the roof? Sasuke said, Sure. Kakashi then looked at Lee and said, Can you try to destroy the place where they're holding the new Hydra recruits? Lee said, I can. But I think that they'll increase security there since we just broke out of there. Naruto said, Kakashi, that won't be any good. Kakashi then turned to Naruto and narrowed his eyes. That black-haired Uchiha wannabe always got in his way. Now he thought that Kakashi's plan was flawed. Kakashi said, Why wouldn't it be any good? Naruto saw Kakashi's eyes and glared at Kakashi. He felt the anger behind Kakashi's glare and knew that Kakashi still had that ignorant hatred for him that he always had. Although he didn't like Kakashi for trying to end his shinobi career at every step, he tried to bury the hatchet. He would never look to Kakashi as a sensei, but he was willing to forgive Kakashi for what he did before. But the fact that Kakashi still had that hatred for him was making it hard for Naruto to resist digging up that hatchet and taking Kakashi's head off with it. Naruto said the head of the Hydra development said that they already have their enhancements, and that the enhancements will grow to fruition in 48 hours. If we attack tomorrow, they'll still be ready. Also, Kenji and Ryu said that Toguro was teaching. Who do you think he was teaching? Guy said this isn't good. What will we do? Kankuro said, Isn't it obvious? We go in there and kick their asses. Naruto turned to everyone and said, Okay, now we'll have to decide our opponents. With the 5 new recruits, there's 11 of them. And there's 11 of us. We don't know their abilities, so we'll have to assume the worst. Me, Sasuke, and Lee will take Kenji, Ryu, and Toguro. We've faced 2 of them before and we're best suited to. What about the other 8 guys? Kakashi was said I can take Tanbo Tambitake and Shinobu Mifu. Guy said that's good. I'll take one of these new guys and Hamaki Mimura. What about the other 4 new guys? Lee said Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, Tenten, Neji, and Sakura. Can you guys take those 4 new guys or hold them off until we can help you? Gaara said we'll have to. Sasuke said good. After I take out those kunai turrets on the roof, I'll take Ryu. Temari said Naruto, didn't you also say that there's an armory there? Naruto said yeah, what about it? Temari said I think we should blow that place up before we do anything. If we keep their weapons intact, they'll use them against us. We destroy them, We won't have to deal with bandits with weapons. Naruto said that's right. I'll destroy the armory while Sasuke takes out the kunai turrets. Sasuke said yeah? And me and Lee will start to cause property damage until the Hydra come out. Naruto said good. We'll blow the place to hell after we take out the Hydra. Lee grinned and said that's gonna be my favorite part. Tenten smiled a little and said yeah. Hopefully you'll be alive to participate in it. Lee said hopefully. Guy said good. Now everyone to bed. We'll need full strength for the fight tomorrow night. 22 hours later. 22 hours later found the 11 ninjas staking out the building. They were on the side of the building closest to the armory. It was decided that Naruto's and Sasuke's particular jobs should be taken care of as quickly as possible so that he can fight Kenji and Ryu. Sasuke and Naruto were levitating above the building, waiting until the time was right. Looking around to see that the guards had just switched, Naruto charged up a ball of energy in his hands. He then dropped the ball, letting it explode in the air, giving off a flash of light. That flash of light was the signal to begin. As soon as he sent the signal, Naruto started concentrating power into his hands. The energy took on the familiar glow of his ancestor's signature attack. Naruto pulled his hand back, and then threw it, yelling Riot Javelin, and aiming for the armory. The attack sailed forward, crashing through the roof of the armory and exploding. Sasuke charged up 2 super ki blasts and shot them at 2 of the kunai turrets he could see. He then took off, flying above the building toward the other ones, shooting as he went. Each blast he did destroyed the turret and weakened the roof so the remains would fall through the roof, further damaging the place. When he was done, he regrouped with everyone. Seeing that the other 2 had done their part, Lee powered himself up and shot a huge yellow ki beam at the building. The blast hit the wall, went through it, and everything else standing in between it and the other side of the building. With those walls bearing the weight of the place, a huge part of the roof caved in. Smirking as Sasuke and Naruto touched down, Lee said if that won't draw their attention, nothing will. Just like they planned, it drew the attention of the people. When the smoke from the armory disappeared, there stood 11 people. 2 were Kenji and Ryu. Toguro stood in between them with the same scar on his face that he had the last time they met. The scar went from the top right of his forehead to the bottom left of his jaw. Toguro also looked like he put on a little bit of muscle since they last met. Also standing with them were 5 people with black pants on. They also had black vests with black shirts underneath and with a black headband with a dragon on it. From their clothes it was obvious that they were the new additions to the Hydra division. The last 3 were all wearing Konoha headbands with a slash through the leaf symbol. All of them had on generic jounin clothing. Tanbo, though, had gauze wrapped around his forehead and scalp. Shinobu had black hair that hung down to his neck. Kenji said well, if it isn't Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi Hatake, Neji Hyuga, Tenten, Rock Lee, Mato Guy, and Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro of the Sand. How are you all? Naruto's eyes widened. Kenji knew their names? But how did he? Naruto never recalled telling them their names, so how did he find out? Toguro smirked seeing the confused expression on Naruto's face. He said, I bet you're wondering how we know your names? Your villages have serious holes in their defenses. A few fake IDs and listening to the words on the grapevine will get you a lot of info. Ryu did his signature chuckle, saying we knew Kakashi and Guy before because of Tanbo, Shinobu, and Hamaki. They left the village before these others became genin, but what they knew of Konoha's defenses was enough for us to infiltrate your village. For such a strong village, your defenses are completely crappy. Naruto turned to the jounin, seeming to ignore Ryu's statement, and said, can we kill them now? Guy said, I thought you'd never ask. Naruto smiled a little, and then dashed towards Kenji. Following him, Sasuke dashed towards Ryu and Lee dashed towards Toguro. Guy and Kakashi disappeared in a shunshin, reappearing behind the enemies. Kakashi kicked Shinobu and Tanbo in the back, knocking them forward. Guy took Hamaki and randomly selected one of the new recruits to fight. The rest of the genin and the new recruits started to battle. With Naruto, Naruto took off for Kenji immediately, not taking any chances. He took off at full speed with his fist cocked back. When he got close enough, he punched Kenji in the face. Or he would have if Kenji didn't use his special ability. When the fist was 2 centimeters from Kenji, Kenji activated his speed ability. With that, Naruto's punch looked like it was moving in slow motion. Kenji easily hopped to the left a little, avoiding the punch altogether. When he stopped his ability, Naruto missed his punch altogether. Since Naruto put his weight behind that punch, he was teetering off balance. Kenji smirked and kicked Naruto in the back of the head, sending him into the rubble of the building. Kenji smirked and disappeared after him. When Naruto stopped himself and turned around, he saw Kenji coming after him. Naruto flew upwards, making Kenji's attack miss completely. Naruto touched down again, only to see Kenji right in his face. A split second later Kenji smirked, and Naruto's chest just exploded with pain. Being blown backwards from the pain, Naruto was hit yet again by Kenji. When he caught himself, Naruto shot a ki blast at Kenji, which easily hit. Naruto dashed at Kenji, trying to press his advantage, but every punch was blocked. Trying a kick, Naruto missed it. He then saw Kenji smirk again, and felt the pain again. He was blown backwards yet again and landed on the ground. When he tried to get up, he felt a weight on his chest and Kenji appeared there. Kenji then started to punch him in the face at super speeds. Feeling every punch, Naruto couldn't do anything. He was completely pinned, and if he didn't do anything soon he'd have his head bashed in. Focusing power all around his body, Naruto let the power explode out in a wave of ki. The wave knocked Kenji off of him and blew some of the roof off. Levitating in the air, Naruto tried to think of a way out of this. He can't fly so he can't hit me up here. But I can't hit him either because he'll just dodge. We're at a stalemate. But if watching TV shows all the time told me anything, it's that the bad guy won't hesitate to hurt one of your friends to get at you. Clenching his fists, Naruto focused all his power and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Touching down, Naruto dashed at Kenji, and Kenji used his ability to dash at him. They met in the middle, punching the other in the jaw. The force from the punches knocked them both back 50 feet. They recovered from the punches, and dashed at each other again, meeting in a split second. When they met in the middle, Kenji saw Naruto going for a punch to his jaw again. Kenji maneuvered out of the way and punched Naruto in the stomach. Only, the punch went through him. Kenji looked at Naruto, and saw that what he thought was Naruto was becoming transparent. What he didn't see was Naruto making an afterimage before the attack landed. He ran behind Kenji and started to charge up a ki blast. Shooting the attack at Kenji, Kenji was knocked forward and crashed into a wall. Naruto then took off after him, aiming a punch at Kenji's face. Kenji blocked the punch with his left forearm easily, but then felt like every bone in his arm became jelly. Flinching from the pain, Naruto punched him again, busting through the wall. Chasing after him, he aimed yet another punch at Kenji's face. Kenji moved his head out of the way. He tried to kick Naruto in his face, but the attack was blocked. Naruto tried to punch Kenji in his chest, but Kenji jumped behind him. Naruto then kicked Kenji in his face, knocking him back. He went through 2 walls before crashing on the floor. Naruto thought he did say that he could only do that for a short period of time. If I can hit him when he comes out of the super speed thing, I may be able to defeat him. With Sasuke, Sasuke charged Ryu after Naruto took off. Activating his Sharingan and dodging the chakra blades, he started thinking up a strategy to destroy the barrier. That barrier always comes up. I need to get past it. But I don't know the Shunshin. That's the only way I can think of to get past that. Dodging another volley of chakra blades, Sasuke started doing hand seals. When he finished, he extended his right arm to his side with his index and middle fingers pointed out. He then called out the name of the attack. Fire style, Fire Blade Jutsu. After Sasuke called out the name of the jutsu, fire spouted from Sasuke's index and middle fingers. As the fire started dying down, it took the shape of a 3-foot blade of fire. Sasuke rushed forward, using his speed he gained from working with Naruto. Reaching the barrier, he slashed with the attack, cutting the barrier. The slash was so strong that he could actually see the barrier being ripped open from the attack with his Sharingan. He also saw the barrier try to repair itself. Slicing the barrier twice more, Sasuke made a hole big enough for him to hop through. When he got close enough to Ryu, Ryu jumped backwards and settled on a wall of chakra to block him from Sasuke. Sasuke sliced the wall with the blade right before Ryu put up another wall. Turning his body, Sasuke put all his weight behind a stab with the fire blade. The blade pierced the chakra wall and got part of Ryu's arm. After that last slice, the blade fizzled out. Sasuke thought to himself, damn, the 10-second time limit ran out. Pressing his small advantage, Sasuke started doing more hand seals. When he finished, he yelled out fire style, flamethrower jutsu. He pulled his head back and sucked in a huge amount of air. He then brought his head forward, breathing out the torrent of fire. The attack got to Ryu before he could put up a very good defense. Before he got caught in the fire, Ryu was able to encase himself in a weak bubble of chakra. But the bubble didn't last that long and he was burnt by the attack. He crossed his forearms in front of him to protect his face from the attack, but that didn't do any good. When the attack died down, Ryu was severely burnt. His clothes were singed. His forearms had 2nd and 3rd degree burns on them. Sasuke smirked, happy at the damage his new attacks did. He was blasted backwards though when Ryu sent a wall of chakra at him, knocking him backwards. Recovering in the air by blasting out his aura, Sasuke did a backflip to steady himself. He took off at Ryu from the air, dodging all of his chakra blades. When he got close enough, he hit Ryu's new barrier with a haymaker, damaging it. Seeing Ryu smirk, Sasuke knew what he was gonna do. The chakra blades are coming back. Turning around, Sasuke's suspicions were confirmed. 10 chakra blades were moving toward him. Focusing ki all around his body, Sasuke took off to the right, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Ryu didn't see Sasuke leave, so he thought the afterimage Sasuke was the real one, and he kept his chakra blades going for them. When they passed through Sasuke though, the blades hit his barrier, weakening it more. Sasuke then focused energy in his hand, sending a charged ki blast at the barrier, and then flying towards the barrier. The ki blast hit the barrier, weakening it even more, and Sasuke's second punch sent the barrier toppling down. Flying through to Ryu, Sasuke went for a punch to his jaw, which connected and sent Ryu flying. Ryu recovered though, and when Sasuke came in for another punch, Ryu caught him in a chokehold from 10 feet away. Sasuke was gasping for air, being choked by an invisible hand. Looking with his Sharingan, Sasuke saw Ryu pull his hand back. He saw a spectral chakra hand 10 times the size of Ryu's original hand mimicking the movement of Ryu's arm. The spectral fist then moved forward, hitting Sasuke in his gut. Sasuke's eyes bulged out as he felt the fist mutilate his stomach, forcing out what little air he had. As he was being choked, Sasuke saw his sight start to change. 1 second, he could see the spectral hand choking him. The next, he couldn't. His control over his Sharingan was slipping fast. Seeing Ryu give off his signature chuckle, Sasuke thought to himself, I only have one shot at this. I have to make it count. Focusing as much ki as he could in his mouth, Sasuke turned to Ryu's direction. When he felt the energy build up as much as it could, Sasuke let the attack go, aiming for Ryu. The attack came in the form of a yellow beam of energy fired from his mouth. The beam traversed the distance between Ryu and Sasuke, hitting Ryu right in the chest. The attack blasted Ryu backwards, loosening his concentration on Sasuke. Sasuke broke through the chokehold with his last breath, barely catching himself before he slammed into the ground. Gasping for air, Sasuke was able to get back up on his 2 feet, but barely. Looking at his left pocket, he thought to himself, should I use the senzu bean Naruto gave me? No, things may get worse than this and I might need it then. Turning back to his opponent, Sasuke kept his eyes on him while flaring his aura to try and regain some of the energy he lost. Concentrating more on regaining his energy, Sasuke was able to regain 30% of his full energy, putting him at 40% full power. Seeing Ryu get back up, Sasuke got ready for a fight. Turning on his Sharingan, Sasuke stood ready to fight Ryu again. With Lee took off towards Toguro, taking his shot at the immortal killer. Coming in with a swift punch, he caught Toguro off guard. Blocking Toguro's punch and dodging his kick, Lee jumped in the air and used the leaf whirlwind to fracture Toguro's jaw. Seeing Toguro being knocked back, Lee followed him. Reappearing in the way of Toguro, Lee kicked Toguro up in the air. Disappearing and reappearing again, he kicked Toguro onto the top of the building. Taking their fight away from the others, Lee decided to stop holding back. Rushing at Toguro, Lee jumped in the air for a flying roundhouse, yelling out Leaf Whirlwind. Being knocked away again, Toguro braced himself when he saw Lee charging at him. Lee jumped in the air again, and went for a flying side kick, yelling Leaf Spear. The kick got Toguro right in the chest, but Toguro only moved back a few feet. Coming in for another punch, Lee's punch was blocked by Toguro, completely surprising Lee. Taking advantage of that, Toguro brought his right arm around and punched Lee in his face. Knocking him back 10 feet, Lee was barely able to get himself back up before he took an uppercut, knocking him into the air. Smirking, Toguro jumped into the air as high as Lee. Giving Lee a double-handed axe smash to the stomach, Lee was blown back into the building, destroying the part of the roof they were on. Standing up, Lee levitated himself up to Toguro, muttering, "How the hell is he that strong?" Toguro smirked and said, "I'll tell you how. 2 months of stressing your body to the limit. With my ability, when the connections between my muscles break because they get stressed, they are instantly repaired, stronger than before. I was training nonstop to where I didn't sleep for a week at times. I put on about 200 pounds of pure muscle, and when that started hindering my movement, the scientists at Hydra devised a way to make it so that I only gained 20 pounds of muscle, but I'm still as strong as if I had all 200. Now I'm faster, stronger, and immortal. I bet your dad couldn't even defeat me now." Lee said, "My dad is stronger than me, and I can easily defeat you." Toguro smirked evilly and said, "We'll see." Taking off at Lee ducked under the punch. Toguro aimed for his head and punched Toguro in the chest. Coming up for a punch, Lee knocked Toguro into the air. Following him in the air, Lee let 10 punches loose on Toguro, knocking him higher. Flying up behind him, Lee grabbed Toguro around the waist, restricting his movement. Turning upside down, Lee started spinning to the left as fast as he possibly could, taking Toguro along for the ride. Causing a damn near twister, Lee aimed for the ground, yelling Primary Lotus. Aiming them at the ground, Lee smashed Toguro into the roof, then to the ground. He was able to escape some of the damage since he was shorter than Toguro. Flipping right side up, Lee punched Toguro in the chest, knocking him into the ground. Punching him again and again, Lee buried Toguro 10 feet in the ground. Levitating up, Lee shot a ki blast at the walls as he moved up, causing the hole to cover itself up. Lee sat there, waiting for Toguro to come out. Toguro didn't disappoint him. Breaking out of his earthly prison, Toguro said, "What the hell? You buried me underground." Lee said in a deadpan voice, "My dad said you did that exact same thing to him." "Irony's a bitch, ain't she?" Toguro said, "Shut up." And punched Lee in the jaw. Recovering in the air, Lee started doing hand seals. Yelling out fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Lee let loose a huge ball of fire right in Toguro's waiting face. Hoping it would slow him down, Lee kept the jutsu up. Unfortunately it didn't. As Toguro walked through the fire and flames, he grabbed Lee by the throat and started choking him. Running along the hallway they were fighting in, Toguro stuck the back of Lee's head by the wall and kept running, Lee's head ripping the wall as he was being pulled. Jumping in the air, Toguro pulled Lee around and used him to take the blow of going through the roof. When they landed on the roof, Toguro smashed Lee's head on the roof and threw him away. When he recovered, the back of Lee's head was bleeding, but not enough to stop him from fighting. Blocking a punch from Toguro, Lee sent a kick to the side of Toguro's head, then an uppercut to Toguro's jaw. Grabbing him, Lee took off into the sky. He then dropped Toguro straight down. As soon as Toguro was out of his arms, Lee started charging up energy into an orb. The orb took a royal purple shade, and electricity started dancing around the outer shell of the orb. Aiming the attack at Toguro, Lee yelled Gallic Gun Fire. Getting a direct hit on Toguro, Lee kept applying energy to the attack, tearing Toguro apart. Letting the attack go, Lee tried to regain some of the energy he lost in that battle. With Naruto, Naruto charged at Kenji, sending a punch to his jaw, then a kick to his chest. Knocking him back, Naruto chased after him. Coming in with a punch, Naruto's fist collided with Kenji's mouth, knocking him away. While flying back, Kenji was able to flip around in midair and recover. He then took off towards Naruto, using his super speed. Naruto then took off towards Kenji, both of them meeting in the middle. They both then started sending punches and kicks at each other at supersonic speeds. Ducking under a punch that Kenji sent him, Naruto countered with an uppercut to Kenji's jaw. Leaning back slightly to avoid it, Kenji sent a knee to Naruto's gut. Taking the hit, Naruto punched Kenji in the stomach. Seeing Kenji back up a little from the pain, Naruto smirked a little. Kenji then tried to punch him again, but the punch was significantly slower than his regular speed. Naruto thought he's out of his super speed. Now's my chance. Naruto then smirked at Kenji, and then unleashed hell on Kenji's body. Letting loose a flurry of attacks at speeds close to Mach 2, Naruto decimated Kenji's body. When Naruto ended his barrage, he delivered a bone-shattering kick to Kenji's stomach as extra damage. The kick knocked Kenji backwards, sending him over 100 feet away. Chasing after him, Naruto charged energy into his left hand. When the attack took on a blue hue, Naruto threw it at Kenji, yelling Riot Javelin. The attack sailed forward, but it missed Kenji. Kenji smirked and then shot off in Naruto's direction using his super speed ability. Cursing his luck, Naruto started blocking Kenji's attacks, but the attacks were starting to get to him. Getting kicked in the stomach, Naruto was knocked backwards back into the building. Kenji chased after him and started hammering Naruto with attacks. But this time, Naruto was able to block a lot of them. When his speed ability deactivated, Naruto went back to devastating Kenji. When Kenji started fighting back, Naruto and him entered another supersonic duel. When they exited, Naruto unleashed a supersized can of whoop-ass on Kenji to make up for the damage Kenji did to him. They were locked in this brutal cycle. Another 5 minutes of fighting, Naruto saw Kenji get his second wind as he exited his speed state. Naruto got ready for Kenji's assault, ready to take him out. Seeing Kenji enter the speed stage, Naruto started blocking his attacks. When the time was out, Naruto repeated the cycle of beating Kenji. When Kenji entered the speed state again, Naruto kicked Kenji in the chest, knocking him back and giving Naruto some breathing room. Naruto thought he can only use that speed thing for 25 seconds. After that, he has to stay out of it for 5 seconds. So somewhere in those 5 seconds I have to hit him with something to take him out. Seeing Kenji running back his way, Naruto braced himself. Focusing ki around his body, Naruto waited until Kenji was 2 feet away. Naruto left an afterimage where he originally was and raced around Kenji. When Kenji's fist passed through the fake Naruto, the afterimage was smirking. Turning around with a kick, Kenji's foot passed through another afterimage. When he turned back to the first afterimage, Kenji was punched in the jaw by Naruto. Naruto then grabbed Kenji by his arm and took off to the sky. Flying higher and higher, Naruto was reaching parts of the atmosphere that most could never see. Looking at Kenji, Naruto saw Kenji having a harder time breathing and he was shivering. Naruto was feeling the same effects, but the freezing temperatures weren't affecting him as much because of his aura. Taking Kenji higher and higher, Naruto saw the effects worsen for Kenji, and felt the environmental conditions worsen for him. Feeling like he was about to black out, Naruto couldn't take any more and decided that where he was good enough and dropped Kenji. While Kenji was falling, Naruto started concentrating every ounce of energy in his body to between his hands. Flying down so he could keep Kenji in his sights, Naruto started chanting. The ball of energy grew to twice its regular size. Kenji's eyes widened to the size of saucers seeing the orb. Realizing what he was about to do, Kenji tried to quicken his descent any way possible, hoping to land and get out of the way. Kenji, seeing that he wasn't gonna make it, kept screaming no, 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 no. Naruto flew down until he was 5 feet from Kenji. Letting the blast go, the kickback pushed Naruto almost 10 feet in the air. The Kamehameha wave blasted Kenji in the chest, blowing him down to the ground, a few miles from the building. When he impacted, the blast detonated, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. When the cloud cleared, Kenji was laying on the ground, close to death. Landing near Kenji's body, Naruto saw how much damage he did. Kenji's chest looked like it was completely devoid of any flesh. Naruto could literally see his organs working. But the blood vessels in his chest were all destroyed. Naruto started smiling, seeing that Kenji would finally die. Dropping out of Super Saiyan, Naruto sat down by Kenji's body, hoping he would bleed out soon. With Sasuke, Sasuke waited as Ryu stood back up. Taking off toward his nemesis, Sasuke pulled his fist back, ready to punch Ryu's lights out. Before he could get there, he was smashed from above. Ryu made a wall of chakra smash him into the ground. Ryu then telekinetically picked Sasuke up, then smashed him on the ground again, twice. He then threw Sasuke backwards. As Sasuke was flying backwards, he stopped himself and shot towards Ryu. Ryu started firing off more chakra blades, intent on damaging Sasuke. Sasuke started shooting each one with ki blasts, destroying them. He missed a few, with 2 blades landing in his forearms. As he got closer, Sasuke did hand seals and said fire style, fire dragon flame missile. Sasuke took a huge breath, and let loose a massive dragon of fire on his opponent. The dragon sailed forward, impacting with Ryu's shield and destroying it. Ryu was able to jump out of the way of the blast, protecting himself a little bit. By now, Ryu was pissed. This little boy was giving him so much trouble. That boy shouldn't have even been on his level. Ryu narrowed his eyes at Sasuke. Ryu bent down in a stance similar to Naruto's Kamehameha attack. The difference was that Ryu's right hand wasn't in a fist. He started gathering energy into the attack. Sasuke could literally see chakra being super compacted into the small space between Ryu's right and left hand. Realizing what Ryu was doing, Sasuke immediately started firing off ki blasts, anything to distract Ryu. But Ryu didn't let anything stop him from charging up the energy. As he was shooting ki blasts, Sasuke was walking closer and closer to Ryu. Soon, he was 3 feet away from Ryu. Doing hand seals faster than he ever thought possible, Sasuke yelled out fire style, flamethrower jutsu, and breathed out a huge torrent of fire. Putting all his energy behind the attack, Sasuke was trying anything to stop Ryu from unleashing his attack. Seeing Sasuke do hand seals, Ryu smirked and thrusted his right hand forward. The resulting explosion was devastating. When the attack was unleashed, the invisible blast soared out, meeting and completely dominating Sasuke's flamethrower jutsu. Seeing his attack fail, Sasuke could do nothing but put up a small shield of ki. The blast went forward, picking Sasuke up with it, and destroying the ground and anything in its way. Sasuke was pushed back 150 yards by the blast. The blast took out trees and anything else in its way, moving Sasuke along for the ride. Sasuke was barely able to stop himself from being pushed farther than he was, almost being shredded by the attack. Sasuke was barely able to stay alive. When the attack died down, Sasuke was left on the ground, defeated. Lifting himself up, Sasuke started walking back to Ryu's position, gathering energy and limping all the way. While going, he deactivated his Sharingan to save what little energy he had. He could gather energy while moving, but he didn't get as much as if he was standing still. Making it back, he saw Ryu standing there gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Seeing this as his only shot, Sasuke charged in, putting his weight in a huge right punch across Ryu's face. Ryu stumbled back from the attack, but was otherwise alright. Running forward, Ryu was able to nail Sasuke with a kick to the face. Pressing his advantage, he delivered a sloppy punch, then another kick, knocking Sasuke back on his ass. Getting back up, Sasuke saw Ryu moving in on him. Sending all his energy into his right fist, Sasuke blocked Ryu's right punch with his left. When Ryu tried again to hit Sasuke, Sasuke sidestepped to the left and used his left hand to move Ryu's arm out of the way. Seeing an opening, Sasuke struck with his right fist. Sasuke's punch sent Ryu on a 1080-degree spin and a collision course with the ground. Cursing himself for overdoing it, Sasuke started breathing heavily again and keeping weight off his left leg. He had just wasted every ounce of energy he had and he had to regain it. Weighing the options, Sasuke decided against using the Senzu Bean right now. There was still a chance that it would be needed later. Standing up shakily, Sasuke started flaring his aura, replenishing as much energy as he could. Grabbing Ryu, he went over to where he sensed Naruto fighting with Lee. Ending his Gallic gun attack, Lee dropped down to the ground, waiting for Toguro to get back up, like he always did. Lee wasn't let down when Toguro jumped through the rubble in the building and made a mad dash toward him. Blocking his initial punch, Lee kicked Toguro in the stomach, knocking him back a little. Following up, Lee jumped forward and unleashed a punch to Toguro's jaw. Twisting around, Lee ended his combo with a heel kick to Toguro's face, sending him flying off the roof. Feeling tired, Lee decided to kick things up. Concentrating his energy, Lee reached for the power of Super Saiyan. Grasping what he could, Lee entered the transformation. The golden aura and small bulge in muscles came. His hair started blowing up, looking like it was a darker shade of violet. As Toguro got back up, he saw Lee's eyes go blank. No iris, no pupil, just a soulless shade of white that promised pain, and a hell of a lot of it. Seeing Lee disappear, Toguro looked around, hoping to find him. He found Lee, but Lee already had his leg pulled back and he connected it with Toguro's chin. Sending Toguro in the air, Lee took off after him. Grabbing him by the throat, Lee flew farther up into the air. Even though Toguro was punching and kicking him, Lee didn't care. He blocked out the pain to finish his task taking them farther and farther from the building. Turning to the ground, Lee started spinning while flying down. Impacting the ground at supersonic speeds, Lee took the hand on Toguro's neck and completely turned it upside down, while still grabbing onto Toguro's neck. Picking him up again, Lee took off into the air, and then threw him towards the ground again. Flying down to the ground, Lee landed by Toguro, grabbing his leg and flying over to where Naruto and Sasuke were fighting their enemies. Hearing the shockwave from Naruto's Kamehameha, Lee flew over there. Dropping Toguro's body by Kenji's, Lee started inspecting Kenji's body. He said, "Damn Naruto, how much energy did you put in that Kamehameha?" Naruto smirked and said, "Most of my energy." Lee dropped out a false Super Saiyan and said gravely, "Well, you'd better start charging up." "I don't think I finished off Toguro." Naruto's eyes widened and he said, "What the hell do you mean you didn't finish him off?" "You snapped his neck." Lee said, "This bastard has gotten up from anything I could throw at him. He's gonna get up from this, I know it." Feeling Sasuke approaching, they turned to see Sasuke flying with Ryu's body. Dropping him with the other two, Sasuke landed with the others. After a brief chat, they decided to check in on what the other genin were doing. Gathering their energy, they flew over to where the others were. They saw how they were faring. Landing, they surveyed the damage. They found 3 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed the same way as Kenji, Ryu, and Toguro. 2 of the men looked exactly alike. They both had red hair, and they both were using 5-foot-long swords. They had their hair in a long ponytail. The only difference between them was their scars. One had a scar over his right eye, one had a scar over his left. The last guy had short, spiky black hair. He had an 8-point star on the outside of his clothes. He had a black piercing on the side of his nose and had black earrings. He had a short blade that he was using. The girl had white hair and, unlike the men, had a black set of headgear that went over her forehead and ears. On the headgear was the symbol of the golden dragons. She had no weapon to speak of. Sakura was knocked out, and had a big red bruise on her head. The rest were doing good. Guy and Kakashi had killed the other missing nin, and had joined the genin. It looked like the genin were having their asses handed to them. Kankuro's puppet Karasu was missing an arm and Kankuro left him on the ground. Niji had a big cut over his forehead where the caged bird seal was. Tenten had a sword out and was fighting with it. Tamari had a hole in her fan, so now she was using it to try and bash their skulls in. Gaara for some reason was hanging back. He was tending to the wounded instead of fighting. Guy and Kakashi were using taijutsu against the new recruits, which was weird. Kakashi is renowned for knowing over 1,000 jutsu. Surely one of those 1,000 could have ended this? So why wasn't he using any? Sasuke ran over to where Gaara was and said, "Gaara, why isn't anyone using ninjutsu?" It's like they're scared of using chakra. Gaara looked at Sasuke somberly and said that's because they are. The special abilities of those new recruits. One of them, one of the red-haired guys, Kaiza, has the ability of negating the chakra of anyone within 20 feet of him. His twin, Kanzuya, has the ability to boost others' powers and he can fly. Luckily for us his long-range jutsu sucks and he can't aim that well. Kanzuya boosted the powers of Kaiza so anyone within 200 feet of him wouldn't be able to use chakra. Naruto muttered that is not good. Gaara said no, that's some of the best news. Sakuya, white-haired girl, can control others' minds. Lee looked surprised and said she can what? Gaara said she can control people's minds. She was fighting Guy along with one of those missing nin from your village. She took over Guy's body and was starting to fight us. When she tried to take Kakashi's too, the strain became too much for her, and she passed out for a little bit. Luckily for us, when she woke up, Kanzuya boosted Kaiza's abilities so we won't have to worry about her for a while. Moving on, Naruto said what can the last two do? Gaara said I don't know exactly. Miroku Guy with short black hair has unlimited energy. When I say unlimited I mean it. Before Kaiza joined in the battle, he was shooting jutsus left and right. I've never seen someone shoot that many jutsus and not take a break. Naruto muttered he's gonna be trouble. What about that last one? Gaara said Kagura, I don't know. Naruto said what do you mean you don't know? Gaara said I was fighting Miroku. Niji was fighting Kanzuya. Sakura and Tenten teamed up on Kaiza. Kagura was left to Kankuro and Temari. You'll have to ask them. Naruto was considering their options. They have 5 super-powered people with only 9 people to fight them? What would the strategy be? Well, Guy and Niji were handling Miroku well. Kakashi and Tenten had Sakuya on the ropes. Kankuro was handling Kaiza, but he was going easy on him since Kaiza was helping them in a way. Kanzuya was in a battle with Temari. If Lee joined Temari, Sasuke joined Kankuro, and Naruto joined Guy and Niji, they could take out all the new recruits. Wait a minute. There are only 4 of them. Where the hell is the 5th one? Okay, from the names, we can assume that 2 of them are female. One of the females, Sakuya, could control minds. The last one had the unknown abilities. Telling the others what he found out, Sasuke ran over to Kankuro and said, Kankuro, the girl you were fighting, is that points to Sakuya her? Kankuro ducked under a kick and said no, the other girl. Where the hell is she? Sasuke blocked one of Sakuya's punches and kicked her back a little. He said, do you remember the abilities of the other girl? Kankuro said no. I can't remember much about what she did. Sasuke said thanks anyway. While Sasuke was asking Kankuro, Lee went over and asked Temari. Unfortunately she didn't know either. When they got back to where Gaara was, Naruto asked what did you find? Sasuke and Lee said at the same time nothing. Naruto punched the ground, yelling Kami damn it. We have to find out what Kagura can do. Suddenly, the 3 genin were lifted up by some unknown force. All 3 of them were immediately smashed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. What the hell was that? Was the statement from the lavender-haired boy. Sasuke said it seemed like one of Ryu's abilities. As the 3 got up through some unknown force, they were all pushed backwards into the rubble that was the base. As they got up, Sasuke muttered yep. Definitely Ryu. Naruto said no, I don't think it was. That felt like one of Kenji's punches. Lee looked to Naruto and said there's no way that was Kenji. I saw how bad you whooped his ass, Naruto. His flesh was burned off, there's no way that he could come back. The only way he could come back is if he had either your healing ability, or Taguro's regeneration, both of which are impossible. Suddenly, a voice said actually, it's not that impossible. Turning around, the 3 genin boys saw someone. That person was as tall as Taguro. He had a mix between green and black hair. He had a goatee like Ryu's and his hair was as long as Kenji's. He had a scar like Taguro's, with one like Ryu's and one like Taguro's. His voice sounded like a bad conglomeration of Ryu, Kenji, Taguro, and someone else. The 4th voice sounded feminine. The biggest shocker, though, was that the person was floating 2 feet off the ground. Sasuke looked at the characteristics of their new foe, and said, you guys. I think I know Kagura's abilities now. Suddenly, the 3 genin were lifted up by some unknown force. All 3 of them were immediately smashed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. What the hell was that? Was the statement from the lavender-haired boy. Sasuke said it seemed like one of Ryu's abilities. As the 3 got up through some unknown force, they were all pushed backwards into the rubble that was the base. As they got up, Sasuke muttered yep. Definitely Ryu. Naruto said no, I don't think it was. That felt like one of Kenji's punches. Lee looked to Naruto and said there's no way that was Kenji. I saw how bad you whooped his ass, Naruto. His flesh was burned off, there's no way that he could come back. The only way he could come back is if he had either your healing ability, or Taguro's regeneration, both of which are impossible. Suddenly, a voice said actually, It's not that impossible. Turning around, the three genin boys saw someone. That person was as tall as Toguro. He had a mix between green and black hair. He had a goatee like Ryu's and his hair was as long as Kenji's. He had a scar like Toguro's, with one like Ryu's and one like Toguro's. His voice sounded like a bad conglomeration of Ryu, Kenji, Toguro, and someone else. The fourth voice sounded feminine. The biggest shocker, though, was that the person was floating 2 feet off the ground. Sasuke looked at the characteristics of their new foe, and said, "You guys. I think I know Kagura's abilities now." Lee glared at the person. He had a pretty good idea of who it was, but he wanted to hear it from him to confirm it. "Who the hell are you?" The thing smirked and said, "My name is Toguryuji. Thanks to the abilities of Kagura, I now have the super strength and speed of Kenji, the cellular regeneration of Toguro, and the chakra control and capacity of Ryu. I have all their strengths, but none of their weaknesses. Thanks to that, I will be your executioner." The three boys got into a fighting stance, right before they were blasted back, courtesy of Ryu's chakra wall attack. Recovering quickly, the boys took off at the being. Opening with a punch, Naruto decked the conglomerate across the face. Looking up at him, Naruto saw the thing just smile at him. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto started laying punch after punch after punch on the merged being. Each and every punch Naruto threw landed, but did no damage. The merged being just stood there, straight up, smirking at him. He pulled his hand back, and backhanded Naruto across the face, knocking him back to the other two genin. Lee said, "I guess that makes it my turn." Lee took his try, bolting at Ryuji with a leaf hurricane to the face. Toguryuji just leaned his head back, easily avoiding the kick. He blocked all of Lee's kicks, then kicked Lee back to the other two. Sasuke then took off, taking his shot at Ryuji. Trying combo after combo, and punch after punch, each attack was deflected. When Sasuke tried to go for a spinning heel kick, Ryuji just blasted Sasuke with a wall of chakra, knocking Sasuke back. Naruto said, "If we attack together, we'll probably have a better shot of taking him out." Seeing the other two nod in agreement, the three genin tried to launch a three-pronged attack at the conglomerate. The three genin took positions in a circle around Toguro, with Lee being in front of him, and the others at a 120-degree angle from each other. They each ran up to Ryuji and attacked. Naruto and Sasuke entered with a flurry of punches, forcing Ryuji to try and block their attacks, with Lee at the front, delivering kicks to Ryuji's upper body and torso. But their efforts were in vain, as every hit they delivered to Toguryuji was healed the next instant. Seeing his ability work, Naruto couldn't help but be partially amazed. Every hit, every blast, every shred of damage they did was easily healed, in less than 50 seconds. Seeing this ability in action made Naruto wonder, what kind of scientists do they have at HYDRA? Seeing that every attack they didn't do anything, Sasuke told them to jump back. Trying to regroup while being on the defense, those started to reopen old wounds from earlier. The only one who wasn't hurt was Naruto because his wounds had already healed. Sasuke, while on the defense, said, "Guys, we gotta do something different. Nothing we do is working. Any attack we do, he just heals from it." Naruto said, "If you have an idea, Sasuke, I'd love to hear it." Lee said, "Guys, we gotta do something. If we could cut him from Toguro's abilities, we could beat him." Naruto said, "How the hell do we do that?" Sasuke said, "No idea." Tired of being on defense, Naruto said, "Fuck it," and started attacking Ryuji. Ryuji was easily able to block all of Naruto's attacks. Laughing and mocking Naruto, Ryuji said, "Haha. Is this all you got? No wonder you couldn't beat us when we were 4 people. Now that we're 1, what will you do?" Ignoring Ryuji's mocking, Naruto increased his attack power. Unfortunately, every attack was still either blocked or the damage was healed. How the hell is he doing that? Is he using chakra to heal those wounds or what? Maybe he is? Ducking under Ryuji's kick, Naruto flipped backwards to where the others were nursing their wounds. Naruto said, "Guys, I'm gonna go back in and attack. I want you guys to sense his chakra levels. If they're going down, that means he's using chakra to heal those wounds, and maybe we might be able to force him to deplete his chakra reserves." Sasuke looked Naruto in the eye and said, "And if you're wrong?" Naruto said, "Then Kami, help us." Focusing every ounce of energy through his body, Naruto transformed into a Super Saiyan again. This time though, it hurt a little. Damn, the stress of Super Saiyan on my body and the taint of the Kyuubi's chakra are starting to get to me. I can't lose this now. I'll have to fight through it. Seeing Naruto transform, Ryuji glared. In his mind, there were 4 voices arguing. There was one voice for each personality in the body. Kenji said, "See, I told you dumbass not to let him power up." Toguro's voice said, "Why are you stuck on that? When he was a Super Saiyan, he barely landed a killing blow. He used the coward's way out and fought in a plane you couldn't." A new feminine voice said, "Yeah honey. Now that we have my flying ability, He can't use that advantage anymore. This body has all our powers. He can't possibly defeat us. Ryu said. I thought the same about the Uchiha boy. But look what happened to me. I don't think it was a good idea to let him get to Super Saiyan. Now he's 10 times stronger than before, Kenji said. At least now his hits will actually start to do some damage. We can't be going as easy as we have been, Toguro said. Okay then. Ruin a guy's fun. All of them concentrating on the battle, they were barely fast enough to stop Naruto's fist with their hand. Naruto's fist broke their hand bones, but they were able to heal 10 seconds later. Going for a kick, Naruto's attack hit Toguro in the side, knocking him away. Seeing Ryuji stop himself in the air, Naruto sighed loudly. Taking off after him, he entered a high-speed battle with Ryuji. At first, Naruto was winning. He was able to land multiple blows to Ryuji's knees and his neck, giving his body something to heal up. Seeing his attacks were occupying Ryuji's time, Naruto started attacking more and more, but Ryuji retaliated with a barrage of attacks to Naruto's chest. Feeling his power start to wane, Naruto blocked Ryuji's next punch, then kicked him in the chest. Seeing Ryuji bend over from the force of the attack, Naruto did a double-handed axe slam to Ryuji's back, knocking him to the ground. When he fell, Naruto flew over to Lee and Sasuke. Naruto asked, "What did you guys get?" Lee said, "Which do you want first, the good news or the bad news?" The dragon bomb of flame rushed forward towards the three and exploded. Knowing that they weren't dead from that, Ryuji continued doing hand seals. He yelled out Earth style, "Mud River Jutsu." Ryuji then opened his mouth and spewed an entire river of mud from it. The mud river fell from Ryuji's position in the sky like a waterfall. Ryuji hovered there, spewing mud on the genin. When he thought all was well, he suddenly felt a hand that had a vice grip on his throat. Seeing Lee hovering in front of him, Toguro mentally cursed. Lee punched him in the stomach, then kicked him in the face, sending him backwards. When Ryuji recovered, he was hit from behind by Naruto, who knocked him further, then by Sasuke, who knocked him to the ground. When Ryuji got back up, he saw them all descend slowly and land by him. When he saw them, he took off after Naruto, but was met with a surprise. He was moving at a regular pace, not at the superhuman pace he usually moves at. When he got to Naruto, he punched Naruto in the face, and was met with another surprise. His hand was hurting. He was as weak as a regular human also. Thinking about it, he tried to use Ryu's abilities, but found that they didn't work either. Toguro turned to Sasuke and yelled, "What the hell did you do to me?" Sasuke smirked. Their plan was executed perfectly. Flashback. Naruto flew below Toguru's body and started channeling as much energy as he could. "This is my last shot." Above Ryuji, Lee did the same thing. Pointing their hands at Ryuji, they both blasted him at the same time. Kamehameha. Gallic gun fire. Their blasts met with Ryuji's body in the middle. Lighting up the night sky for miles around, the two young demi-scions poured every ounce of energy they had into the attack, leaving them completely drained. When they cut the power to the attack, they dropped to the ground, barely able to stop themselves from crashing. When Sasuke touched down next to them, he said, "You know he isn't dead, right?" Naruto said, "Yeah, but now we got a little time to come up with a strategy." Lee started muttering to himself, "We need to cut him from his chakra." Sasuke also started muttering, "His reserves are too high to drain." Naruto muttered, "If we try to drain him, we'll die." They each looked at each other, then yelled, "I got it." Lee said, "We need to get him to that recruit from the HYDRA. What was his name, Kaiza?" Sasuke said, "We need to draw Toguro to him, then he'll defuse." Naruto said, "And when he does, we'll finish him." Lee said, "Now the problem is getting Ryuji over there. He's probably still healing from that attack." Naruto said, "He is. I can sense him. He must have taken a lot of damage. He's using a lot more chakra than usual to heal." Sasuke said, "Speaking of healing, I think now would be a great time to use the senzu beans. They'll really come in handy. Especially if we have to fight more people." Lee said, "You're right, Sasuke. But for now, we'll just wait for him to get back up. When he does, we'll draw him into Kaiza's field. We know Kaiza's abilities work within a 20-foot range." Naruto said, "But thanks to Kanzuya it's boosted by 10 times that much." Sasuke said, "That shouldn't be that far. From what I sense, they're still fighting. And we're only 300 feet away from Kaiza, so the strategy should work." Eating the senzu beans, the genin felt a rush of power. Their wounds healed and their powers rose back up to maximum. They then started going over the specifics of the plan. And flashback. Sasuke and the boys were smirking as they told Ryuji of their plan. Sasuke said, "And because we've been standing in his field for a while now, your fusion ability should be wearing off in 3, 2, 1. Now." Sasuke counted it correctly, because as soon as he said now, the creature diffused. Toguro, Ryu, and Kenji all stood there, with a new, green-haired girl. Lee said, "And we found out that your abilities are fueled by chakra. Now that your chakra is negated, this should be easy." Kenji said your abilities are gone also. The three boys shared a smile, and just to scare Kenji, they levitated all at once. Kenji's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, and he said BB but how? Sasuke said our abilities aren't fueled by chakra. The boys then phased out. When they phased in, Naruto's left fist was in Kenji's stomach. His right fist was in Kagura's stomach, Lee's left hand was shaped into a chop and knocked out Toguro, and Sasuke's foot was in Ryu's face. Sasuke said without their powers they can't fight. They depended on their powers so much, that when they were taken away, they were worthless. Just like my clan and the Sharingan. Lee said you think we should kill these guys? Sasuke said no, they're not a threat to us now. We can leave them. Naruto decided to change the subject, by saying come on guys, we gotta go help the others. They might need our help. The three genin then took to the skies and flew to where they sensed the others were. When they arrived at the scene, they saw that the spectators' spot was joined by two new people. Niji and Kankuro had set the battle out, both of them tending to their wounds. Thinking about it, it was obvious. With Kanzuya and Kaisa's ability combination, Niji couldn't use chakra at all, so his gentle fist was completely useless. Kankuro used puppets to fight, and animated the puppets with chakra. No chakra equaled no puppets, and no puppets equal a dead Kankuro. So basically, the battle was Kakashi, Guy, Tenten, and Temari versus Kaisa, Kanzuya, Sakuya, and Miroku. Kakashi didn't have his Sharingan or its 1,000-copied jutsus to use, but he was able to copy a little of the strong fist taijutsu style from Guy. It wasn't enough to become a master at it, but it was enough to get by. Tenten was a weapons master and Temari was good at battling with her battle fan whether she had chakra or not. The three flew towards the battle zone, interrupting as Tenten and Kaisa met in a battle of strength. Lee walked right in between them, and said is it okay if I jump in and help, Tenten-chan? Tenten blushed a little, and said sure, but you need a sword. Lee said no problem and held his right hand out. He straightened out his fingers, tucked in his thumb, and focused ki into his hand. He continued until the resulting ki mass was as long as Tenten's sword. He said here's my sword. Tenten was momentarily surprised, but was able to stammer out an okay then. The two then joined together, outnumbering Kaisa. But like his brother Kanzuya, Kaisa was a master of the blade. Tenten was proficient with one, but was nowhere near the level of Kanzuya and Kaisa. Lee was able to help her even the score a little though. The battle turned in their favor after a little while. When Tenten and Kaisa locked blades again, Lee came up and kicked Kaisa in the chest, knocking him back 2 meters. Lee then rushed forward and jumped in the air, holding his ki sword over his head. Kaisa tried to attack Lee with a horizontal slash across Lee's abdomen, but when his sword came into contact with Lee's sword, Lee's ki sword melted Kaisa's sword like a hot knife through butter. The top half of Kaisa's sword hit the ground, while Tenten rushed in behind Lee and cut Kaisa with a horizontal slash through the stomach. Kaisa's eyes widened. He quickly grabbed his stomach where he was cut, then dropped down, unconscious and near dead. Naruto joined in Temari's fight with Sakuya. Sakuya couldn't control people's minds because of Kaisa's chakra negation ability, but she could still fight well with her hands. Naruto dropped down by Sakuya and turned to Temari and said need a hand? Temari said no, but you're welcome to step back and watch. Naruto didn't offer any argument, but just stepped back and let Temari fight. The fight stayed in a stalemate for a while, until Temari was able to hit Sakuya in the stomach with Temari's fan. When Temari was about to smash her fan into Sakuya's head, Temari stopped for a minute. She was just frozen there. Naruto was wondering what happened, but had to dodge as Temari turned his way and opened up her fan. Then she yelled wind style, cutting whirlwind. She then gave her fan a huge wave, blowing what looked like a twister at him. Naruto couldn't dodge and was hit. The attack raised Naruto high into the air, where he started getting cut by the winds produced by the attack. When it ended, Naruto had a few small cuts, but was okay. Before he could do anything else, she fired another one off. Naruto got hit by the attack again, and this time, got even more damaged. When he saw her getting ready to blast him again, Naruto took off to the left. Sakuya must have gained use of her chakra back. Lee and Tenten must have taken out Kaisa. That's one down. Now here's another. Naruto looked at Temari and saw her about to fire off another attack, but Naruto planned ahead. He left an afterimage in his position for Temari to hit. When the attack passed through the afterimage, Sakuya lost track of him. Naruto easily reappeared behind Sakuya and punched her in the back of the head, knocking her out. When he did, he saw Temari go back to normal. Explaining the situation to her, he picked her up and took her to where the other fighters were fighting the last 2 of the new recruits. When Kaisa was taken out, everyone gained the use of their chakra back. They all surrounded Miroku and Kanzuya and was about to kill them. But before anyone could make a move, Kanzuya picked up Miroku and took off, thinking he would leave everyone else. Before he could even get 10 feet, he was met with Naruto and Sasuke in his face. But before anything else could be done, the two were punched in the side of the head. Looking where it came from, they saw someone who looked like Kenji, but with green hair and black eyes standing there. Naruto's eyes widened and he said, "How did this happen?" Sasuke said, "Kagura must have fused herself with Kenji. But why didn't she add Toguro and Ryu to it? If they were awake, she should have added them." Kagura and Kenji's merger started attacking the duo. Using Kenji's speed ability, the conglomerate was pushing Sasuke and Naruto on the ropes. Before it could do any significant damage though, the ability wore off. Naruto and Sasuke immediately started to double-team the two. Naruto gave them a punch to the jaw, while Sasuke gave them a punch to the chest. Naruto then went for a high kick to the face, while Sasuke went for one to the abdomen. Before Kagura/Kenji could recover, Naruto phased out, and phased in behind them. He then kicked them towards Sasuke, who kicked them higher. When Kagura/Kenji was able to recover from their trip, they were grabbed from behind around the waist. Before they could realize what was happening, they were turned upside down and started being turned. They were rotating at a massive speed, aiming for the ground all the while. A few seconds after being grabbed, they were slammed into the ground headfirst. Whoever slammed them didn't seem to be hurt at all. Whoever slammed them grabbed their foot and threw them somewhere else. They skimmed on the ground, but were able to recover. They saw Lee standing there. They looked to their left and saw Naruto standing there. Then, Sasuke landed to their right. The three then started attacking together. They made short work of Kagura/Kenji, but before they could do much more damage, Kagura/Kenji rose into the air and disappeared. They then heard the merger say, "You dumbass. I'm not the big part of the plan. I'm just a distraction. And you idiots fell for it." Before the three could do anything, Kenji/Kagura grabbed Kazuya's arm, who held Miroku on his shoulder, and then activated their speed ability. With their speed ability, they were able to carry Kaiza and Miroku off into the surrounding forest. There they regrouped with the other members of HYDRA. Kenji/Kagura's attack on the group was to do absolutely nothing but distract them from the other Hydra members. With their attention on them, Toguro and Ryu could wake up the other members and get to safety. Now that they regrouped, all 8 of them took off, leaving no evidence of them ever being in that spot. Back with the group, they were wondering what that was about. When Tenten pointed out that Kaiza disappeared, they realized quickly what happened. Kakashi said, "Don't worry, we'll get them later. They're not part of our mission right now. But since the mission is complete, we can return to our home villages." The people nodded, glad that their night was over now. It was almost dawn, and they wanted a little bit of sleep before the long journey home. The next morning, they quickly said their goodbyes to the Suna trio, and started on the journey home, with Naruto being set in his mind to visit Temari sometime in Suna. In Sunagakure no Sato, Naruto was hanging out with the Suna siblings. Since their joint mission to Bird Country a few months ago, Naruto had been spending more time with them. Well, not them, but more like Temari. Since he convinced her to go on a date with him, they had been spending a lot more time together. Currently, he was trying to teach Gaara a fighting style. Since Gaara used his sand abilities all the time, he hadn't been using a true fighting style. Gaara couldn't fight to save his life, and that's why he lost to that Hydra agent in Bird Country. Naruto was determined to change that. After seeing Gaara's abilities, Naruto started learning more about Gaara's defense. Not only did Gaara's sand protect him by forming a shield around him, but he wore an inch-thick skin layer of sand at all times, even when he was asleep. That helped him gain more strength, but not much. Naruto had Gaara use his sand to make his skin sand layer more dense, making it heavier. That would weight him down, and thanks to his Jinchuriki healing factor, his muscles would get stronger all over his body. When it came to Gaara's sand protection, Naruto was drawing a blank. He could move faster than the sand, but Gaara wouldn't learn any taijutsu that way. All he would get is a beating. Luckily for them all, Gaara had been gaining more control over Shikaku's chakra. Every day he would meditate, and he slowly gained more control. Currently, he could control the sand, but that's about all. That gave Naruto an even better idea. If Gaara could get quicker, the sand could react faster and could be more effective. Over the 2 months since the Bird Country mission, Naruto and Gaara had been working on that. Gaara could now lift his brother with one hand. He could fight without the need of sand, although he still used it to put up the facade of him being useless without it. Gaara's sand defense still couldn't stop Naruto at Super Saiyan, but Naruto noticed a big increase in speed, strength, and creativity with the sand. Temari was watching them, but she wasn't in as happy a mood as her brothers. She knew what was going to happen soon at the Chunin exams. So did her brothers. But because they were Sunagakure shinobi, they couldn't say anything to Naruto. Over these months, she became closer to Naruto than she had ever been with someone out of her family. He had saved Gaara from the Shikaku's influence. He gave Gaara something he desperately needed, a friend. What were they supposed to do? Say thanks for saving my brother, now I'm gonna attack and kill you. Temari tried to deny it, but she couldn't anymore. Temari hated Tsunegekure. She hated the way her father treated her brother like a weapon. She hated the way the people ostracized him. If she had a choice, she would leave this village and never return. The only people in there that she cared about were Kankuro and Gaara. The problem was Gaara. He wanted to prove the villagers wrong. He wanted to prove to them that he wasn't some demon. And because of that, she didn't leave the village. She had raised both her brothers since she was 2, and she wasn't gonna abandon them now. If only there was some way of taking them both with her. Unknown to her, Gaara was going through the same problem. In the 6 months he knew him, Naruto quickly became his best friend. He saved him from Shikaku's madness. He couldn't turn around and attack his village, could he? At that point, Gaara made up his mind. At the Chunin exams, he would tell Naruto and the Hokage the truth about Tsunegekure's attack, his father be damned. During those 2 weeks before the battle, Naruto, Sasuke, and Lee had been training their asses off. Kakashi had told Sasuke about the exams a month ago, but left Naruto and Sakura in the dark, hoping they would be ill-prepared for the exam and fail. Luckily for them, Sasuke told them both. Naruto had been training his ass off. Sakura had been looking at magazines wondering what to buy. The day finally came when they needed to take the exam. Naruto and Sasuke were both ready and met Sakura at the Shinobi Academy where the first part of the test was being held. They entered the building to see a bunch of genin crowded around a door. There were 2 guys standing in front of the door. They were blocking any attempt to get in. Naruto immediately sensed the genjutsu, and from the looks of it, so did Sasuke. But Sakura decided to say as loud as she could, "Hey guys, there's a genjutsu on the door. We're only on the 2nd floor." Obviously her voice caught the ear of many of the genin. They all turned to the stairs and went up. Naruto turned around and said, "Nice going, flat chest. Now we'll have more competition." Going into the right room a floor up, they saw the other genin in the competition. They also saw some familiar faces. "Hey Naruto, how's it going?" Turning to his left, he saw Kiba and teammate there along with the rest of the rookies. He said, "Pretty good, Kiba, considering that I'll be a Chunin after this competition." Shikamaru said, "So the rest of you guys are here too? This is so troublesome." Choji said, "You think everything is troublesome, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru said, "That's because it is." Kiba said, "It doesn't matter how troublesome it'll be. I don't have any competition in this exam." Naruto said, "Kiba, remember that tournament we had a few months ago where you thought I would be a cakewalk to beat, but I kicked your ass? Don't be surprised if history decides to repeat itself in this exam." While they were talking, some guy with silver hair walked up to them and said, "I think you guys should keep it down." Some of the guys look angry. That team from the Hidden Rain Village looks especially mad. Naruto turned to the Rain Village genin and saw that they were all glaring at him. Naruto, liking a challenge, turned to them and yelled as loud as he could, "Pussies." The Rain Village genin just seemed to get angrier. Naruto turned to the silver-haired guy and said, "I don't care about Rain Village genin. They're not that strong anyway." The silver-haired guy said that Iwagakure team looks pretty pissed off at you also. Naruto turned to where the silver-haired guy was pointing to see that there were about 3 teams of IWA ninja who were glaring daggers at him. Naruto said, "And I should care. Why? Iwagakure no Sato is a bunch of weaklings who tried to take out their enemies by numbers and not skill. I can probably beat all 3 of those teams with my hands tied behind my back." Sasuke piped up, "It's true. He can." Lee said, "Just who are you anyway?" The guy said, "I'm Kabuto Yakushi. I'm from the Leaf Village, like you." The Kyuubi said to Naruto, "This guy smells like snakes. Watch out." Naruto said, "How many times have you taken this test?" Kabuto said, "This will be my 7th try." Sasuke summed up what everyone was thinking. "So basically you suck," Kabuto said. "Maybe. But my years of being in this competition have allowed me to collect information on my opponents." "You guys know of anyone?" Kiba said, "Try mine. I'll probably have the best stats of everyone in this room. Pull up Naruto Uzumaki's, Sasuke Uchiha's, and Rock Lee's just to compare." Kabuto said, "Okay then." Kabuto pulled out the cards and started showing them. Kiba Inuzuka, 13 years old, genin, Kanahigakure no Sato. Parents are Tsum Inuzuka and Kenpachi Inuzuka. Teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame, along with his ninja dog Akamaru. Successfully completed 20 D ranks and 2 C ranks. Kiba said, "Ha? Mine are the best of anyone in this room." Kabuto said, "Hold up a minute." Kabuto then pulled out a blank one. He said, "I don't have anyone named Rock Lee. Let me try again." After a few minutes, Kabuto said, "Oh, here it is." Somehow his name must have changed. Lee Briefs, 13 years old, Kanahigakure no Sato. Parents are Katrina Romanji and Vegeta Briefs. Junior teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Abirame. Successfully completed 50 D ranks, 12 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. If you remember, I said that Vegeta Jr. was going by the name of Jifu Lee, but I decided to have him change his name back to Vegeta Briefs Jr. and change Lee's last name to Briefs. Lee said, "Ha? Beat that." Kabuto said. Sasuke Uchiha, 13 years old, Genin, Kanahigakure no Sato. Parents are Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Teammates are Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Successfully completed 70 D ranks, 18 C ranks, 1 B rank, and 1 A rank. Kiba said, "What? How did you complete that many?" Sasuke said, "Me and Naruto went to the Hokage and requested to a few solo missions. Since Kakashi barely gave them a D rank a week, Naruto and Sasuke had decided to work out a deal with the Hokage. Now they were allowed to take solo D ranks and even a few C ranks." Kiba said, "What about the A rank mission?" Sasuke said, "Our first C rank got bumped up to an A rank because the informant didn't tell us everything." Kabuto said, "Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki. Parents are unknown. Teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Successfully completed 70 D ranks, 18 C ranks, and 2 B ranks, and 1 A rank." Sasuke said, "How did you complete another B rank?" Naruto said, "Remember when we were in Wave and I disappeared for a long time?" Sasuke said, "Yeah." Naruto continued, "I went to the Land of Wind and helped the Yondaime Kazekage's children bust up a human trafficking ring. I think they might have counted that as a B rank on my record, but I don't know." Before anything else could be said, a scarred man burst into the room, telling everyone to sit down. He said his name was Ibiki Marino, the proctor for this Chunin exam. He gave the ninja their seating arrangements, and told them the rules of the exam. The rules were that they only had an hour to complete the exam, and if they were caught cheating 5 times, they were disqualified. Naruto easily saw through the rules and realized that they wanted them to cheat. The thing was that they had to do it without getting caught. So Naruto decided to play dirty. He had a smoke bomb in one of his pouches. He grabbed the smoke bomb with his hand discreetly. He then threw it under his desk to the one in front of him to blame the guy in front of him for the smoke. While the smoke came out and blocked the guy and Naruto from view, Naruto created 3 Kage Bunshin to transform into flies, and they started flying around the room looking for people's answers. The shadow clones dispelled, giving Naruto the information. He filled out his test and waited until the end. Ibiki tried one last time to get everyone to give up. Turning around, Naruto saw Sakura was about to put her hand up. Naruto stood up and slammed his fist on the desk, being careful not to break it. He yelled, "You think you scare me, Marino? Ninja have to face these kinds of decisions every day. I'm a rookie and I know that. I knew the consequences when I signed up for this job, so you can't scare me into quitting." Those who left didn't have the stomach to take this job to the next level. After Naruto's pep talk, Sakura started sitting up straighter and didn't put her hand up, allowing them to go to the next portion of the exam with their proctor. The next day, the teams arrived at the Forest of Death entrance like Anko told them. Anko said, "Okay, now that you're here, we can start. This is the Forest of Death, crawling with hundreds of animals that would love nothing more than to eat you for dinner. Each team will receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. In the 5 days that you have, you must get both scrolls and get to the tower in the middle of the forest, or you will fail. If you try to peek at the scrolls before the 5-day period is up, you will be disqualified. By the end of this, there will be only half of you left at the most. You're gonna find out why this is called the Forest of Death." Kiba yelled out, "Oh, please. I could probably get through this without a scratch." All of a sudden, a kunai whizzed past Kiba's cheek, slitting his cheek. Anko appeared behind him and started licking up the blood coming out of the scratch. She said, "Cocky little brat, huh? I like that. But you should know that people like you are usually the first ones to die." A woman wearing a grass attire came behind Anko and said, "Here's your kunai, Anko-san." Anko said, "Thanks, but you should watch out who you sneak up behind." Anko then gestured to her hand, which had a kunai in it, and was an inch from stabbing the grass woman in the stomach. "It might get you killed." Anko took her kunai and took her original spot in front of the genin. She said, "Before you go into the Forest of Death, I want each of you to sign this waiver form. This form says that the Hidden Leaf Village is not responsible for your deaths. If you want to compete, you must sign this form and then go to the booth to my right and get a scroll. Report to one of the 44 gates around this place. When I say start, the gates will open and you will be allowed in." Everyone went forward and got a packet. When they signed their names, they all got a scroll and reported to a door. While Team 7 was on their way to Gate 16, Gaara and his team were on their way to Gate 32. Gaara said, "Naruto, meet me at Gate 32 immediately after the test has started. We have to talk." Wondering what they could have to talk about, Naruto relayed the message to Sasuke. Sasuke agreed to take Sakura ahead with him, while Naruto went to speak to Gaara. When the gates opened, Sasuke and Sakura went forward, while Naruto took to the skies and circled around the outside of the gate until he came to 32. When he got there, all of the sand team was waiting for him. He said, "What's up, Gaara?" Gaara said, "Naruto, we have a big problem. Now, before you say anything, I want you to hear me out. I got something bad to tell you. 7 months ago, Tsunagakure entered a secret alliance with Otogakure no Sato to attack the Leaf Village during the final stages of the Chunin exam. Temari spoke up, saying if we said anything, we could have been executed. Our sensei Baki is very loyal to our father, and if he learned we were committing an act of treason by telling you this, Baki would tell our father, and we would be executed. That's why we didn't tell you at the Bird Country mission because he was there. When we were in Wind Country after you saved Gaara, we didn't say anything because the people who were around us could have been eavesdropping. This is the only place that we can tell you." Naruto said, "What do you want me to do with this information?" Temari said, "Tell the Hokage. The Leaf Village has to get ready for this war." Naruto said, "Gaara, I thought you loved your village. Why would you commit an act of treason like this?" Gaara said, "You're right, Naruto, I do love my village. But my father has been running the village into the ground. We found evidence that he cheated on our mom with at least 15 different women. He's been using the village's revenue to pay off those women from coming forward and to keep them quiet about the fact that he knocked up at least 7 of them. Since he's the Kazekage, the whores demanded huge prices for their silence. Because of that, Tsunagakure no Sato is poorer than ever. Our father is burying our village alive and we have to stop him. And he sounds like Tiger Woods, doesn't he?" Naruto took a big huff and said, "Okay then, I'll tell the Hokage. But I'll tell you this, Gaara. Any Suna shinobi that attacks our village will die. I can stop myself from killing them, but I can't stop the other ninja." Kankuro said, "All we're asking for is that you help us kick our father off the position of Kazekage, and that you don't kill the soldiers when they give up." Naruto said, "That I can do." Gaara said, "Then I guess we have a deal." "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto said, "No problem. Just meet me in the tower in a few days and we can go together." Naruto then flew off towards Sasuke's location. When he got there, he saw Sasuke facing off against a team of Rain Nin. Naruto was about to jump in, but he read their energy. They were weaklings and Sasuke could easily take them out. Sasuke dodged one of their punches and kicked them in the chest twice. Then he punched him in his face, knocking him back. Before Sasuke could do anything else, he was grabbed from behind. The other member of the Rain team was about to start punching Sasuke, but at the last minute, Sasuke jumped up, making the Rain Nin holding him lean back to keep his hold. Sasuke then kicked the other Rain Nin in the face. When Sasuke landed, he used his ki abilities to fly backwards and rammed the Rain Nin into a tree. Sasuke then turned around and punched the guy in his chest 3 times. While he was facing the guy he slammed into a tree, Sasuke sensed the guy he kicked in the face was running towards him. When the guy was a foot behind Sasuke, Sasuke did a backflip, making the guy run under him. Sasuke completed a 360-degree flip and kicked the guy in his back. The guy stumbled forward and hit his friend. The two got up and one of them rushed Sasuke. Sasuke sensed the third guy rushing him from behind. Sasuke created an afterimage and moved out of the way. The guys slammed into each other and were knocked unconscious. The last guy got scared and was about to run away before Sasuke rushed him. The guy turned around and ran, but Sasuke hunted him down, jumped on his back, and made him fall down Assassin's Creed style. Sasuke then picked the guy's head up and smashed it into the ground, knocking him out. Sasuke then came back to the clearing carrying the guy over his shoulder. Sasuke then threw him in the pile with his friends. He said, "I already checked him out. He doesn't have a scroll, but I took all his equipment." "Yes, Sasuke-kun. I knew you'd save me," screamed Sakura. "I wish you didn't, but we need her alive to pass this exam," muttered Naruto. Sasuke proceeded to check the other Rain Nin. He took all their equipment and their Earth Scroll. The problem was that they already had an Earth Scroll. Storing it in a pouch, Sasuke regrouped with Naruto and Sakura and took off, looking for other teams. As they were moving, Kyuubi was scouting the area. He was using Naruto's nose and ears to see if there were problems or enemies around. Ever since he saw Kabuto, he'd been worrisome for Naruto's health. Using Naruto's senses, he smelled snakes. Not just any snakes but summoned snakes, and there were only 2 people in the world who could summon snakes, and a 50% chance was too close for the Kyuubi. Kyuubi opened his connection to Naruto and said, "Naruto, listen. I used your senses and I smelled snakes around the forest." Naruto said, "Kyuubi, there's no way that Orochimaru is in the village. Maybe you smell the snakes that live here." Kyuubi said, "No. I know the smell of summoned snakes, and I smell them right now." Naruto, growing concerned, said, "Well, what should I do?" "Tell Sasuke. If Orochimaru is here, you're gonna have to either run or fight." Naruto said, "Do you think I can take him?" Kyuubi said, "I've never seen Orochimaru fight. I only know him by reputation. But he's one of the Sannin. I wouldn't play around if I were you. Ending his conversation with Kyuubi, Naruto privately told Sasuke about what the Kyuubi said. So, if Orochimaru comes, what do we do? Naruto said, I don't know. There are two of us, but he's a Sannin. We have no idea what his abilities are or how strong he is. The most I know is that he can summon snakes. Sasuke said, that's not much to go on. Unfortunately, I don't know any more than you. Naruto said, why don't we think about this some other time? Let's get back to. Before Naruto could complete his sentence, a huge gust hit him from the right. Naruto went flying hundreds of feet to his left. The only reason Sasuke and Sakura weren't blown away was because they were ahead of Naruto and out of range of the blast. With Naruto landed far away from where he originally set sail. Unluckily, he flew through two trees and was sprawled on a tree trunk near the floor. When Naruto got up, he had a headache. He heard a rustling behind him. Before he could turn around, he was swallowed whole by a snake. Resting in the belly of the snake, Naruto could only think to himself, what the hell just happened to me? With Sasuke. When the big gust blew Naruto away, Sasuke turned where the gust came from and saw a woman. The woman was chuckling. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said, what the hell do you want? She said, I know you have an earth scroll. Luckily for you, or me, I have a heaven scroll. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Just from looking at this woman, he could tell that she was trouble. He said, so, you didn't answer my question. What the hell do you want? I want your earth scroll. Also, I've never fought an Uchiha before. I want to test myself against the might of the Sharingan. Sasuke said, if it's a fight you want, you found it. I know, and to raise the stakes. The woman then tilted her head back. She held the scroll above her open mouth. Sasuke thought, why do I feel like I won't like what will happen next? The woman pushed the scroll down her throat, swallowing it. She said, now, this is more than about some scroll. The only way out of here is if one of us dies. Sasuke was thinking, this lady is sick. What the hell did she do that for? Sasuke still wasn't that great at taking lives. He had the power, but not the will. He couldn't close himself off to his emotions as easily as Naruto could. That's why Sasuke lost to Ryu before. He was too scared of killing someone to use lethal attacks. The lady said, are you scared of death, Sasuke? I doubt that in your life, you've even experienced death. Let me show you. Sasuke could have been crazy, but he swore he saw the lady's eyes turn yellow with a slit in them. The lady let loose an incredible amount of killing intent. Sakura dropped to the ground scared. Sasuke was only able to stand due to the fact that Vegeta taught them how to ignore certain amounts. Even though they never went this far with the training, Sasuke could tolerate it, partly. When the lady started moving toward him, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Over the last few months, constant training with Naruto, Lee, and Vegeta allowed him to unlock the third level of the Sharingan. He saw the woman's attack coming, so he ducked under the punch and hit her with an uppercut in the chin. Then he kicked her in her chest and started doing hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke shot out fireballs at the woman. She dodged the attacks and started doing hand seals herself. Hidden shadow snakes. A bunch of shadows shot out of the woman's sleeve at Sasuke. Sasuke jumped over the snakes and kicked the woman in the face. Sasuke then landed 3 more punches to her stomach. He then twisted around and tried to connect his heel with the woman's jaw, but the woman ducked. The woman got angry and knocked Sasuke back. Sasuke-kun is a lot stronger than I anticipated. What caused this? I'd better plant the curse seal quickly before his friend comes back. She started doing hand seals and yelled out earth style, Mud River Jutsu. She spewed out of her mouth a river of mud, directed at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke quickly grabbed Sakura and jumped to the trees, with Naruto resting in a snake's belly quickly pissed off Naruto. Naruto focused ki around his body. He built up the pressure of the energy, and then let it out in an explosive wave of energy. The wave stretched out and incinerated the snake. As soon as he got the snake guts off of himself, the Kyuubi said, Naruto, get back to the others right now. That was a summoned snake. Orochimaru is here. Naruto quickly took off, flying toward his friend's ki. When he found them, Sasuke was taking cover in the trees with Sakura as a woman was stopping a mud river jutsu. As Sasuke put Sakura down, he looked up to see Naruto looking at him. Without a word, Sasuke and Naruto flew down to stop in front of the woman. Naruto said, now, it's 2-on-1. Think you can handle the both of us? The woman said, I am more powerful than I look. You two won't be able to defeat me alone. Naruto said, are you sure about that, Orochimaru? Sasuke said, you mean this woman? This is Orochimaru. Naruto said, have you seen any snake-related attacks? Sasuke said, the hidden shadow snake jutsu. I guess this is Orochimaru. The woman, now identified as Orochimaru, said, I guess I don't need this disguise anymore. She, or rather he, pulled the false face he was wearing off. Orochimaru had yellow eyes with a slit in them and had purple eyeliner. Sasuke said, Naruto, what do we do? Naruto said, I think he's here for one of us. Why else would he go to the trouble of infiltrating the village and impersonating a grass nin team? If we try to run, he'll just chase us. Sasuke said, so we stand and fight? Naruto said, you know it. But we can't hold back. Naruto yelled and went Super Saiyan. Naruto forced his power to its max, causing his aura to go crazier. Sasuke pushed his power to its max, making a dense blue aura surround him. Naruto said, attack. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in surprise. What did he do? How did his hair and eye color change like that? Naruto and Sasuke both disappeared and reappeared at Orochimaru's sides. They both went for punches, but Orochimaru jumped back and dodged them. The boys turned in a split second without hitting each other. They turned Orochimaru's way and started chasing him. Sasuke, in front, went for a kick, but Orochimaru blocked it. Sasuke then kept attacking, but every hit was blocked. He tried to kick Orochimaru again, but his foot was grabbed and he was thrown in the air. Naruto took that as his cue to attack. He sent a small punch to Orochimaru's stomach. Orochimaru blocked the punch with his left arm, but couldn't stop the scream that came out. What was that? Not even Jiraiya hits that hard. Naruto sent another punch to Orochimaru's chest, but Orochimaru replaced himself with a log, causing Naruto to shatter it. He then turned to where he sensed Orochimaru and reappeared in his face with Sasuke beside him. They both worked in tandem to defeat Orochimaru. Orochimaru kept blocking Sasuke's hits or dodging Naruto's hits. Orochimaru couldn't attack. Naruto was just as fast as him and Sasuke could see his attacks coming with his level 3 Sharingan. Orochimaru couldn't do anything but be on the defensive. Unfortunately for him, Sasuke and Naruto both saw that he was using his right arm more than his left. While they were fighting, Naruto started attacking his less protected left side. He landed a hit in Orochimaru's ribs, causing Orochimaru to drop his defense. The drop was enough for Sasuke to do Hanseal's fire style, fire sword jutsu. Naruto grabbed Orochimaru's right arm and held it out for Sasuke. In a blur and a flash of red, Sasuke cut off Orochimaru's right arm. Naruto then used his other hand to make a blade of ki and cut off Orochimaru's right leg. Naruto said, without your arm, you're useless, Orochimaru. Naruto put some distance between him and Orochimaru. With Orochimaru still dealing with his hacked-off limbs, it allowed Naruto to charge up his attack. Riot Javelin. What the hell is this thing? How is Naruto able to keep up with me? The attack hit Orochimaru dead on. Naruto landed with Sasuke near him. Sasuke said, something's up. There's no way defeating Orochimaru would be that easy. Otherwise any team could do it. Orochimaru's voice came from behind them, saying, good observation, Sasuke-kun. Turning around, they saw Orochimaru standing there, all limbs, no damage at all, and completely new clothes. Naruto said, how the hell did he dodge that? If it was a clone, it would have died the second Sasuke's fire sword jutsu hit. Orochimaru said, a master shinobi never reveals his secrets. Orochimaru thought, damn it. I can't allow another one of those attacks hit me. That oral rebirth jutsu one needs a lot of chakra, and if I keep using it, I won't win this battle. Naruto thought, what kills this guy? We hacked off 2 limbs and blew up the remains. No one has ever taken a riot javelin head-on and came out unscathed. Orochimaru charged at them. Naruto and Sasuke took defensive positions and blocked his attacks. Blocking a kick, Naruto said, Orochimaru, for a Sannin, you can't throw a punch worth shit. Orochimaru snarled at Naruto and started hitting faster. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, the duo could easily see his attacks. Orochimaru jumped back and did some weird hand seal. He then went back in the fight. Naruto was countering and attacking when he saw an opening in Orochimaru's side. Naruto sent a punch there. Unfortunately for him, the jutsu that Orochimaru used allowed him to stretch his body parts out to extremes. He moved his body out of the way and punched Naruto in the face. Naruto and Sasuke kept trying to attack, but since he had that jutsu on, Orochimaru could dodge their attack with ease. Naruto went for another punch, but Orochimaru coiled around his arm and went up his entire body. Before Orochimaru could do anything, Naruto focused energy around his entire body, yelled, and let out an explosive wave, blowing Orochimaru apart. Before they could rest, white snakes started coming out of his hacked limbs and connected together. The snakes pulled the body parts together, putting Orochimaru back together, although his clothes were ripped. Naruto got pissed off and yelled, why won't you die? Naruto did hand seals and yelled water style, water bullet jutsu, and shot bullets of water at Orochimaru. Orochimaru just unhinged his joints and dodged all of them. He said, haven't you learned yet, Naruto-kun? I'm immortal. You can't defeat me. Naruto said, you aren't immortal, Orochimaru. It's just a bitch trying to kill you. Naruto and Sasuke rushed Orochimaru yet again, but Orochimaru's jutsu made it damn near impossible to hit him. After trying to hit him, Naruto was able to land a hit on Orochimaru and knock him back. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said Kamehameha. Sasuke nodded and started charging up an attack. Naruto followed him. Orochimaru looked at them, wondering what they were doing. He heard them chanting. Ka. Feeling threatened, Orochimaru pushed one hand on the ground and said summoning jutsu, Rashomon. Suddenly, a red gate rose from the ground. Me! Orochimaru jumped to the top of the gate to see that blue spheres of energy were forming between their hands. Orochimaru was getting scared, but was confident that the one Rashomon gate could absorb the attack. Ha! Suddenly, the orbs tripled in size. Orochimaru was still confident that one Rashomon gate could hold, but was getting more and more scared. Me! Orochimaru jumped off the Rashomon gate and slammed both his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon, a blue gate and a green gate, similar in design to the red one, rose up. Orochimaru took cover behind them. Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their attacks. Ha! Their attacks shot from their hands toward the Rashomon gates. The design of the Rashomon gates was simple. The red gate was first and would take the attack head-on. The green gate, right behind the red gate, reduces the power of the attack. The last gate, the blue one, disperses the pressure. The Rashomon gates were damn near unbreakable, and to date no one has ever broken all three. That record was shattered that day. With the combined powers of Naruto's and Sasuke's Kamehameha waves, they blew through all three Rashomon gates. The Rashomon gates did part of their function though. The red gate took the attack head-on, but didn't survive the blast. The green gate did reduce the power of the attack, but it was also destroyed. The last one failed in its function completely. The attack hit Orochimaru dead on, almost incinerating his entire body. It would have if not for the Rashomon gates. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's body was mangled and broken. His skin was seared off. His arms were damn near gone. Seeing this, Sasuke and Naruto hoped that either Orochimaru would die, or that he would back off. He did neither. He used his hands to open his mouth to an incredible width. Suddenly, his body fell down like it was some old snake skin. A new Orochimaru was there, with no hacked limbs, no damage, new clothes, and completely covered in slime. Orochimaru smiled and said, "A good attack, boys," but it failed. While he seemed cocky, Orochimaru was actually thinking, what the hell was that attack? I have to end this thing now. Summoning the three Rashomon gates and another rebirth. I'm too low on chakra to keep this up. I have to mark Sasuke-kun and get out of here. Naruto shot another riot javelin at Orochimaru, but Orochimaru quickly made a hand seal and merged with the ground point for the riot javelin missed and Orochimaru's head came out from the ground behind them and shot towards Sasuke. Orochimaru bit him in his neck. Sasuke screamed out and just dropped on the ground. Where Orochimaru bit, there was a mark. It looked like a shield with a sword in front of it. Before Naruto could do anything, Orochimaru's head sunk back into the ground. He reappeared in a tree. Naruto yelled, "What did you do to Sasuke, you bastard?" Orochimaru said, "I have marked Sasuke with my cursed seal. I created a new one just for him. It's called the Curse Seal of Susanoo. If he can survive the Curse Seal, he will seek me out for even more power." Naruto glared his hardest at Orochimaru and said, "No, he won't. I'll kill you right here." Naruto threw another riot javelin at Orochimaru, but by the time it impacted, Orochimaru was gone. Naruto just yelled out loud. He picked up Sasuke and looked around, sensing for Sakura. Naruto picked up Sasuke and flew to her location. When the fighting happened, she ran somewhere. When he found her, Naruto saw that she was with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. He said, "Guys, we have a problem." Ino yelled, "Sasuke-kun," and took him from Naruto. Ino said, "Is he?" She couldn't complete her sentence. Naruto said, "He isn't. We were attacked by Orochimaru. He bit Sasuke in his neck. Then Sasuke collapsed. He got away before I could kill him. I found that mark on his neck." "I'm so sorry, Ino." Since they came from the Wave Country mission 6 months ago, Ino and Sasuke had been dating. Even though Sasuke tried to hide it, Naruto knew that he cared deeply for Ino, and he knew that Ino felt the same way. Naruto said, "Is it alright if Sakura and I tag along with you guys?" Shikamaru said, "If you help us get our scroll, that's fine." Naruto said, "Fine then. How about this? Me, Choji, and Shikamaru go out and get the scrolls we need, while Ino and Sakura watch Sasuke." When everyone agreed, they decided to take off and get the scrolls. After delivering Sasuke to Ino, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji decided to go out and get the rest of the scrolls that their teams needed to pass. They had given Sasuke to the girls at noon, and had been searching since, but they didn't have any luck. Sadly, Team 10 had an Earth Scroll also, so the extra one that Team 7 took from the Mist team was worthless. They still held onto it for bargaining purposes though. After looking for almost half a day, they struck gold. It was nighttime, which meant that Shikamaru's shadow jutsu were strongest, and visibility was low. There was a team in a huge clearing cooking fish. Seeing them there, Naruto turned to Shikamaru and said as low as he could, "I'll take out the fire." After that, "Shikamaru, I want you to use your shadow possession jutsu to stop them." "Choji, you know any jutsu that could take them out?" Choji said, "I've been working on this new jutsu for a while now. I think it could take 2 of them out." Naruto mulled it over in his head, and said, "Let's not risk 3. "Choji, you take 2 of them out? When you take out your 2, I'll take out the last one." Shikamaru said, "Naruto, you do know that any pain these people feel is transferred to me through the jutsu, right?" Naruto said, "I guess I can't just shoot them from back here then." Change of plans. "Choji, warn Shikamaru when you're about to take yours out. After you take them out, Shikamaru needs to release his jutsu so that I can take out the last person." Shikamaru said, "Sounds like a plan. Let's do it." Naruto and the other 2 split up, taking different positions. When the time came, Naruto shot a ki blast at the flames, extinguishing the only light the group had. Shikamaru quickly moved, catching all 3 in shadow possession jutsu. The 3 sitting teammates all stood up out of nowhere, facing in random directions. One of them yelled out, "What the hell? Something's up, guys. I can't control my body." Shikamaru came out of the shadows with Choji by his side, saying, "Of course you can't. Because I do now." Shadow possession success. "Get them, Choji." Choji did hand seals and yelled out partial multi-size jutsu. Choji reached out his arms, increasing their sizes to the arms of a giant. He grabbed 2 of them and lifted them up, with Shikamaru letting his shadow possession of those 2 go. Choji then clapped both of his hands together, trying to knock them both out. They dropped from his hands, and Choji ended the jutsu, accomplishing his job. Shikamaru then let the last person go, and they turned to Choji and Shikamaru, not seeing Naruto in the tree line on the opposite side of the clearing. Naruto threw a ki blast at the last person, trying to knock them out, but a voice yelled, "Miku, get out of the way." The girl, now identified as Miku, jumped to her left out of the way of the ki blast at the last second. Before Naruto could find where the voices came from, they heard the same voice yell out, "Water style, water bullet jutsu." Before Shikamaru and Choji could move, they were blasted from their side by a huge droplet of water. The water droplet swallowed them up and hit a nearby tree, knocking the 2 genin into it. Shikamaru and Choji both got up, looking a little dazed but fine. As they got up, another male voice yelled out, "Fire style, Phoenix flower jutsu." Shikamaru and Choji jumped to the trees, avoiding a group of fireballs aimed at their previous location. Naruto was about to jump in, but was tackled from behind by someone. It was Miku, the girl from before. Naruto was forced to the ground, but went with it for appearance's sake. Mika put her knees on Naruto's elbows, stopping him from using them, and put a kunai at his neck. He heard a little scuffling in the trees, and then Shikamaru and Choji both jumped out of the tree line, with 2 other ninja behind them. The ninja were from the hidden waterfall village. Miku, who seemed to be the leader, said, "Give up, or your friend here dies." Choji and Shikamaru froze right on the spot. Shikamaru was about to take out their scroll to bargain for Naruto's life, but then Shikamaru looked over to Naruto's position to see Naruto giving a semi-convincing act of fear. To any experienced ninja, they could see Naruto's lack of sweating from the forehead, his lack of looking at his captors, and the absence of fear in Naruto's eyes. Shikamaru saw right through Naruto's fear act, so he knew that whatever happened, Naruto must have had a way to avoid injury. Shikamaru turned to them and said, "I don't care. Kill him." Miku was so surprised, she could only say, "What?" Shikamaru then implemented his plan. Slowly he started moving his hands behind his back, where Choji was. He started using a special hand sign language that his, Choji's, and Ino's dads came up with years ago for nonverbal communication. He signed "Fight" on my signal. While signing, Shikamaru said, "I don't give a damn about him. I was only using him to get a scroll. Slit his throat for all I care." Naruto's eyes widened and he yelled, "Shikamaru, what the hell is your problem?" Mika stammered out, "But isn't he your fellow leaf ninja? Aren't you guys supposed to look out for each other or something?" Shikamaru said, "I don't really care about that dead last. All he ever did was hold everyone back. He's just dead weight. Hell, if you don't slit his throat, I probably will." After that statement, the other 2 team members dropped their guard a little. Just enough for Shikamaru to yell, "Shadow neck bind." Shikamaru extended his shadow toward the shadow of one of the other ninja, and stretched his shadow up their body. Choji realized that was the moment to attack and did the partial multi-size jutsu. He used his arm to pick up the other guy before he could free his friend. Choji threw the guy into the ground and smashed his hand on the guy. Miku tried to slice Naruto's throat, but before she could, she found herself 10 feet in the air. Naruto turned around in the air, sending Miku falling toward the ground. Naruto flew down after her and punched her lightly for him in the head to knock her out. Choji and Shikamaru had just finished taking out their opponents. They started searching through their bodies, eventually finding a heaven scroll. Naruto sighed tiredly and said, "One down? One to go." With Orochimaru 10:00 p.m. first day, I severely miscalculated with those two boys. I can't believe I was so stupid as to use months-old data. These were the inner thoughts of Konoha-born madman, sociopath, and all-around jackass Orochimaru. After marking Sasuke, Orochimaru had to quickly leave or risk being killed by Naruto. Somehow, the boy had been able to give him a big run for his money. Orochimaru was almost out of chakra after getting away. While he was running, Orochimaru had a small run-in with his old apprentice Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru left her a message to give to the Hokage. If the Chunin exams were stopped, the village would be destroyed. After getting away from his student, he was faced with a problem. What should he do about the curse seal of Susanoo? Sasuke was one of the first to ever receive the curse seal. He couldn't even give the curse seal to anyone else because they kept dying. Luckily, those with bloodlines seemed to live 10% of the time. But they only lived for a few minutes before dying. If Sasuke lived through the curse seal, he would have a lot of power. But to the extent, was something that not even Orochimaru knew. He didn't have enough time to test it, and that was the problem. He had 6 people to test it, but he needed Kabuto's team alive for later. That left the Sound Genin team. But with everything he put into that seal, Orochimaru knew that the team was no competition for Sasuke in their current state. But if one of them had a curse seal, they might be able to give Sasuke a good test of the cursed seal of Susanoo. If all 3 of them had one, it might be even better. They could kill that blonde nuisance while they're at it, too. The only problem is that there's a good chance that they won't survive. Oh well, it's not my ass that's on the line. Besides, if they fail, I do have Kabuto's teammates as a backup to use. With that thought in mind, Orochimaru made his way through the forest of death to meet with the Sound Genin. When he reached them, they all took a knee and said, "What is thy bidding, Orochimaru-sama?" Orochimaru said, "There is someone in this exam I want you to kill. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. He has been a thorn in my side for a while now, and I want him dead. If you can kill his teammates, it would be even better." One of them, named Zaku, said, "It shall be done, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru said, "Yes, but in your state now, you 3 are far too weak to even be able to stand a chance against him. That's why I want to give you a gift. A gift I give to only my most loyal servants. A cursed seal. This shall increase your power higher than it's ever gone before. Sasuke Uchiha won't stand a chance. Are you 3 ready to receive a gift I only give my most loyal and strongest of servants?" The 3 nodded without a hitch. Orochimaru thought to himself, "Fools." Orochimaru took out a vial, filled with the serum needed to give someone the cursed seal. He dipped his canine teeth into it, and stretched out his neck and bit all 3 of them. The 3 yelled in pain as they received their seals. Before they passed out, Orochimaru said, "When you 3 wake up, you are to go after Sasuke Uchiha." Orochimaru then took off, having more business to do. With the girls, Sasuke's condition had stabilized. He started breathing regularly, his pulse went to normal. It seemed like he was just sleeping now. The girls were happy that Sasuke's condition had stabilized. Ino had to keep special eye on Sasuke. Sakura was damn near obsessed with Sasuke. For some reason, Sakura's deranged line of thinking told her that if she got pregnant by Sasuke, he would love her. The first time Ino went to the bathroom, she came back to find Sakura but naked, about to pull down Sasuke's pants. She would have killed Sakura right there for trying to take her man, but she promised Naruto she wouldn't kill Sakura. They still needed Sakura to pass the Chunin exams, and she didn't want Sasuke to have to fail them because his teammate decided to whore herself out. Sakura had been trying every trick in the book to get Ino to leave so she could get pregnant. The problem was that Ino knew every trick she tried and was always 2 steps ahead. She could have just knocked Ino out, but the first time she tried, Ino sensed her coming and turned to look at her. Sakura had to make up some bullshit excuse, saying that she thought she saw an enemy. Sakura knew that Ino didn't buy it, and Ino had been watching her ever since. Now Sakura had no idea what to do. All she could do was wait for Sasuke to wake up and try to seduce him again. Unknown to them though, the curse seal was worming its way through Sasuke's entire system, infecting him with its sinister chakra. It had already taken over his entire body. Now, the seal was healing any damage done to Sasuke to make him stronger. It was burning some of Sasuke's fat. It was getting Sasuke into a healthy state. It couldn't have a weak host, could it? Soon, its preliminary job would be complete. After it completely infected Sasuke's body, it would infect his mind. Its second job was to give Sasuke more power than Sasuke ever had before. Sasuke would then get addicted to the power. After getting Sasuke hooked, Orochimaru would come around with an offer of even more power. The plan was foolproof. Now, all the seal needed to do was to worm its way through Sasuke's mind, and the fact that Sasuke was mentally scarred from the Uchiha massacre just made that job seem easier to do. While all this was going on in the Forest of Death, no one bothered to look to the skies. If they did, they would have seen 3 moving objects coming towards the ground. The 3 objects were spherical in shape, and looked to be about 10 feet in diameter. They looked completely solid, except for what looked like a door and a window on said door. They were all white, except for a triangular-shaped symbol on the door. 1/3 of the area inside the triangle was blue, in the shape of a smaller triangle. The rest of it was yellow. This was the symbol of the Ginyu Force, the elite fighting force of the World Trade Organization. The 3 objects were about to collide with the ground, but they stopped 2 feet off the ground. The doors opened and out walked 3 creatures, all bearing the same resemblance. They were all about 8 feet tall. They all had white devices mounted on their ears with a green screen in front of their left eye. Their leg, arm, and torso skin looked like it was muscle instead of skin. Their shin and forearm armor looked like it was being stretched to its breaking point because of the creature's bulk. Their torso armor looked stretched also, but not as much as the shin and forearm armor. The shoulders had huge, colored, hemispherical gems on the shoulder blades, which stretched out to about 1.5 feet from the neck. At the center of the torso armor was a hemispherical gem like on the shoulders. The most noticeable thing was the head armor. Their head armor was 3 feet long. The top half was made of the same gem as was on his shoulders and torso. Near where the head armor connected with the head was 2 horns, and near the top of the head armor were 2 larger horns. Their feet had 3 toes. Their hands had 5 fingers. Strangely, their head, neck, hands, and feet had light purple skin. They also had a 5-foot tail with a huge spearhead on the end. The skin on the tail looked the same as was on the arms and legs. The only thing different about these 3 was their gem color. One of the creatures had yellow gems. The other had orange gems, while the last had red gems. The yellow one, who looked like the leader, put his hand to the ear device and said, "Lord Kurumi, we have landed." A voice from the device said, "Very good, Wavo. What is your position?" Wavo said, "Me, Leki, and Hugo are 12 stellar parsecs from the target. And a stellar parsec is a made-up measurement. It's equal to 100 miles. Kurumi, who was starting to sound annoyed, said, "Why are you so off target?" The orange one, Leki, said, "I am the navigator, Lord Kurumi. It is my fault. I must have input the wrong coordinates." Kurumi said, "I don't care. Just accomplish the mission." Wavo said, "Okay then, Lord Kurumi. Wave out." When Wavo turned off the ear device, he said, "Leki, I want you to determine which way we have to go." Leki said, "We must head north-northwest. If we do, we'll run into our targets." Hugo said, "We must be careful." Kurumi said that these people we're looking for might be scions. Leki said, "Who cares? Those monkeys are dead and extinct. One of us could probably accomplish this mission by ourselves." Hugo said, "Oh yeah?" Lord Kurumi's ancestor Frisia thought that exact same thing, but it only took 1 scion to kill him, all of his bodyguards, and the Ginyu Force of that time. I figured that over a century of rumors would make it so that Goku killed all of them by himself. Wavo said, "Both of you stop fighting. Leki, Hugo is right. The last transmission from Teost's scouter showed that there were 3 people of high power here that killed him. It's obvious that it wasn't humans who killed Teost. Teost might have been a weak worm, but at least he was stronger than a human. The only explanation is that there are some surviving people of Scion descent on this planet. We must be on our guard. If we aren't, we might end up like Teost. Now stop arguing and let's go." With that, the 3 aliens flew high in the sky and started flying towards their targets. The killers of Teost. Second day 11:00 a.m. On the second day of being in the Forest of Death, Sasuke's condition hadn't changed. All the while, Ino had been worrying. Not only for Sasuke's safety, but hers also. What if Orochimaru decided to come back for a second attack? Her and Sakura would be useless. Luckily for her, the team of Niji, Tenten, and Lee had passed through. Seeing them, Ino started yelling, "Lee-san. Lee-san." Hearing Ino call his name, Lee signaled for his team to stop and said, "What's up, Ino?" Ino said, "I need your help." Tenten said, "Why? Where are the guys from your team anyway?" Tenten didn't pay much attention to the rookies, but she knew that usually teams were 2 males and 1 female. The fact that Ino was here alone was questioning. Ino said, "They're out looking for a scroll with Naruto. They wanted me and Sakura to stay back and watch Sasuke." Lee's eyes widened. He said, "What happened to Sasuke?" Ino said, "Naruto and Sakura said that they were attacked by Orochimaru. He put this weird seal on Sasuke-kun's neck. Naruto wanted me and Sakura to stay with Sasuke-kun and help him, but I'm scared. Niji said you don't know if Orochimaru will come back or not? Ino said I don't. That's why I need your help. I've been training, but I'm still no match for Sasuke-kun, let alone one of the legendary Sannin. Please, Lee-san, I need your help. If 5 of us are protecting Sasuke-kun, we could probably stand a better chance against Orochimaru. Lee closed his eyes and weighed the options. He turned to his team and said we already have our 2 scrolls. We can hold up getting to the tower for a little while. Niji said Lee, think this through. We have our 2 scrolls, and they are the enemy. How do you know that she isn't lying and the others aren't around waiting to ambush us? Lee narrowed his eyes and said because Naruto and Sasuke are my friends. I know that they wouldn't lie like that. Besides, I don't sense their ki signatures anywhere. Tenten said but you said that some people can suppress their ki. Lee said they can suppress it, not hide it completely. I'm looking for Shikamaru's, Choji's, and Naruto's signatures. They're on the other side of the Forest of Death. I also sense Sasuke in that tree with Sakura next to him. Her story checks out. Niji said I still think this is a bad idea, but if you really want to, I think that we can spare a little time. But only to the beginning of the 4th day. By then we need to be on our way to the tower or we'll never get there. Team Guy decided to stand guard for them and help. Ino was happy, but was still scared. She wouldn't let her fear go until they left this entire forest ordeal behind. She just hoped that the boys could get back soon. As it was going towards night, the boys got lucky. They found a team from Iwagakure just sitting around, so they decided to take them out. Luckily, the Iwagakure team had a heaven scroll. As the boys were going home, Naruto signaled for them to stop. Naruto just felt 3 huge power levels coming for their position. Naruto felt around and sensed that they were 3 miles up and only 30 miles away. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and Choji and said, guys, we need to get back to the girls now. Shikamaru, sensing the tense tone in Naruto's voice, said why? What happened? Naruto said if I tried to tell you, it would only confuse you. Naruto felt around the Forest of Death, feeling that Lee's entire team was near Sakura and Ino. Naruto said guys, some very very bad people are coming for us right now. If they find us, we're as good as dead. We have to get to the girls. Lee's team is with them. They'll help us. Shikamaru said let's go then. Naruto made 2 shadow clones. The shadow clones grabbed a boy each and took off. They were moving as fast as they possibly could. Naruto was thinking I haven't felt a signature like that since my fight with that Tiost guy. Could these be friends of his? They might be looking for his killer. If they do come for us, I just hope to Kami that Lee and I are strong enough to fight them off. 2 minutes later, Naruto and his clones had arrived at the girls' location. The clones dropped Shikamaru and Choji, who were able to land safely on their own. Naruto touched down next to Lee, who was as on edge as Naruto. Lee said you're feeling that, right? Naruto said yeah. Worse is, there's 3 of them and 2 of us. We don't know if the guys can take that last one. Lee said if one of them was as weak as the last guy, they might have a chance. But I'm sensing that all of these guys alone are about twice as strong as the last one. I don't know. Naruto said Lee, where's your dad? Lee said he's at an assassination mission in the land of Earth right now. We're alone here. Naruto said well, they don't know that we're suppressing our power levels right now. We still have the element of surprise with our transformations. Lee muttered speak for yourself. Lee still hadn't been able to unlock the Super Saiyan transformation yet. He was able to get false Super Saiyan up to 30x, but it seemed that his body couldn't handle 50x yet. Vegeta said that it was most likely because of the disease Lee had for 13 years. His body still hadn't completely recovered from it. Vegeta said that the full recovery from that disease could take as many as 8 more months. Naruto said ignoring that. We still have the element of surprise with our power. If they have scouters, we're gonna have to take those out first. With those scouters, they can track us anywhere. Lee said I know. Well, you ready to fight? Naruto said hasn't stopped me before. Lee just smirked and turned to the others. Judging by the way they were acting, they overheard Lee's and Naruto's conversation and knew what was coming up next. Everyone was double-checking their supplies and getting ready to fight. A few minutes later, 3 white dots from the sky started descending. They landed right in front of the group. The 3 aliens looked confused. Hugo turned to Wavo and said our report said that the ones who killed Tiost had power levels over 800,000. The strongest person here is that purple-haired kid and he's at 300,000. There's no way that they killed Tiost. Lecky said the legend of Frisia's death told of humans who could fool the scouter. There's a chance that they know how to fool the scouters also. Wavo said the humans that could do that were on planet Earth. We're on Zigpen. There's no way that they know how to suppress their energy like that. Seeing that they were distracted, Naruto looked over to Lee and Lee nodded. They temporarily increased their power as high as it could possibly go, and rushed the 3. Before the three could react, Naruto punched Wavo in the ear, destroying his scouter. Lee punched Hugo in his stomach, bringing him down to Lee's height. He then kicked Hugo in his ear, destroying his scouter. Before they could take out Leki's, he jumped backwards. Unfortunately for Leki, Neji had been practicing his Juken since he saw Naruto, Lee, and Sasuke in battle a few months ago. As a way to rebuild bridges between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga had allowed some of the branch members access to the main family's personal techniques. One of the people with access was Neji. Looking through the scrolls, Neji found one technique that he instantly took a liking for. After months of practicing, he finally mastered it. 8 trigrams, air palm. Neji thrusted his palm at Leki's ear. A wave of chakra came out of his hand and hit Leki right in his ear, destroying the scouter. Lee quickly thanked Neji and took a stance in front of the 3 aliens. Neji, seeing the disadvantage, hopped in beside the 2 half-scions and said, "You two owe me an explanation later." Naruto said, "We'll give you one. For now, let's kick some ass." The 6 warriors charged at each other, ready to beat the holy hell out of their enemies. Lee charged Hugo, who lagged behind the rest of the group. At the last second, Lee jumped into the air and yelled out Leaf Whirlwind. The attack that could easily break bone was blocked by Hugo with no effort. Hugo punched Lee in his chest and then brought his knee up into Lee's gut. Hugo then grabbed Lee by the head and threw him into the sky. When Lee recovered and started hovering in the air, he heard Hugo scream out "Death Wave." A red beam of energy erupted from Hugo's hand, coming right for him. Lee dashed backwards, avoiding the blast. Lee then dashed towards Hugo and punched him in the mouth. Lee blocked Hugo's punch, but didn't anticipate Hugo's tail coming around and hitting him in the chest. Neji immediately started dodging Leki's attacks. Leki started thrusting his fingers at Neji and shooting off small bullets of energy. Seeing what they usually do, Neji started dodging them. After a while, Neji rushed forward and jumped in the air, nailing Leki with a gentle fist slam to the arm. Leki looked at him and said, "What the fuck was that?" Neji's eyes widened before he was smacked by Leki's tail. While being knocked back, Neji was able to recover his balance and activate his Byakugan. Neji then silently cursed himself. "How could I forget? This energy they're using isn't chakra. I can seal up their tenketsu all I want, but it won't do any good. They can still use chakra as its base 2 energies. My gentle fist can probably still affect their inner organs, but I'd have to put a lot more chakra into it." Neji narrowed his eyes and took off toward Leki again. Leki started dodging Neji's strikes, but when Neji landed a blow on Leki's stomach, Leki started backing up in pain. Neji decided to go in for the kill immediately, knowing that, if given the chance, these aliens could kill him in a split second. Neji rushed in with his palm held back, ready to slam it into Leki's chest. When he was 6 inches from hitting Leki, he suddenly felt his oxygen supply cut off. He felt a huge force strangling him. He looked at Leki, whose tail was wrapped around his neck. Leki said, "That hurt you, bitch." Leki raised his hand and set it on Neji's chest. He said, "1 down, 2 to go." His hand started glowing yellow, but before he could release the blast, he heard a voice yell, "Human Boulder Jutsu." Turning to his left where the voice originated from, he could only widen his eyes in fear as Chuji flattened him. His grip on Neji immediately loosened. Neji pulled the tail off of him and jumped back. Chuji deactivated his mulet-sized jutsu and jumped to where the other ninja were. Tenten said, "Sorry Neji, but it looks like this is gonna be a team effort." Neji, who was still breathing heavily, said, "I have no problem with that." Wavo recovered from Naruto's attack and charged Naruto. Naruto created an afterimage, which Wavo fell for. Naruto reappeared where Wavo originally was. Naruto charged up energy in his hand, having it take a light blue glow. When the ball got big enough, he threw it at Wavo, yelling out "Riot Javelin." Wavo turned around and blocked as the attack knocked into him. Before Wavo could recover from the attack, Naruto charged in and tried to punch him. Wavo disappeared from the attack and reappeared behind Naruto. Wavo then kicked Naruto into the air and away from the others. Hugo chased after Lee as Lee recovered from his tail slam. Lee blocked Hugo's punch, but was kneed in the stomach. Hugo tried to slam Lee into the ground, but before he could, Lee disappeared. Lee yelled out "Leaf Rising Wind" and kicked Hugo in the chin. Lee flew up to Hugo and grabbed him around the waist. Since Hugo was over 7 feet tall, it was easy for Lee to do. Lee started turning around, the force only helped by the fact that he could fly. Lee started turning and turning as he went higher and higher into the sky. When he was high enough, Lee turned to the ground and started flying as fast as he possibly could. When he reached the ground, he yelled out "Primary Lotus," and caused a massive dirt cloud to kick up. Lee flew above the cloud, feeling for Hugo's energy. Lee started raining down ki blast after ki blast. At first, they were hitting, but then they started being deflected. "He's up already? Just how strong is this guy?" Lee's musings were cut short as Hugo busted out of the smoke cloud with small burn marks on him. He punched Lee in the jaw, then grabbed Lee around the neck with his tail. Hugo flew over to a tree and slammed Lee's head into it repeatedly. When Naruto was launched into the air by Wavo decided to continue with the attack. Wherever he kicked Naruto to, he would appear in the way and kick Naruto away. He did that 3 times. On the 4th time, Naruto was able to phase out and reappear behind Wavo. Naruto then kicked Wavo towards the ground. Naruto disappeared and reappeared above Wavo. He flew down and tackled Wavo to the ground, creating a small crater. When he got up, he heard the sound of something being slammed into something else. Looking around, he saw that Lee was being choked by Hugo and getting his head smashed into a tree. Naruto did some quick hand seals and yelled out lightning style, false darkness jutsu. From Naruto's body came a mass of lightning that took the shape of a beast. The beast charged forward and slammed into Hugo's back. Hugo let out a scream, dropping Lee in the process. Lee quickly thanked Naruto and did some hand seals of his own. Ending on Dragon, he did his father's favorite jutsu fire style, Apollo's Fury. From under Hugo came a huge geyser of fire that engulfed him. Hugo couldn't get away in enough time and was hit with the attack. Naruto was about to be attacked by Wavo from behind, but Naruto phased out in the nick of time. He reappeared behind Wavo and did more hand seals. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Naruto called out the name of the jutsu, causing a huge amount of water to fly at Wavo and wash him deeper into the forest. A little while after the Bird Country mission, he went snooping around looking for more jutsu. Up until then, he had used the water bullet jutsu as his main water technique, but Naruto decided to retire that jutsu for something with a little more oomph. He went to Sasuke to ask for one, but Sasuke didn't know one. Sasuke mentioned Kakashi's battle with Zabuza in Wave Country, and remembered that he used the Great Waterfall Jutsu. So after stealing the scroll of the jutsu from the Konoha Shinobi Library, Naruto learned it, and used it as his main water jutsu. Seeing Wavo standing there, Naruto did more hand seals, yelling out lightning style, false darkness jutsu. The beast rushed forward, intending on hitting Wavo. Wavo waited until the last second and dodged out of the way. The attack hit a tree, frying its impact spot. Leki's opposition consisted of Choji, Shikamaru, Tenten, Ino, and Niji. Shikamaru said, "Troublesome Naruto. Always dragging us into something. Hold him off for a while, guys, let me think of a strategy." Niji, Guy's second in command of his team, said, "Guys, follow me." Niji rushed forward, followed by Tenten, Choji, and Ino. Niji took the lead by attacking with his gentle fist. But Niji was at a disadvantage. The way he was taught was to attack the arms so that the person wouldn't be able to defend as well, then to strike the legs, then go in for the kill in the chest. These aliens had no chakra, so his regular approach was useless. His chakra reserves were bigger than usual, but they weren't big enough to be in an extended battle with the aliens. He needed to pack a lot more power into his attacks if he wanted them to damage anything. Also, the fact that they didn't look like they were from Earth meant that their anatomy could be different. The human body had all the main organs stored in the torso with the brain in the head. But for all he knew, these aliens could have their heart stored in their foot and their brain in their shoulder. There was a bright side in that the alien had something valuable in the chest area. It could mean that there was a similarity in human anatomy and the anatomy of their species. Niji tried to look through with his Byakugan, but the Byakugan couldn't see through his armor that well. Niji decided to play with the hand he was dealt and started attacking Leki. Leki dodged Niji's strike, but didn't see Tenten's attack. Tenten ran to Leki's side and tried to stab a kunai into his forearm. Unfortunately, the kunai broke on contact. Leki smirked and tried to smack her with his arm, but Tenten easily jumped over Leki and landed behind him. Tenten pulled out a scroll and bit her finger, drawing blood. She wiped her blood on the scroll and pulled out a sword from her weapons scroll. She ran forward to rejoin the fight. While Niji was attacking Leki, it provided Ino with a golden opportunity to try out a new jutsu she learned. Lightning style, lightning sword jutsu. Ino held out her 2 fingers. A thin, yellow beam formed out of them. The beam took the appearance of a sword, with lightning sparks coming off of it. Ino rushed forward and sliced Leki across his back. When he screamed, Ino stabbed him in his back, then pulled the sword out and stabbed him again. She kept stabbing him until the jutsu ran its course. When the jutsu stopped, Leki was kneeling down and not moving. Ino was about to move closer to see if he was really dead, but she was smacked across the stomach by Leki's tail. Leki stood up and moved his right hand behind his body. Before Niji could warn everybody, Leki yelled out Death Wave. Niji jumped in front of everyone and started spinning. He yelled out Hakushukaten. Niji expelled chakra from every tenketsu of his body and spun, creating a huge dome of chakra. The yellow death wave of Lecky's collided with Niji's Kaiten and both were cancelled. When Niji stopped his Kaiten, he had to dodge as Lecky threw a ki blast at him. Before Niji could do much more, Tenten attacked Lecky. She cut his arm, causing purple blood to come from it. Shikamaru, who was watching, thought the place that she cut him didn't have the white armor over it. Those must obviously be weak points. Choji yelled out partial multi-size jutsu and increased the size of his arm to over 10 times its original size. He then punched Lecky with it, knocking Lecky backwards. When he saw that, Shikamaru thought that's it. Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu on Lecky as soon as Lecky got back up. Shikamaru said, "Choji, hold him down." Choji yelled out multi-size jutsu. All of a sudden, Choji himself grew. Choji increased his height to 10 feet and increased his bulk, making him tower over Lecky. Choji grabbed Lecky and held on with all his might. Lecky kept trying to break out of the hold, but Choji held strong. Shikamaru said, "Niji, his elbow, as hard as you can." Niji rushed forward and concentrated a bunch of chakra into his palm. When he reached Lecky, he slammed his hand into Lecky's elbow. When he heard something snap, Niji smirked. But his happiness was short-lived as Lecky just yelled out and expelled a huge explosive wave of energy to throw off him and Choji. Lecky was glaring daggers at the shinobi. He said, "Now you've pissed me off." When the fire geyser of the Apollo's Fury Jutsu wore off, Hugo was still alive. He was kneeling on one knee and breathing hard. He had scorch marks over his entire body and part of the gem on his stomach had a small crack in it. Hugo narrowed his eyes at Lee, and then disappeared from Lee's sight. Lee looked around, but couldn't find Hugo. All of a sudden, he was smacked from his right and sent flying through the forest. Before he could stop himself, he was knocked upwards. He heard a cry of death wave and a red beam of energy hit him from behind and he was blasted. While he was falling toward the ground, he felt something constrict his breathing. When he opened his eyes, Hugo had his tail wrapped around Lee's throat. Hugo then repeatedly punched Lee in his gut. With each punch, Lee felt more and more pain. Eventually, he started coughing up blood. He knew that if he didn't do something, he would die. He thought of one idea, but it was risky. He saw it from the recording of old fights. If he could shoot a ki blast from his throat, he could end this. Flashback. Lee was watching some old recordings of fights between some of the best fighters and ki users of the universe. He eventually came to one fight where a guy focused energy in his mouth and blasted it out. The move intrigued Lee. If he could learn how to do that, he would have more than 2 places to fire off ki energy from. Deciding to test it out, Lee went to the GR. When Lee started thinking about it, he thought to himself, well, Sasuke tried it against that Ryu guy a couple months ago. It can't be that hard. Okay, just like they did in the video, thought Lee. He focused the energy at the base of his throat. He tried to force it through his neck, then yelled out loud. Lee's yell alarmed Vegeta. Vegeta rushed to the GR to see Lee rolling on the ground, holding the front of his throat. He said, "Lee, what happened?" Lee couldn't say anything. He tried, but couldn't form the words. Instead, he pointed to the screen he was watching and saw a clip of old fights. Vegeta started looking through the videos for clues. He eventually found the part where the fighter sent a blast from his throat. Realizing what his son tried to do, Vegeta went and got a senzu bean. He ran over to Lee and forced it down Lee's throat. When it hit his stomach, Lee sighed in relief, feeling the senzu bean work its magic and heal him. He said, "Thanks, Dad." Vegeta said, "No problem, son." Vegeta then proceeded to punch Lee in the face, sending him flying towards a wall. When Lee recovered, Vegeta said, "Lee, what the hell were you doing?" Lee said, "I was trying to send a blast out of my throat." Vegeta said, "Didn't I tell you not to try one of those moves unless I was supervising?" Lee said, "Yeah, but Sasuke did that move a couple months ago, so I didn't think it was that hard." Vegeta said, "Sasuke has been doing fire jutsu for years. He knows how to properly manipulate the ki so that it doesn't permanently scar his throat. You, however, don't have a single move that is like this." Lee said, "But Dad, that attack could really help me." Vegeta sighed and said, "If it's that important to you, then I'll teach it to you." End flashback. Lee had been practicing it for a while, but still didn't get the hang of it. If he fucked it up, he could die. But if he didn't do it, he would die. Lee concentrated the energy into his stomach, like Vegeta told him. He guided the energy up his throat and into his mouth. Lee opened his mouth wide and let the energy go. It blasted out of his mouth and hit Hugo in the face. The pain from the blast made Hugo loosen his hold on Lee's throat, freeing the Demi-Scion. Lee then yelled "Leave Hurricane" and hit Hugo in the face with the attack. The attack sent Hugo flying back, right into the way of Lee, who disappeared and reappeared in the way of Hugo. He kicked Hugo to the skies, preparing him for another attack. Lee reappeared above Hugo and kicked him toward the ground. He started flying to get closer to Hugo, then started focusing ki into his fist. When it built up enough, he lashed out at Hugo and hit him in the chest, yelling Konoha Raiken. The attack detonated as soon as it made contact with Hugo. The resulting blast rocketed Hugo towards the ground and he hit in an explosion of power. Lee touched down by the crater Hugo made and waited for Hugo to come out. When Hugo came out with a punch, Lee was able to jump back, avoid the attack, and got a good look at his opponent. The center jewel in Hugo's body was shattered to pieces. The other jewels on his body didn't look that much better. Hugo's lip was bleeding also. It looked like Hugo was 1 second from dropping to the ground. Naruto had to quickly hop back from his failed attempt to blast Wavo. Wavo charged forward a second later, trying to take Naruto's head off. Naruto dodged some of the attacks, but after a few hits, he fell of the rhythm of Wavo's attacks and started feeling the hits. Naruto jumped back to avoid Wavo's attacks, then jumped forward with a kick to Wavo's gut. He then landed an uppercut in Wavo's face, sending him into the sky. Naruto reappeared in the way and kicked him to the ground. While Wavo was falling, Naruto started charging energy into his hands, while chanting Kamehameha. When the attack was at full power, Naruto yelled out HA and blasted Wavo in his back. Wavo's scream was blocked out by the explosion of the Kamehameha wave. When the smoke cleared, Wavo was on one knee, too tired to move. Naruto decided to capitalize on Wavo's problem to help his friends. Lecky charged the ninja like a madman. Tenten rushed forward followed by Niji and Choji. Tenten ran forward then jumped to the side in a split second to land a cut on Lecky's thigh. Lecky tried to punch her, but someone grabbed his arm from behind him. Looking back, he saw Choji with 2 expanded arms. Choji used his free arm to punch Lecky in his face. While Lecky was recovering from Choji's hit, Niji rushed forward and forced a lot of chakra into his palm. He then hit Lecky in the knee with the mother of all Juken strikes. While the strike would liquefy a regular person's intestines, it broke Lecky's knee, causing him to go down. Choji grabbed Lecky's hand and held Lecky's arm straight. Choji then started punching Lecky in the face as hard as he could with his expanded arms. Every hit started sending more and more blood out of Lecky's mouth. Ino rushed forward and started doing hand seals. Get out of the way, guys. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Ino breathed out a huge fireball from her mouth. Niji, Choji, and Tenten jumped away, and the fireball completely covered Lecky. When Ino cut chakra to the fireball, Lecky was still kneeling there, without a mark on him. Ino narrowed her eyes and activated another lightning sword jutsu. She rushed forward and started slicing Lecky where she could. Lecky raised into the air to avoid their attacks. While he was raising into the air, he heard a voice yell double riot javelin. Looking to where the voice came from, Naruto had fired off 2 riot javelin attacks and they were moving too fast to dodge. Lecky couldn't do anything but take the attacks. Lecky fell to the ground in a heap of smoke. Naruto phased out and reappeared beside Wavo and kicked him toward Lecky, Hugo joining him a second later courtesy of Lee. The other ninja came around and surrounded the 3 aliens, leaving no room for retreat. Naruto looked at the 3 aliens and said, "Seems like you 3 just lost." Lecky looked at Naruto and said, "Ha ha ha. Look at this human, thinking he's defeated us. That's a riot." Niji said, "What are you talking about?" Hugo said, "You kids are strong, that's true. But you haven't even seen our full power." Lee narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Full power? What do you mean?" Wavo said, "What he means is that we're holding our power back." Naruto said, "Well, excuse me if I'm not inclined to believe you. The last of you to come around here was a weakling compared to our power now." Hugo said, "So you really did kill Tiost?" Naruto said, "And if I did?" Wavo, Hugo, and Lecky all shared a look and smirked. Wavo said, "Then you're the one we were sent here to kill. It also allows us to remove our Jansenkos." Niji narrowed his eyes more and said, "What exactly are Jansenkos?" Wavo said, "The Jansenko is a special seal put on every one of the Jinyu Force. It limits us to using only a fraction of our power. Lord Kurumi forbade us from releasing ours unless we found the killer of Tiost. Now that we found you, the real battle can begin." At once, a huge purple aura surrounded the 3 aliens. The aura was so bright that the others couldn't stand looking into it. The aura was so strong it was blowing everything around the 3 aliens away. Naruto had to focus chakra to his feet just to stick to the ground and not be blown off. While he was concentrating on the 3 aliens, he felt their powers skyrocket. The power was surpassing his own. When the aura died down, the 3 aliens were all standing up. They all had the symbol of the Jinyu Force above the right side of their chest. The 3 aliens were also completely healed. Naruto narrowed his eyes and took a fighting stance, immediately followed by Lee. Naruto said, "Watch out, these guys are a lot stronger than before. Be careful." Naruto had to stop talking though as a fist made contact with his mouth. Before Lee could do anything, someone smacked him in the face and sent him back. The boys were able to recover and shot after Wavo and Hugo. Before they could get there, Wavo and Hugo appeared above them and kicked them to the ground. The boys got back up and dodged as Wavo and Hugo tried to hit them again. Naruto levitated off the ground and went for a punch and nailed Wavo in the jaw, while Lee kicked Hugo in the chest. The boys then continued to lay attack after attack on the two aliens. Naruto eventually landed a ki-charged kick to Wavo while Lee hit Hugo with a ki-enhanced leaf whirlwind. Both the aliens went sailing into a tree. Naruto landed and caught his breath a little bit. He said that was too easy. Lee snarled and said they're toying with us. Naruto said, well, we gotta stop toying with them. Look, following Naruto's finger, Lee saw that the others were fighting Lecky and were barely able to stay alive. Lee said this just isn't for our sakes. It's obvious that they can hold back the yellow guy. The longer we take with this, the more chances we give him to kill our friends. Naruto said we can't hold back anymore. Both boys saw their enemies get back up and rush them. Naruto grunted a little bit, and in a flash of yellow, he was a Super Saiyan. Lee focused his power, and a second later, he was a Super Saiyan in all but the hair and eye color. Lee took off his jacket so it wouldn't restrict him. Their transformation stopped Wavo and Hugo in their tracks. Hugo was thinking, my god. The legends are true. They all can become Super Saiyans. They're as strong as the Saiyan who killed Frieza. Hugo said, Wavo, I think it's best that we retreat right now. Wavo said, are you a stupid Hugo? Or are you just a coward? We came all this way to kill the murderers of Tiost. I'm not stopping now, Hugo said, but Wavo, do you remember the legend of the Super Saiyan? They are said to be strong enough to kill Frieza. Wavo said, so the fuck what? That's just some old fairy tale. Besides, this Super Saiyan thing is probably just some flashy transformation that doesn't do anything. Now stop bitching and fight. Wavo charged Naruto and opened with a punch. Naruto let the punch hit him in the face, not cringing for a second. Wavo narrowed his eyes and started throwing punch after punch and kick after kick. Naruto just stood there and did nothing. While holding his stoic demeanor, Naruto was thinking, I can't believe how strong the Super Saiyan transformation is. Usually, I'd be whining like a little bitch from these hits, but now I'm taking them like they're nothing. Every time I transform I feel like a completely different fighter. Naruto caught Wavo's punch and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Wavo. When Wavo stood up, he was punched in the face by Naruto. Naruto then grabbed his arm and threw him back towards the main group. Naruto appeared below him and kicked him to the sky. Naruto then charged up a riot javelin and threw it at Wavo, taking him out for a while. Hugo breathed a small sigh of relief. He heard the many legends of the Super Saiyan and knew that if he ever fought one, he was screwed. So when Wavo took the Super Saiyan, Hugo saw it was a gift from fate. Unfortunately for him, fate's gifts were usually a pile of crap wrapped in gold. He chose the wrong opponent. While the Super Saiyan boy was physically stronger than his opponent, someone who was almost as strong as, but 10 times a better fighter than, a Super Saiyan is a worse opponent. And that was exactly what Hugo was facing. So it should come as no surprise to you that when Hugo rushed in, he was met with a leaf whirlwind to the jaw. When he was rocketed back, he heard a yell of Buster Cannon. Lee's blue blast was sent flying towards him. Before Hugo could recover from the kick, he was blasted. Lee charged through the smoke cloud and yelled dynamic entry. Lee rushed forward and kicked Hugo in the cheek. Lee then yelled dynamic action. Lee started hitting Hugo with a strong combination of kicks and punches to wear him down. Lee was throwing his attacks so fast that Hugo couldn't block them. When they landed, they caused Hugo too much pain for him to do anything to block the next one. Hugo was being dominated easily. When Lee decided to end it, he punched Hugo in the chest, then rushed above him. Lee quickly charged up his attack, bathing himself and his surroundings in a royal purple light. He blasted the attack, yelling out Gallic gun fire. The attack hit Hugo quickly, blasting him to the forest floor. Lee charged up a ki blast and sent it down there for good measure. Seeing as Hugo was down, Lee decided to tackle Lecky. Looking over to the battle, Lee saw that Lecky was holding Tenten in his hand and was about to slam her on the ground. Lee screamed Tenten. At that point, Lee disappeared from his spot. Lecky brought his hand down, ready to break Tenten's skull against the forest floor, but a hand stopped him. He turned over to stare into the deathly serious eyes of Lee. Lee used his free hand to create a sword of ki and chopped off the arm holding Tenten. Lecky dropped to his knees screaming. Lee went over to Tenten and pried the bloody hand off her neck. He then threw it at Lecky, and kicked Lecky in the face when it hit. Lee went back over to Tenten to see if she was alright. Tenten looked at Lee and couldn't help but see the difference since he met Naruto. Before Naruto, she never would have thought about Lee as the dateable type, but after he met Naruto, it's like he completely became a different person. He was strong, confident, and caring. He was also chivalrous, but knew when it was time to step back and let her get her hands dirty. Since their mission in Bird Country, she had feelings for him. And as she spent more time with him, they just grew. Lee said, Tenten-chan, are you okay? Tenten, who had a small blush, said, yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, Lee-kun. I thought I was a goner until you came and helped me. Lee said, I'll always be here to help you, Tenten-chan. Tenten could only blush more at Lee's statement. Unknown to them, they were drawing the attention of all their allies minus Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Niji watched them and smiled to himself. He saw the signs of a relationship forming between those two for a while now. When he saw them, he told Gai-sensei of it and devised a plan with him. From then on, those two were always paired up. During training and sparring, it was always Lee and Tenten. Also, whenever they were doing independent training at the end of the day, Niji usually slipped out to leave those two alone. Niji felt like a matchmaker, and it sickened him. Relationships weren't his forte, but even he could see that Tenten and Lee deserved each other. So against his own wishes, he decided to play matchmaker between those two. God, I feel like some stupid fangirl. You better appreciate this, Lee. I went against my own wants to give you something you need. I hope you treat her right. You guys are like the brother and sister I never had. Wait a minute, you two are hooking up though, so technically. That's incest. Niji's thought train was interrupted by the grunting of Lecky. It seemed like that guy was a glutton for pain. Niji turned to the future newlyweds and said, Newlyweds, I'm sorry to interrupt your honeymoon, but that guy is getting back up. Lee looked over, and surely enough, Lecky was getting back up. Lee stood back up and turned to Lecky. He and Lecky charged each other at the same time. When they met, they entered a high-speed battle. The battle lifted them to the skies. While Lee was preoccupied with Lecky, Hugo rose up and came behind him. Hugo focused energy into his fingers. He then shot off small bullets of energy. Lee sensed Hugo and disappeared. The pellets went forward to hit Lecky. Lee then kicked Lecky forward and into Hugo. When the two got up, they charged Lee. Lee flew down into the trees of the Forest of Death, giving him cover. Lecky and Hugo were left in the air, without a way to track him. Since they didn't know how to sense ki levels, they were stuck in the air without a way to track their enemy. When they were about to get out of the air, Hugo was blasted by a blue blast coming from the left below them. Lecky met with a yellow-colored attack a few seconds later. He dropped to the ground like Hugo. When Wavo woke up, he was assaulted again by Naruto. Wavo couldn't put up a fight, Naruto was just too strong. Every punch he threw was blocked, and every attack he attempted was avoided. Naruto was just playing with Wavo, deciding to take his time. But now he was getting bored fighting such a weak opponent, so he decided to end it. Naruto punched Wavo across the face, then kicked him into the sky. Naruto teleported above him. He focused energy into his hand. When the energy was charged, Naruto threw the attack at Wavo, yelling out Power Blitz. The attack hit Wavo and exploded, showering the floor of the Forest of Death with his blood and guts. Naruto flew over to where his friends were to see them all watching Lee's battle. Naruto looked over to Sasuke to see that Sakura too was stunned by Lee's fighting. Looking up, he saw Lee hit Hugo with a Buster Cannon attack. A few seconds later, Lecky was hit with a double buster. When they landed, Lee picked them both up and threw them in the middle of the clearing. He formed his hands into a circle in front of his chest and gathered energy into them. When the energy was slightly green, Lee fired it off, yelling Light Grenade. The attack hit Hugo and Lecky, destroying them both. Seeing as they both were destroyed, Naruto decided to drop the transformation, with Lee following him. When they dropped their transformations, the adrenaline from the battle died off. Everyone then started firing questions at them. Naruto and Lee looked at each other, as if they were having a mental conversation. Naruto sighed. He knew he couldn't hide it from them. They put their lives on the line for him. He had to tell them the truth. They deserved that much. Naruto looked over to see Sakura still awake, so he decided to handle that little problem. He knocked her out quickly, then went back to his original place. He said, so what do you want to know first? Shikamaru took the stage. Where did that transformation come from? Naruto said, well, this is the thing. It's not a bloodline like I originally told everyone. Truth is, I'm part alien. Ino said, you mean like those three things that you just killed? Naruto said, no, I'm nothing like them. Anyway, my story starts a long time ago. Over 100 years ago, an evil space tyrant named Frisia, his brother Cooler, and their father King Cold started this thing called the World Trade Organization. They would go to planets, kill everything on it, then sell it to the highest bidder. Tenten muttered, that's horrible. Naruto continued, but those three didn't do it themselves. They had other races do it for them. One of those races was my own. My race was called the Scions. They looked human, but were made completely for fighting. The more they fought, the stronger they got. When they heal from battle, they get stronger. If they had fatal wounds, their power jumped immensely. So you can see why the Cold family wanted them to do the exterminating. My people were enslaved to do it, until one of them, my ancestor Bardock, decided to fight back. Since all the Scions agreed with him, Frisia personally destroyed Bardock, and the entire Scion homeworld. Everyone gasped. An entire planet destroyed. But what kind of technique could do that? Shikamaru said, but why destroy an entire planet? Naruto said there was a legend. The legend stated that every 1,000 years, a Scion of immense power called the Super Scion would be born. The Super Scion would be the strongest warrior in the entire universe. When the true strength of the Scions started to show itself to Frisia, Shikamaru finished for him. Frisia became paranoid and wiped out the entire planet to stop the legend from becoming true. Lee took up the story from there. Unfortunately for Frisia, he let too many Scions live. 8 Scions in total lived. 3 of them lived as Frisia's soldiers, being told a lie about their planet's destruction. 2 of them survived and lived on another planet, before they were both killed. One was my many times great-uncle Tarbal, who was on a different planet before the Scion homeworld was destroyed. One lived to become a space pirate before he was killed. The last was named Kakarot. As a newborn baby, Kakarot was sent to a planet to destroy it. Ino yelled, "What? But how can they do that to an infant?" Lee said sadly. It was a tradition that Frisia imposed on the Scions. He wanted the Scions to only know how to fight. Choji said, but why? Shikamaru said if they come out of the womb only knowing how to fight and only learning to fight, then that would mean that learning other things would be damn near impossible to do. It would keep them dumb. A race of strong dumbasses is a lot easier to rule over than a race of sophisticated powerhouses. Continue, Lee said anyway. While on the planet, he received a hit to the head, which gave him amnesia about his mission to destroy the planet. He instead decided to save it. Kakarot was renamed Goku on the planet, and it was the name he went by for the rest of his life. After living on the planet for a while, Goku was reminded of his Scion heritage by his brother Raditz, who was one of the 3 that worked for Frisia. Raditz traveled to Goku's planet to get Goku to work for Frisia, but it didn't work. Since Raditz threatened Goku's family, Goku had to kill him. Eventually, my ancestor Vegeta fought Goku. They both then learned about how their home planet was really destroyed. They decided to team up and kill Frisia, which they did. It turned out that the legend of Super Scion wasn't talking about one Scion in particular, but all of them. All the Scions could make the transformation to Super, Neji said, which is what Naruto did. Is that how his hair turns blonde and his eyes turn blue? Naruto said yeah. Tenten said, but why can't Lee reach it? Naruto said Lee is descended from the royal family of Scions. Neji said, wait a minute, Lee, you're royalty? Lee sarcastically said, yeah Neji, I'm the prince of about 3 people. That's so important. Naruto said, like I was saying, his ancestor was Vegeta, the person who helped Goku kill Frisia. In the royal family, there was a genetic disease. It would eat away at their energy. If left uncured, the person with the disease would die when they turn 18. Tenten said, you mean Lee-kun's gonna die? Naruto said, you don't have to worry, Tenten. On the Scion homeworld, the plants there made a medicine that could cure him. The same plants grew at the planet that Goku inhabited. On this planet though, the plants were hard to find. So Lee's father went on a search for it for the last 5 years, finding a cure. He found the cure and gave it to Lee, but Lee's body is still recovering from the disease, so it'll take a while before his body is ready for the strain that comes with transforming into a Super Saiyan. Shikamaru said, I get it now. Naruto said, get what? Shikamaru said, I just put all the pieces together. I think I just found the answer to why the villagers hate you, and who your father is. Naruto said, damn Shikamaru, I haven't even gotten to the part about my father yet. I didn't think you'd put the pieces together until I got a little farther. Shikamaru said, I've been trying to piece this thing together for the better part of a year. Give me some credit. Choji said, continue the story though. Naruto took up the tale. Eventually, Vegeta settled on the planet Goku was on and had a family. About 49 years ago, Lee's dad was born. My dad was born 2 years later, Shikamaru said, but how is that possible? That would mean that you were born when your dad was 35 years old. Naruto said, yep. Science aged slowly. Hell, Vegeta was actually in his 60s and he still looked 20. Fought like it too. But anyway, my dad, named Goku Jr., and Lee's dad, named Vegeta Jr., were best friends. But Frisia's race found them and their planet. Their race invaded the planet and killed the inhabitants. Our dads had to leave the planet as it blew up, and they swore to get revenge. Tenten and Ino were on the verge of tears. Choji and Neji were looking at Naruto and Lee with empathy. Shikamaru looked happy that their fathers made it out alive. Lee took over for them. When they landed on the planet, they came to Konohagakure as civilians. They told the Hokage their story and he decided to make them ninja and gave them fake backgrounds. My dad took the name Jufuli, while Naruto's dad took the name Minato Namikaze. My father trained Gai-sensei, while Naruto's trained Kakashi. Eventually, they both got married. Goku Jr. even got named the Yondaime Hokage. Lee then looked at Naruto. He knew the next part was kinda hard for Naruto to bear. Naruto decided to tell them himself. Towards the end though, he started feeling that the others would reject him. He couldn't even look them in the eye because he didn't want to see the looks in his friends' eyes as they changed from acceptance to hatred. Everything was fine until the Kyuubi attacked. Even though my father was probably the strongest person to ever appear on this planet, he was outmatched. He couldn't defeat the Kyuubi since the Kyuubi was pure energy. So he did the next best thing. He sealed it into his only son, me. Choji was so shocked he dropped his bag of chips. Ino was looking at the ground, thinking over her life and all the things that had happened to Naruto. Tenten was also reminiscing about her life. How could someone as nice as Naruto hold something so evil? Shikamaru was standing there unfazed by the news, seeing as he pieced it together before. Neji was the only person to voice his thoughts. Those foul, inhuman bastards. Naruto said, what? Neji said, how could those villagers treat you like that? I thought that it was because they hated your pranks, but they hate you for being forced to save our village? How dumb are the people here? Tenten said, yeah. You save our lives every day by holding that beast back. Why would people treat you like that? The Kyuubi said, hey, I resent that. Naruto thought back, no one gives a damn. Ino ran over to Naruto and hugged him. She buried her head in his shoulder and started muttering I'm sorry over and over again. Naruto could see that she was thinking about how badly she teased him. She always put him down because that's what everyone else was doing. Even though Naruto would have forgiven her in a second, he knew that she would beat herself up over this for a while. Choji said, I don't see how the people could be that dumb. You're probably the nicest person I've ever met. If I had the power of the Kyuubi sealed inside me and I was treated the same way you were, I would have let the Kyuubi get out and redecorate the village a long time ago. Kyuubi said, I agree with the fat kid. Let's do that. Naruto thought back, shut up. Even though I want to, I won't let you destroy this village. My father put too much effort into bettering this place for me to let you destroy it. Kyuubi muttered, yeah, just let the bureaucrats, gold diggers, bastards, and greedy fools on the councils do it for you. Naruto ignored the Kyuubi and said, thanks for accepting me, guys. Tenten said, why wouldn't we? It's obvious that you're the jailer and not the prisoner. Hurting you would only let the prisoner out easier. Shikamaru said, if these people can't understand the difference between you and the Kyuubi, then they are nothing but complete and total idiots. Naruto said, I thought that you guys would hate me. It feels good to know that I have more than 2 real friends in my life. Eventually, Ino was able to stop crying and heard Naruto forgive her. She muttered thanks and went back to her team. Lee talked it over with his team and they decided to move on. Now that Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji were back, they could protect themselves. They all said their goodbyes to each other, and Lee's team left. The team started to get settled into their impromptu base. They all took shifts watching Sasuke and the surrounding area, although Sakura wasn't allowed to be up alone seeing as she had been trying to jump him. Unknown to them though, the seal had just completed its preliminary purpose. It now had a deep root in Sasuke's subconscious. Now it was flowing through his chakra coils like poison, infecting everything it touched. Sasuke's body would be Orochimaru's by the end of the second part of the exam. When morning came around, Shikamaru was monitoring Sasuke. Sasuke had been sleeping through the entire night, giving off the impression that everything was alright. Shikamaru didn't buy it though. On their first day here, their team fought Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. Orochimaru was known as one of the most dangerous men in the elemental nations. He always had ulterior motives for everything he does. He attacked their team for a reason, and Shikamaru didn't think that some scroll was the reason. Orochimaru was known for conducting experiments to figure out the secret to immortality. Naruto seemed like the ideal target of Orochimaru's attack. Naruto has an advanced healing factor that borders on regeneration. If Orochimaru could somehow replicate it, he could experiment with it, and it could help him find out what he spent his entire life searching for. Due to the information he heard last night though, Shikamaru had to throw that theory out of the window. Naruto told him that a lot of the older generation knew about the Kyuubi no Kitsune being imprisoned inside him. That would include Orochimaru. The Kyuubi's chakra was rumored to be poisonous. Even though something like that has never been tested, Orochimaru didn't seem like the type of person to just disregard something like that. Due to the fact that the Kyuubi's chakra could be poisonous, it seemed like too much of a risk for Orochimaru to take. Sakura had no abilities to speak of, so that would leave Sasuke. Sasuke must have been the target of Orochimaru's attack, but for some unknown reason. The only thing that Sasuke possessed that Orochimaru could possibly want was the Sharingan, but that wouldn't help him in his goal for immortality. Sadly, Shikamaru's speculation had to end there. He had no other clues to help him put together this mystery. The only thing that Shikamaru could do was keep his ears open and hope that someone slips up and says something they shouldn't. Shikamaru just went back to watching the forest, looking for any trouble. After looking for 10 minutes, the only thing Shikamaru saw were squirrels or other animals. Luckily, the animals didn't trigger any of his traps. While looking around, Shikamaru saw a bush that looked like it was missing a few leaves, probably from the fight that Naruto and Lee had with those aliens the night before. Shikamaru looked through the bushes a little harder and saw what looked like a black color. But that isn't right. That bush was right in front of a row of trees. If anything, Shikamaru should be seeing the brown tree bark. Also, Shikamaru could swear that he saw it moving a little bit. Whatever was in the bushes set off warning bells in Shikamaru's head. Something was about to happen. All of a sudden, out of that same bush came a squirrel. The squirrel was going over a place where Shikamaru laid a trap. Shikamaru quickly took out a kunai and threw it at the squirrel, stopping it just short of his trap. Shikamaru thought, good. It didn't spring the trap. If my guess is right, someone is in that bush. They sent the squirrel out to see what I would do when it got close to my trap. After waiting for a few minutes, Shikamaru saw 3 people appear out of the bushes. They were the team from the Hidden Sound village. One of the 3, the one with spiky black hair, a black spotted gray scarf, and a yellow shirt with the kanji for death on it, said, look what we have here. Some leaf ninja all on his own. So, where's your other friends? Shikamaru said, what's it to you? The other male of the group, who had gauze wrapped around all his head except his left eye, the same scarf as his other friend, a strange, tan, furry poncho, and an amplifier on his left arm, said, well, we're looking for a friend of yours named Sasuke Uchiha. We were sent by a friend of his to have a conversation with him. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and said this friend wouldn't happen to be Orochimaru, would it? The male with the yellow shirt narrowed his eyes and said, so you know him? Then you should know that when Orochimaru sends someone to do something, he doesn't like failure. Shikamaru said, what do you 3 want anyway? The girl of the group, who wore a tan vest, black pants, and had the same scarf as the other 2, said we were sent by Lord Orochimaru to kill the Uchiha. Now move aside so we can complete our mission. Shikamaru said, well, I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. As troublesome as it is, he's a friend of mine, so I have to protect him. The one with the yellow shirt said, well then, you can die with him. The Sound Nin ran forward at Shikamaru. Shikamaru just stood there, knowing they would fall for his trap soon. The Sound Nin jumped over the place where Shikamaru laid his trap, only to fall in a different one. Shikamaru placed a trip wire 4 feet above the obvious trap to throw them off. The trap set a boulder to come crashing through the clearing directly at the Sound Nin. The one with the yellow shirt landed and turned to the boulder. He stuck his hands out and yelled decapitating air wave. Out of the guy's palms came a huge blast of pressurized air. The air sailed forward like sharpened blades and hit the boulder. It didn't destroy it, but it put a few deep slashes in it and stopped it in its tracks. The problem was that Saku's attack cut another trip wire that Shikamaru had, which released a net of logs to come falling down into the clearing. The Sound Nin were barely able to dodge the logs. The girl said, was that your trap? That was pathetic. A wet behind the ears genin could have came up with something better. Shikamaru smirked and said the plan wasn't to hurt you. It was to wake them up. Out of the trees, Naruto came walking out, rubbing his eyes, and said, what the hell is all that racket? Don't you see people trying to sleep? Shikamaru said, Naruto, look forward. Naruto looked up to see the 3 Sound Nin, and immediately got into a battle stance. Out of the trees, Ino, Sakura, and Choji all came, seeing the trouble. Ino and Choji both got ready for a battle. Sakura just fell to her knees screaming, save us Sasuke Kun. Ino muttered, and she was my rival back then? How pathetic was I? Naruto said, we'll deal with the babbling banshee later, right now we got trouble. The mummified genin said, too bad for you 3, we aren't like any regular genin. You picked the wrong choice getting between us and our target. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and quietly said, what's their target exactly? Shikamaru didn't take his eyes off of the enemy and said, Sasuke. Naruto narrowed his eyes and resumed his battle stance. Both sides were standing there, waiting for the other to make a move. After a few seconds, the guy with the yellow shirt yelled, I'm tired of waiting. Decapitating air wave. Again, the attack sailed forward, aimed at Naruto and his friends. The others quickly scattered to the sides. Naruto was about to leave, but remembered that Sasuke was in the tree. If he didn't get out there, he would die. Thinking quickly, Naruto focused his ki outward, creating a shield around him and the tree base. The attack hit the shield, and ricocheted away into the forest. Seeing that the attack was over, Naruto rushed to get Sasuke and ran over to where his friends were. When he arrived there, he dropped Sasuke to the ground and rushed forward. The others were right behind him. Ino broke from the group, deciding to take the girl of the group. The woman, named Kin, pulled out 2 Senbon and fought Ino. Kin said, look at you. You're probably one of those bottle blonde bimbos that are all around here. You probably spend all your free time trying on makeup or puking up your diet. You Konoha whores aren't real kunoichi. You're just bitches who showed some body for a Hittite. Ino narrowed her eyes at Kin and said, you didn't just say that. Kin smirked and said, oh yes I did, you bottle blonde bimbo. Ino ran forward and pulled her hand back for a punch. Kin said, taijutsu, fail? When Ino was close enough, Kin stabbed her with a kunai, only for the attack to go through an afterimage. Ino ducked under the attack, then flipped into a handstand and wrapped her legs around Kin's neck. Ino then pushed off her hands and flipped upward. She punched Kin in the face 3 times, then flipped back down, using the momentum of the fall to flip Kin around and make her land on the ground, head first. Ino quickly got back up, Kin only half a second behind her. Ino rushed forward and lead with a kick, which Kin ducked under. Kin then tried to stab Ino again, but Ino grabbed her arm before the Senbon reached her. Ino then lifted Kin in the air and slammed her to the ground. Kin rolled on the ground and reached her feet again. Kin said, it seems like I was wrong. Maybe Konoha kunoichi aren't the whores I've been hearing about. Ino said sadly, you're right. I'm just different from all these other hoes. Ino then rushed forward again, creating 3 regular clones. The clones rushed forward and made as if to punch Kin. The clones were moving too fast for Kin to distinguish between the original and the clones, so she dodged each hit. Unfortunately for her, the 3 clones' attacks got her in a position where she couldn't defend herself. The original Ino kicked her in the chest, which knocked her into a tree. Kin pushed off of the tree and attacked Ino again, but Ino was quicker. Ino left an afterimage behind her and rolled behind Kin. When Kin's Senbon passed through an afterimage, she used her other hand to stab downward, thinking Ino would be down there again. Ino jumped into the air and landed on the back of Kin's head. With all of Ino's weight on her back, Kin fell forward and hit the ground face first. Ino got up and dusted her clothes off. She turned to Kin and said, and my hair color's natural, bitch. Ino accentuated the bitch by kicking Kin in the head. Naruto went after Zaku, the boy with the yellow shirt. Zaku said, this is as far as you go. Decapitating air wave. The air attack came at Naruto again. Naruto just used an afterimage to take the hit. When the attack was ended, Zaku was shocked to see that his attack went through Naruto. The Naruto there was smirking and pointing to Zaku's left. Zaku turned that way and saw Naruto charging him. He blasted again, but it only went through another afterimage. Zaku said, damn it, I'm tired of these damn clones. Naruto's voice came from behind him. You know, you're a strong guy. You're just cocky as hell and can't aim worth shit. Zaku screamed and said, dodge this. Super decapitating air wave. What seemed like Zaku's regular attack on steroids rushed through the air towards Naruto. Naruto quickly left an afterimage and a shadow clone. The shadow clone went to Zaku's right while Naruto went to Zaku's left. They both got a fair distance from Zaku and said at the same time, now you're taking my attacks. Copycat. Zaku said, stand still. He then let loose a blast to each side. The Naruto smirked and started charging up energy. One attack took a bluish glow while the other took a purple glow. They shot off their attacks, yelling spirit balls / power blitz. The balls of Ki met Zaku's decapitating air waves and cancelled them out. While Zaku was fighting Naruto, Dosu was taking Shikamaru and Choji on at the same time. Choji ran towards Dosu trying taijutsu. Dosu smirked and blocked one of Choji's punches with his left arm, the same arm he had his amplifier on. When Choji hit the arm, it caused Dosu's arm to move. When something moves, it emits a sound wave. Something like a desk being moved can be easily heard, but others, say an arm moving, can't. But they do emit a small sound wave, a wave that is loud enough for Dosu's amplifier to pick up and manipulate. Dosu's amplifier sent out a sound wave on a certain frequency. That frequency messed with Choji's inner ear, which started making him more uncoordinated. As Choji kept fighting, his moves started becoming weaker and messier, making it almost child's play to dodge. Dosu used his amplifier to keep sending the frequency out to mess with Choji more. Eventually, Choji's body couldn't take it anymore and he dropped to the ground, out like a light. Shikamaru didn't know Dosu's plan, but he knew that the amplifier had something to do with it. Shikamaru did the hand seals and yelled out Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow reached forward, but Dosu was too quick. Dosu jumped backwards, thinking he had the upper hand. But as usual, Shikamaru was a step ahead of everyone. He sent his shadow into the trees, which provided a bunch of shadow. Shikamaru used the shadows of the trees to move his further. Eventually, he made his shadow come out of the forest and connect to Dosu's, which was only 2 feet away from the tree line, just like Shikamaru planned it. Dosu said, it seems that we're at a standstill. Shikamaru said, not quite. I can still move. Dosu said, but if you move backwards anymore, you'll disconnect our shadows, which will enable me to move. But unlike you, I still have another trick up my sleeve. All of a sudden, a purple aura started coming out of Dosu. Dosu started resisting the shadow possession, causing Shikamaru worry. To forcefully throw off the effects of the shadow possession jutsu required a strong chakra and an even stronger will. He needed help, quickly, Shikamaru said, but unlike you, I have a powerful ally. Naruto, who was just toying with Zaku, created a couple more shadow clones and said, "What's up, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru said, "I need your help. Choji's down, I can't move, and this guy is breaking the shadow possession jutsu." Naruto said, "No problem." Naruto rushed over to Dosu, getting ready to knock him out. At that moment, Dosu broke out of his bind and activated his amplifier. The sound came out of the amplifier and entered Naruto's ears, causing Naruto to fall to his knees. Unfortunately for Naruto, since he became half Saiyan, he also got better hearing. His better hearing made Dosu's attack a lot worse to him. Naruto couldn't handle the intensity of the sound. It hurt the more he tried to ignore it. Seeing this, Ino tried to run over to him, but she was backhanded and hit the ground. When she got up, she saw Kin there. But Kin had these weird lines all over her skin. Kin said, "This is round 2, and the last for you." The same markings as Kin had appeared on Zaku. Zaku faced Naruto and smirked. He said, "I am gonna enjoy this." Super decapitating air wave. The attack hit Naruto, who was still on his knees writhing in pain. Naruto went sailing, and when he hit the ground, he was knocked out. Shikamaru could only pull out a kunai and started thinking up plans to save him and his friends. Ino and Kin were fighting each other, which was about even. But before Ino knew what was happening, she was being attacked by Zaku also. Zaku punched her in the face while Kin held her, then he kicked her in the chin and knocked her back. Ino stood back up and started doing hand seals. She yelled out fire style, fireball jutsu. Her fireball surged forward, but it met up with Zaku's decapitating air wave. Ino's attack was quickly snuffed out, and she was sent rolling on the ground. Zaku rushed forward, intending on finishing her, then Sasuke, but his hand was caught. Looking to his right, he saw what he thought was Satan given human form. The person had huge claws that looked to be dripping with some sickly green liquid. He had completely black skin with red lines tattooed on his body that were pulsating. The red lines looked like they were arteries. He had jet black hair that came down to his shoulder. Out of his back, 2 bat-like wings emerged. But that wasn't the scariest thing about him, it was his eyes. They were Sharingan, but had more malice than anything that Zaku had ever seen. He threw Zaku backwards and turned to Ino. He said, "Ino, who did this to you?" Ino said, "Sasuke-kun." Sasuke said, "We'll talk later, but who did this to you?" Zaku dusted himself off and said, "I did it." "Got a problem with it?" Sasuke narrowed his Sharingan eyes and said, "Yes, I do." All of a sudden, Sasuke disappeared. His voice came from everywhere. He said, "You touched my girlfriend. You hurt my girlfriend. What do you think?" Sasuke appeared behind Zaku and kicked him toward Kin. Kin ducked under Zaku and started throwing Saban at Sasuke. Sasuke focused his dark energy into his claws, causing them to be practically bathed in the vile acid. He then swiped his hand down, causing 5 crescents of energy to expel from his hands and sail forward, destroying the Saban. He said, "Got any more tricks?" Zaku said, "Try this." Super decapitating air wave. Zaku's attack sailed forward. Sasuke said, "You're copying Naruto now?" Pathetic. He held out his left hand and said, "Susanoo no Tate." Sasuke's left arm folded in on itself and created a shield with a mirror on the front. Zaku's attack impacted against the shield, knocking Sasuke back a bit, but Sasuke focused chakra into the ground to stay motionless. When the attack was over, Zaku was shocked to see that Sasuke was still alive. Sasuke said, "Now, it's my turn." Sasuke ran to Zaku's side and pushed his shield as close to Zaku as possible. Sensing danger, Zaku dived out of the way, barely missing Sasuke's attack. Out of the mirror on Sasuke's shield, Zaku's attack shot out of it. Zaku turned back to see the damage and saw that it did more than his attack would have done. He said, "Just what the hell did you do?" Sasuke smiled, showing all his elongated canine teeth. He said, "Like it? It's part of the curse seal that Orochimaru gave me." Zaku's eyes widened and he said, "Orochimaru gave you what?" Sasuke said, "It seems you don't know. That bastard gave me a curse seal. It gave me all this power, and turned me into this. I guess I have something to thank him for now. He gave me a brand new toy to play with." Zaku got back up to his feet and said, "Well, it doesn't matter. All 3 of us have them too. And in case you didn't notice, you're outnumbered. This will be a piece of cake." Sasuke said, "Yeah, for me." Zaku blasted Sasuke with the super decapitating air wave. Sasuke moved his shield in the way and absorbed the attack again. He said, "This is the Susanoo no Tate. The shield of Susanoo. This absorbs certain attacks, then sends them out whenever I want it to. So you blasting your air wave off is doing nothing but giving me more ammo to defeat you with. Zaku narrowed his eyes and rushed Sasuke. Kin and Dosu both started to follow in his path. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at what the three sound genin were doing. He said, "Are you guys really doing this? In case you forgot, I'm an Uchiha. Taijutsu expertise is practically genetic for us." Sasuke slipped into his family style and waited for them to rush him. Zaku went for a right hook across Sasuke's face, but Sasuke could easily see it with the Sharingan. He ducked under the attack and punched Zaku in the chest. Dosu and Kin were next. Dosu went for a sweep to kick Sasuke's legs out from under him, while Kin went for Sasuke's head. Sasuke jumped back, avoiding their attack, then jumped forward, spinning in midair to give his kick to Kin's side more power. Zaku came from his side and punched him in the face. Sasuke used the momentum of the punch to twist around and kick Zaku in the face. Sasuke ducked under Dosu's strike, but felt a weird ringing in his ear. He put his hand up to it to see that it was bleeding. Sasuke saw Dosu strike him again, but this time he jumped back. The ringing in his ear increased. Sasuke jumped in the air, flapping the wings on his back to stay afloat. He could have used his regular abilities to fly, but he wanted to freak out the sound genin. Sasuke closed his eyes and started going through his memories of the fight to see if there was a pattern in Dosu's attacks. Of course. That amplifier of his. He always swings with it. That amplifier's damaging my ears. It has to go. Sasuke opened his eyes to see that he was on the wrong end of a super decapitating air wave. The attack slammed into him and forced him to fall to the ground. Seeing the ground approaching, Sasuke flapped his wings hard to stop his downward momentum. He quickly righted himself, then took back to the skies to keep his distance from the sound genin. Sasuke held his left arm out, and it folded in on itself again. It formed the Susanoo no Tate. Sasuke then pulled his arm back, moving his arm so the mirror side of the shield was facing up, then through it. The shield flew through the air and towards the sound genin. Zaku tried to hit it with his decapitating air wave, but it moved out of the way as if it were sentient. If they would have looked at Sasuke, they would see him using the index and middle fingers of his right hand to manipulate the shield's motion. The attack sailed past Zaku and Kin, and went straight for Dosu. Dosu jumped back and was trying to move out of the shield's way, but couldn't. The shield swerved and hit the amplifier. It then made a beeline for Sasuke. It reattached itself to his arm, making him whole again. I see, so the shield can only separate from my body for 20 seconds before it comes back. I'll have to watch that. Sasuke turned downward and resumed his fight with the sound genin. While fighting, Sasuke said, "You three are boring me. It's time I ended this." Sasuke ducked under Dosu's attack, then coated his claws with a green liquid. He slashed upward, digging deep into Dosu's body. Dosu screamed and fell backward. Sasuke said, "That is another ability. This seal allows me to coat my claws in poison. The poison does whatever I want it to. It can paralyze, like what it did to you. Or it can kill. Be lucky I decided to be merciful today." Sasuke coated his other claws with the liquid, then charged Zaku and Kin. They were both easily put down and paralyzed, but Zaku didn't go down without a fight. So Sasuke was forced to tear through one of the important muscles in one of Zaku's arms. The tearing of that muscle would make his arm practically useless until it healed. Sasuke said that paralysis should wear off in a few hours. When those hours are up, my friends and I should be safely in the tower. But if we're not, I could easily just hand you your asses again. Sasuke closed his eyes, and the transformation dropped from his body. He was back to his old self. But that transformation put a huge strain on his body also. He felt like every part of his body was aching, so he dropped to one knee and almost blacked out again. I guess this is what Naruto felt like turning Super Saiyan for the first time. Ino rushed over to Sasuke, but Sakura beat her to it. She tried to hug Sasuke, but Sasuke quickly rolled under her hands and hugged Ino. While he was hugging her, he took off into the skies. He had a feeling that the conversation would involve something he didn't want Sakura to know about. Ino said, "Sasuke-kun, I'm so happy you're alive." Sasuke said, "Why wouldn't I be?" Ino said, "You've been in a coma for a day and a half. I've been worried sick. I thought you were gonna die." Sasuke said, "I won't be dying anytime soon, Ino-chan. I'd miss you too much." Ino said, "But that form you used." Sasuke said, "What about it?" Ino looked Sasuke in the eyes and said, "Promise me you won't use it again." Sasuke said, "What?" Ino said, "Sasuke, that form is evil. I could feel it while you were fighting. It's like you were yourself, but a different person too." Sasuke thought, how did she pick up on that? He said, "I know, Ino-chan. While I was fighting, it's like there was some voice in my head telling me what to do. I tried to block it out, but I couldn't. Luckily I had enough control to spare them." Ino said, "What do you mean?" Sasuke said, "That voice was telling me to kill them. And I almost did. The poison I put in their bodies, it was actually lethal. I didn't catch it until it was almost too late. I was able to change the poison from a lethal one to a paralyzing one at the last second. Ino said, please Sasuke-kun, promise me you won't use that thing again. I'm scared I might lose you, Sasuke said. I promise, Ino-chan. Now come on, we gotta help everyone else. Everyone had a few bruises, but not anything life-threatening. They woke the others up and started their trek towards the tower. They quickly arrived without trouble. After opening the scrolls and receiving their instructions, they rested at the tower, recuperating a little before the next part of the exams were to begin. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.